justifiably, I hate to have to put it that way, but, we're all concerned about our health. And, if someone does have a communicable disease, they should be covering their mouth, so that's always sort of the difficulty.
Thank you, everybody. That's the elephant in every room I enter at La Mama. Check it out. It's a really interesting solo show. If anyone wants to come, they're $10 tickets for every night.
All right, hold on. I think the microphone is off. Can you turn the microphone on? Oh, okay. Got it. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, thank you. How are you, teacher?
I'm good. Just, it's a little crazy right now. How's school online, on the computer?
Boring.
Boring? A little weird? So, have you been practicing the piano at all? A little bit? What?
I can still remember my song.
Can I hear it? Can you play it?
Hi guys, it's me, Sarah, your reading writing teacher, in case you forgot who I am. I just wanted to give this introduction video to our course so that you could really understand how we're going to be doing things now that everything's moved online. CUNY Start is part of CUNY, and we're kind of an alternative to traditional remediation. When students come into the college, some of them are kind of deemed not college ready. They kind of have to work on some of their skills, whether it's reading, writing, or math. And so our program is meant to serve those students.
I'm a hearing education services teacher. I teach students K to 12 who are deaf or hard of hearing. I also teach a music class for District 75 school.
This came on really suddenly, and the shift to remote learning for everybody was a big shift. The shift to remote learning for students with disabilities was an even bigger shift because it took a while to get what they call the remote learning plans that are developed for kids with disabilities up and running. It took a while to give families input into those remote learning plans. It took a while to get things like their assistive technology home with them.
There was this moment of realization, which should have been obvious, which is that our students have major access issues. Many of them don't have access to computers. They are sharing devices with family members. They have inconsistent Wi-Fi, if they even have Wi-Fi. Some of them are using hotspots on their phones to access, classes. So CUNY had to kind of pause and say, wait a second, if we're going to do online learning, we have to make sure that our students, who are some of the most economically disadvantaged when we're talking about students in higher ed, we need to make sure that our students have access to basic technology to allow them to participate in this course and be successful in it.
I still, to this day, I have a few students I have to FaceTime because they don't have access to a laptop at home. I have one student, I had to call his father's cell phone before he goes to work, and then the phone's gone and that's it.
We wasn't prepared. They had to scramble. This virus took everybody by surprise, and they're not all up to speed yet, especially African Americans and Latino and poor children who's already behind.
I think it's so easy to forget about the parts of the student population who have such high needs in times like this. It's not that kids with disabilities can't learn, it's that they need the supports and services to do so. And it's so hard to get them all that they need right now.
Can you clap this measure for me?
Okay. I did.
The pandemic obviously isn't causing the problems in CUNY. The problems in CUNY have been there. The gross inequities within higher education, the rising cost of tuition. So I do think that this pandemic is kind of just revealing that, right? It's kind of pulling back the cloth on that. And we have to kind of figure out how are we going to make sure that these inequities don't prevent certain students from thriving, especially if this online learning is our new normal.
I'm just waiting for the pandemic to be over.
Yeah. Why?
It's just totally different. I'm 48. I prefer being in a class setting. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm older, but I like to be able to approach the desk and ask a question in person. And I feel like I'm able to grasp things a little bit easier.
I have some older students who have said that they, really don't use the computer. And so it's been challenging for them to even learn how to attend a live class, to locate where a Google Meet invite is. It's been hard for them to figure out how to submit an assignment. And they have kind of given up because they felt frustrated by that.
There are a lot of variables as hearing teachers that we have no control over with remote learning. For example, sound, background noise. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the line with a student and I hear so many things in the background, a TV, a little sister or brother yelling, a dog barking, and it's an absolute nightmare for when you're trying to get a hearing session done.
I've been teaching classes and some of my students will be sitting in their car because it's the only quiet place that they can learn. Some of them have to go into their bathrooms to hear the lesson.
So is not passing and he hasn't done any work since writing paragraph 1 and 2.
Right. And he's so great when he's in the live classes, so I want to figure out a way to kind of loop him in. But it's hard because it's like he also, had a family loss. So it's like,
right.
I'm like, are we still holding these students to the same standards? I don't know. When I'm teaching in person, I can check in with 10 different students in a matter of minutes. When I'm doing it online, I have to schedule those interactions and hope that they attend and show up. I mean, right now we have students who are struggling to show up, students who are not turning in assignments, and we are just trying to kind of triage.
Them being able to go to school and be in the same room with kids just like them who have hearing loss too, I don't know of a way to replace that online. I mean, yes, we have Zoom, we have sign language interpreters. It's not the same as being in the room together and having that camaraderie. A lot of them have one-to-one paraprofessionals who are there with them all day. That's not happening now. So it's hard to say what is really going on at home, and through no fault of the parent or anyone, it's just not the same experience. And I just hope it's not that detrimental.
The whole point of the special ed supports and services is to enable them to access the curriculum, to give them the tools they need in order to learn alongside their more typical peers. And if they're not getting all of that, which they're not, because the remote plans are not everything that the IEP is. So if they're not getting all of those, it means that their access is more and more reduced, and that those gaps between kids with disabilities and their more typical peers are growing.
A colleague of mine who teaches a middle school classroom of deaf and hard of hearing children, she has one of my students from 5 years ago, and she noticed that he wasn't turning on his video during the Zoom calls, and she figured out that it was because he's discouraged from using sign language at home. And he knew that if he turned his video on, he would sign because he's an excellent signer. And that just about broke my heart that he couldn't turn his video on because he knew his mom was going to tell him to stop signing. Obviously, that would not happen in the classroom. And I've seen the students sign as a primary form of communication. So I just gotta check. Yeah, so.
This probably won't be the last time that the schools have to go remote. Lessons need to be learned, planning needs to take place. We should be ready next time this happens to put remote instruction and appropriate remote instruction in place, from day 1 or day 2 at the latest.
Well, it's really wonderful to see you, and hopefully we can do a video again soon. Okay?
Bye.
So if we're going to work on a plan for restoring Brownsville to better than it was before, tell me one thing from each of your respective points of view, and I'll start with you, Dr. Lewis. One thing that has to be a part of that recovery plan.
We have to invest in the brilliance and strategy and resilience of community partners that are there and have been doing work and have survived multiple things before. But that also means we gotta, divest from the things that have harmed and hurt people in Brownsville, all the panic and neglect and the issues. So yes, invest in our dopeness and divest from the things that harm us.
My mantra for all these issues is that we have to get at the root. The pandemic exposed already glaring health disparities that exist. So what we have to do is really dig deep and go to what is the source of why we are affected disproportionately across the board with all of the various diseases. And it's because of neglect, medical apartheid, the racism within the healthcare delivery system, the employment system, the housing system. And we have to name racism, and we have to have race-specific solutions that are grounded in equity. Because if we kind of have a race-blind solution, the health disparities will stay after COVID is gone.
Underlying the racial disparities in health are the kinds of stress and trauma that go with being in poverty or not being able to pay your bills every month, worrying about that, worrying about where you're going to live. Conditions produce stress. Stress produces hypertension, produces diabetes, even cancer. And Black folks have been living in trauma, as Monifa Bendelli said, well before COVID. COVID just brought it out into the news.
The systems that would help us to not have these comorbidities, our health and hospitals, our emotional and wellness systems, our education systems, the employment systems, they have really, really small budgets, right? And we're living in a city where the police budget is $6 billion. And so our budget is a value statement. There has to be a shift in the values of the city so that we're really investing in these systems that we know are going to close those gaps. People are in the streets, people are demanding these investments. And so we need to strike the iron while it's hot.
All over our neighborhoods and all over Brownsville, there exists these kind of small businesses that tend to the mental, physical, and spiritual health of the community, with a small business frame, with ancestral and culturally relevant and respectful techniques. Those folks should be poured into to continue to create an ecosystem versus having to struggle to look at month to month, day to day, the bills of things.
One of the narratives that we believe is that, the person on the white or Black horse isn't coming to save us, right? And so we collectively, myself and a number of community-based organizations, residents included, have decided that we were going to start taking back, some of the ownership. Right now, if we wait for anyone else to do it, it won't get done.
The lived experience of my community, whether it's Bed-Stuy or Brownsville, or just Brooklyn or Black women or Black people, is that what we've seen and felt over the last couple of months is, as Anita was saying, language that didn't really resonate with us, stories and feelings of loss and death. I mean, we could all do more than two hands of people that died. But then all of a sudden we saw all sorts of money come in terms of riot gear. The way we've experienced the budget and the city's priorities has been more kind of in those palpable spaces than the things that we needed just to live.
Just last year, the NYPD paid $70 million in settlement cases. So that's not, to get rid of that number, it's not about laying off people who were hired more recently, but who's committing this abuse that's causing the city $70 million in 1 year? And what kind of things could Anita and her task force do with $70 million a year? Dr. Lewis said that like the people of Brownsville already know what they need. They already have the genius, you know. It needs to be scaled up, and they also need to have the power to execute the solutions that they know work for the communities and not be blocked, you know, from a top-down way. So, you know, it's money, but it's also money and self-determination.
What is the prescription for getting Brownsville well on our terms?
Trust Black women. Listen to Brownsville Genius. It makes sense for folks within power to create the space to hear the voices, to talk about what needs to be done. And it always triggers me a bit when folks are asking for additional labor from people who we've all just said are dealing with all of the inequalities and inequities. And there are folks like the Brooklyn Rapid Recovery and Response Team, BCJC, Combine, the Health and Wellness Table. We're organized. We know we could create the space and invest. You got 3 Black women here who could easily pull together a group of folks to tell you what we need and put some numbers behind it too. But the prescription is to just love each other well and listen and invest in that dopeness.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
You're thinking about songs while you're running?
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
That doesn't help. Just blank and you're running.
Just running.
I think of the song, all I do is win, 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 I never work.
I think of steps. So like what pace I'm gonna go. Like
Yeah, that's
1,
what I
2,
do too.
1.
So I'll go like, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I go on the beat,
Yeah.
you get it? Is anyone listening to my technique?
Anyway, before my race, I said what I have to do. and then I say like I have to flip my trail leg over, or I have to
Well, that's because your race is 8 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but this guy came.
Well, Gene turned us up for some type of magazine.
Our first news reporter, they came to practice, and he videotaped us, and we got on the news, and then other people just came.
Our coaches dropped us off every single day. When I'm a gymnast coach, I'll be so sad. I would be so sad to drop someone off at a shelter.
Sports Illustrated contacted you girls.
Sports Illustrated Sports Kids of the Year, Ty, Rain, and Brooke Shepard.
Rain competed at the Junior Olympics.
We first met Brooke, Rain, and Ty last March in a Brooklyn homeless shelter, and Tyler Perry offered to pay rent.
I was happy and like annoyed because like, it was like so much attention and it was like so annoying.
Because I want to be famous and stuff, so it's already like a pre-famous, and then they'll see my real talents when I'm an adult.
She likes to sing opera. I don't know if she likes
It's not
to act.
opera.
Yes, it is.
Singing. Just because I'm a soprano doesn't mean I'm an opera singer.
No, you are opera.
Brooke, Miss Rapper. Shh.
I've always wanted to act. Well,
Do you hear that laugh, Rain?
Mom, did you laugh at me?
Yes,
yes, she did.
We're here in Brooklyn at Pratt Institute, and these are the Colgate Games. Yeah, Ty, Rain, and Brooke, I can see, if not all of them, at least 2 of them going to the Olympics. They love these games. So this is like the end of the indoor season for them. So they really give it their all.
When their babysitter took them to Pratt, enrolled them in the Colgate Women's Games. And just 3 months later, we were given an eviction notice. So track to us, it makes us feel as if we fit in.
So once they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. And she's gonna run faster. She is? Yeah. Billy, when they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. Go Rainy! Go Rainy! That was it. So when she comes, she won.
My mom and my coaches motivate me. They do a lot of things so that me, Ty, and Brooke can run very, very fast. My goal is to get to college and to the Olympics.
I mean, there's never a good time to be homeless, but this was the perfect time because it occupied their minds. It meant our survival. It meant a future for them. We always had something to look forward to. We never gave up hope.
The opportunities. See, if I keep on running, not only is it fun, but I know that I'll get accepted into high schools, like people in colleges, people will look at that. If I know if I just do well and put in the hard work, like they say, you're gonna get what you give, and I'm gonna get something fun.
Keep going. Don't let anybody get in your way. Don't let nobody judge you. Stay who you want to be. Don't change yourself for somebody else and except your mom for their likings. Keep trying and stay at the goal. Follow your goals, and remember, what was it, a goal? A goal is just a wish if you don't work for it.
I would say staying school kids. That's supposed to be my line, okay? And also, if you're in this situation or something, or you're feeling emotional, just don't take it out on other people because they're only trying to help you. And don't live in your misery because you don't get anything from misery. You have to always look forward and try to make your future better and brighter and not sad. And don't pity yourself because people will just think you're selfish or something.
And never lose hope because hope is a place of happiness.
That was a line for Disney.
Training, like when I was in the shelter, it was like torture. I go back to the shelter and I get so mad and I was upset. And then the next day I was so happy to go to school. Then I was even happier to go to practice, and it kept going like that and like that. And it was just miserable.
Don't back off, Kayla. Alani, no gaps.
Good. Please run through the line. Stop stomping on the line, Layla.
Come on.
People were like, walking that third lane, what?
Well, we need some earrings. We beautiful. Me and you. Okay. Don't let nobody say nothing different. Missy, I should have called you. She needs some product for her hair. She's been crying and crying, but I gotta teach her how to run the first quarter. Relax.
Up and down with your arms, Nyjah. Up and down. So she use her arms, she moves up.
Yeah, why waste those?
Up and down with your arms, thank you.
So wait, put her in front sometime. Put her in the front and tell her if they pass her, they stop and stay in the front.
Bye. So I wanted to, the Colgate Finals is this weekend. Where's Cheryl? I thought she was gonna give out. Anybody who is not running in the finals, if you don't have a ticket, speak to Coach Cheryl tomorrow because she can give you tickets.
Okay.
When you get tired of crying, then you accept what needs to be accepted. You hear me? You can't cry forever. You understand? Be grateful for what you do have. You have 2 hands, you have 2 legs, you got a brain. All right? And it's all right to feel like, oh, maybe my classmates just laugh or whatever. Laugh, clown, because all you're gonna wanna know me. You understand? Okay. Get up. Stop feeling sorry for Rain, because there's nothing to feel sorry about. Feel sorry for the people Saturday in your race. All right, we're ready for the mid-school 55 meters hurdles. Lane 7, Alexis Sapnis, Media, Pennsylvania. In lane 6, Ajane Thompson, Rahway, New
Shepherd, Brooklyn, New York. Points are so close because Ty finished second in front of Talia in 3 of 4 preliminaries. This is the mid-school 55 meters.
I had a bad start, but I said in the middle, I actually did what I was supposed to do and flick my trail leg. If I had gotten a better start, I would have probably won or came second or something.
Mid-school 1500 on the track.
Winning shows the people that train me and the people that care about me, I'm not just doing this for fun. I'm actually like working towards a goal. When I win these big things, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at what's next. What's gonna happen next? Like, so I guess there's always got to be a challenge in front of me, and then I'll work to it, and then another challenge. I really, really want my name in history, and it's gonna happen.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
So where the tears all going?
Yes.
They turn into a smile? You're good. You did so good. Well, we gotta work hard now.
Yes.
So we gotta go on.
So we can run 4:35.
4:30.
I felt like they had not only did they have a place in this world, but they literally had a place right here in Brooklyn.
Running is like a sanctuary for me. I guess I just love it. I don't know.
I don't know who argues more, Rain. Them two or us two?
You two argue a lot.
Oh.
And we don't. They argue so much. Point blank, they're annoying, and
Point blank, she's bossy and doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah, I do know what you're doing. I'm bossy because you don't listen. I wouldn't be so bossy if
No,
you just
you're bossy
listen.
either way. Because if we listen, you'll be like, okay, no, do that. Oh, no, do that. No, do that. No,
That's only during cleaning.
You know what I hate? When you're like, do this, and then while we're about to do it, you like, do that. And then
too.
No,
I do
you
that.
You do that like 5 times, and then we're finally like, no, I'm doing this. And then you're like, no, do what I say. Exactly.
No, I don't. No. I say I know exactly what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in the kitchen.
I
and
went
the
from
room.
the kitchen to the bathroom to the room to the hallway to the living room.
That was Rain's
today,
problem.
Ty.
No.
Today.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin, and we'll see what we can find. My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being, so that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
Both sides, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side.
Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us.
Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
Down he goes.
It's not even extra. It's not even extra. I just don't want to get 77 cents for a dollar.
Yeah, less.
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, we've been talking about this $10 bill. They're like, oh, we're going to put Eleanor Roosevelt or what's the racist lady that was the feminist woman?
Raven Simone.
No.
everything kind of gets mashed together. But I think, you know, in a lot of everyday objects, we see, you know, sexual organs, orifices, phallic things, to where no matter what objects I put together, you're going to think that it's sexual because there is like some hardening liquid involved, there is a hole involved, there is some shiny parts. I feel like no matter what I combine, it's gonna look sexual because that's how we see objects and that's how people see me too. I wonder if the work would be read the same way if it was, you know, a white woman making it. I choose someone and I stare at them as they are looking at me. And, you know, they realize that they're being singled out, and sometimes they try to deflect by looking at someone else or walking around the room, and I follow them. And I don't stop. When my sister was 8 years old, and when I was 10 years old, she had an AVM rupture, which is basically like a really intense stroke. And so it ended up affecting, you know, the way that she looked and the way that she acted and, you know, able to walk and talk and things. And so, you know, just knowing that one small thing in her body went wrong, that it could cause such a visual distortion, it's just started to like make its way into my artistic practice because it was such a, you know, big change in my life. Like, you know, she was in and out of the hospital, on lots of medication, and you know, I just became more aware of my body and other people's bodies. Like, it just made me more aware of, you know, the physical. All of my works, I try to incorporate things and materials that will direct the viewers to a race. You know, may it be like hair type or, you know, different things that you see, like Magnum condoms, or, you know, bamboo earrings or Vaseline or cocoa butter or whatever. So just to a large degree, the tumors in the objects are racialized. In a way, I'm trying to make people uncomfortable and really question, you know, themselves as a viewer. Like, what right do you have to look at something or someone? And I guess to a certain degree, I'm like getting revenge for my sister because, you know, people would stare at her a lot. And the gaze is really important in my work, especially my performance pieces, because I'm really interested in returning that gaze to where it actually confuses the viewer and lets them know that they're actually the subject. A lot of times when I'll do these performances, it'll be a bunch of white people looking at me. So it's like, it feels good, you know, to like exercise that power.
Over the years, I've worked with many communities around the world that have been traumatized in some way or marginalized, displaced, dispossessed. What we sometimes forget is that we have refugees and asylees living in our midst, among us.
My name is Sergey. and I'm originally from Kazakhstan.
My name is Niurka Melendez. I'm here because I fled my country, Venezuela, facing a really bad and worse humanitarian crisis.
I arrived from Russia. I was beaten in my country and I left here, grabbed my son and left.
Night Watch is a floating media installation that features silent video portraits of 12 individuals who live in the New York City area, whose lives have been saved by our country by having been granted political asylum in very recent years. The large majority of them are from the LGBTQI community.
More Art is a non-profit organization, and we commission and produce public art projects across New York City that address social and political issues. We have started working with Shimona Atti on Night Watch about a year and a half ago. This project was incredibly challenging. The whole technology of having a very large LED screen on the barge, it was really very complex, but we work with a lot of incredible people and learn and becoming experts of the New York City waterways.
The artwork is going to be in the waterways around New York City for 8 consecutive nights. It will be a 20-foot wide LED screen mounted on a barge, which is towed by a tugboat, and it will move very slowly, like 5 miles an hour, very close to the shoreline. Why a water installation? I've done water projects before, dealing with issues related to refugees and asylum seekers, immigrants. Water is the medium, typically, for escape, rescue, safe passage, fleeing for one's life.
Having independent thoughts is a risk. Being target for your own people was the worst thing that I ever faced in my life. Being afraid of my people, being afraid of my own friends because of my thoughts.
When I was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, I decided to cover the situation with LGBTQ people. Then I got threats and emails and several really traumatic experiences that I'm not comfortable to talk still.
I was a witness of a crime into Russian Immigration Social Service. I said, okay guys, I will do whatever you want. And they took my son, jumped to the car and left.
With all of these projects, including Night Watch, it takes several months to locate the potential participants, establish relationships, establish trust. When people come up to a camera lens, they either want to smile, they want to reveal a certain emotion. And what I suggested to the participants was, let's do it a little different. Because the public thinks they know how you feel. Oh, you're an asylum seeker, you must have had a very hard life, or oh, I feel sympathy for you. And I said to the participants, when you approach the camera, I don't want you to think about anything particularly positive or happy, or anything particularly negative or sad. Be kind of in the middle, be neutral, like you're playing a game of poker. You have the right to have your own interiority. I chose deliberately to film the subjects in a lighting that's a bit like old master painting lighting or Caravaggio-esque. They would come over to where the monitor was afterwards and look at some rushes. And no, they loved it because they looked like they were in old master paintings. And I mean, we got them to look really beautiful.
I'm motivated to be a part of this was putting faces where usually numbers are.
My hope is for the piece to allow for the public to experience a subject matter that we're already familiar with, but entirely new ways. That's the potential of art. It's not about transmitting information, it's about creating the possibility for new experiences.
One of those rare moments when political art and just its stunning aesthetics have come together in a way that is so powerful, and I'm thrilled for Shimon and I'm thrilled for the audience that'll get to see this work.
Being reminded of these people's journeys and what they represent and what they've gone through, I think is so hopefully empathy, hopefully an understanding of what somebody else is going through.
This is a time, I think, where we need to all come together. We're all human beings at the end of the day.
My name is Aisha Sharif. I'm 17 years old and I'm the outreach director and a mover for the Love Vote. I'm from Guinea, West Africa. I moved to America at a very young age to live with my grandmother and my grandfather in the Lower East Side. I felt like I was just always sort of angry or sad, and me just wanting to do something more. With the Love Vote, it was combining my passion for film and activism together.
The Love Vote is a platform for the 50 million Americans who can't vote, who are too young to vote, who are not US citizens, or who are returning citizens, meaning people with felony convictions who've been disenfranchised. On this platform, people who can't vote share their stories and they move other people to vote on their behalf. It works like crowdfunding, but instead of raising funds, we're raising votes. I was born in Paris and we immigrated to New York when I was 3 years old. When I got to college, I made my own major in immigration studies. And from there, I went on to get my master's in teaching and became a public school teacher. But I'd always been very interested in filmmaking. I really came to believe that storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to create change, particularly through film, because I think that fundamental change happens in the human heart, and stories can access that.
Our oceans are becoming filled with plastic, and we're treating it like it's our garbage dump. The most frustrating thing is that you'll often get people say that you're too young to know what you're talking about. You're too young to be involved in politics.
We're a part of this community together. Like, we're all sharing our stories. We all cannot vote. We've all felt those feelings of just disappointment when there's election and you can't be a part of it.
There's a lot of fear and a lot of hatred right now, and those things are spreading very quickly and they're very dominant. And that causes a lot of people to completely turn away from what is happening in our government, in our society. And the Love Vote instead, by focusing on love, by focusing on stories and personal connection, is inviting people to reconnect with this process on a human-to-human level.
I like this one.
Our movers don't say vote for this candidate or even vote for this party or vote this way. They say, if you love me, vote. Hear my story, keep me in mind, and just go vote. And in that way, they inspire people in their community to use their vote.
Why would it matter?
I want you to think about all the ancestors that was talked to like they was nobody.
I think voting is not about feeling as if nothing's gonna change, nothing's gonna happen. It's sort of like exercising the right to do so.
Whether we know it or not, we all have choices, big or small. Whether it's what you want to be in life or what you want to wear in the morning. I stand here today because of a choice.
We also think that the change that will result from love-based action will be extremely beneficial and long-lasting. because people won't be just acting in their own best interest or out of hate or fear. They'll be acting out of others' best interest, and others encompasses their family, friends, community, and this whole society. And if people are showing up to vote out of love for people who may have interests that are somewhat different from theirs, then we will end up with a humane government and a stronger overall society.
My name's Johanna Herr. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and all of my work conceptually deals with state-sanctioned violence, but aesthetically uses sparkly, bright colors, kind of maximalist aesthetic as a strategy for seduction. So you have something that comes in a really beautiful package, but is actually really dark and violent.
I like looking at this kind of stuff because I feel like this is like the consumer grade dazzle bullshit. And I want to be like, oh, like how do I print on, like what is that material? How do I print on that? Can I get it fabricated? Like, I don't know. There's something like really interesting about these sort of things for me.
This was my thesis piece in grad school. You have predator drones, you have drone operators, victims of US airstrikes from drones, first-person shooter video games set in the Middle East, cat memes, and candy. And thinking about how we view images of trauma on the internet and the kind of lack of hierarchy that you have in platforms like YouTube, where if you're looking at cat videos and then you end up seeing drone footage, you have them sort of placed in the same screen landscape. I wanted to put the cats on as a kind of decoy to think about how we're distracting ourselves from all these sort of wars abroad, but yet actually the cats are what people gravitate towards, so it actually like worked too well because people would be like, oh, cats, I love cats, and like completely ignore like all of the rest of the violence that's in it. There you go. So now we have the signature is obliterated. So this is the very end of the document. It says the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforcement at law or in equity by any part against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, agents, or any other person. I felt like of all of these sort of words, proposals, and then thinking about the word, where is it, equity? I was like, okay, can we do like proposals to create equity? So now you basically obliterate the 90% of the text and you just have proposals to create equity. I think it is a sort of hopeful congealing of that text. What I did here is I just wanted to make sure that all of the kind of colors and different textures were balanced on all of these and thinking about them as a sort of collective whole of these 5 pages of the document. I knew what types of vinyls I had to work with and I just kind of took screenshots. So like this one, even though it's gray, it's going to be iridescent silver. This is this sort of plaid holographic black, and like this plain black is actually a rainbow oil slick black.
So just like approximations for the colors to just balance it out. The government is so far removed from our everyday experiences that it just seems like this hopeless void that you're screaming into. And I think the redaction poems have a moment of agency in this massive machine that feels hopeless so much of the time. I had been seeing all of these executive orders, especially for the past 2 years. So you have the Muslim ban, you have trying to build a wall, all of these kind of things. And I thought, wouldn't it be a cathartic experience to obliterate this text and have it be this sort of colorful, joyful, sort of scribbling out of all of this violent language that's coded in bureaucracy.
Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó. Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó.
Los Hacheros, you could describe it as old Cuban sound with elements of New York City's jazz. It's basically the music we love and the music that we write.
New York salsa has always been made by a plethora of different identities and cultures coming together to play a certain style of music, and everyone's past and culture and experiences changes that traditional sound into something new in New York.
My name is Itai Chris. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. I've always played the flute since I was a kid. When I came to New York, I was really like a jazz guy, and that's what I wanted to do. But I really loved Cuban music and salsa as well.
My name is Eddie Venegas. I went to school for violin and picked up the trombone while in college. I met a violin teacher that was visiting Venezuela. She liked me and I liked the way she taught, and then I decided that I wanted to come to New York and study with her.
My name is Papote Jimenez. I'm born in New York City from a Puerto Rican family. I'm a singer. I was born and raised in the projects in the Lower East Side and downtown Manhattan. So I was growing up, you could hear everybody playing different types of music, or traditional Puerto Rican music, traditional Cuban music, R&B, hip hop.
My name is William Ash. I was born in Brooklyn. I played the bass. When I first started, I think I liked country music for like a year, and then rock for like a year, then I got into jazz at about 12.
My name's Jacob Plassey. I was born in New York City, in Lower Manhattan, and I play the trace, which is a Cuban guitar. What I think is interesting about Los Hacheros is that everyone comes from such different worlds, musically, geographically, emotionally, but what draws us all together is this common love, a human quality to the recordings and the playings that's missing from a lot of modern music.
The passion of it, the feeling of it, of country Latin music, that really touches me. The golden era of salsa was the 70s, the Fania All-Stars, so we could never bring that back. We could just respect it and do our own thing with it.
I love that it's danceable. I love the happiness, the energy, and it really gets people moving. That's one of the most rewarding things of playing this type of music, is that no matter where you play, what size the audience, what kind of venue, people always light up when the band starts playing. They start moving, and that's what makes it fun.
What's really wonderful about the salsa community now is there's definitely the older dancers from the Puerto Rican community and the Dominican community that have lived in New York forever and unfortunately slowly been gentrified out. But there's also now a younger generation of people discovering it who either love the music or love to dance. And through that love discover our band. And it's amazing. They come every week and they dance.
Anybody from all over the world could feel it. You don't gotta be Latino to feel it. I think music is very important because without music, what life will be.
If you do not define who you are, you will allow other people to define you. And when they define you, they'll use their own definition. And I think society likes to define who black men are, brand us a certain way, and like to control the narrative. How society treats our communities, communities of color, should be ashamed of themselves. But in here, we define ourselves. So the Genius Factory is a social club for men of color. So it's really like the epicenter for today's modern man. So during the day, it's used as a workspace where our members can come in, plug in their laptop, work, meet a client, etc. And in the evenings and on weekends, we host events, seminars, mixers. So it's really, again, the one-stop shop for personal and professional development. I was always passionate about grooming and fashion and appearance, but then I was also passionate about success, right? So I just merge those two worlds together. We would do events, meetups, etc., and then it just kept on growing and kept on growing. Men of color, we grow in isolation and we don't grow in community. That's why I started the company, to really just have that one-stop shop. There wasn't really much being offered to working class, professional men in the middle class. Men, we're looking to get to the next level, but we just don't necessarily know how to get there. Having a space where I have men in different age brackets, different income brackets, and different walks of life bonding together, where I have the creative, I have the entrepreneur, I have the finance person, I have the introvert, I have the extrovert, all in one space, building, connecting, and growing together.
It's a good place. I've been here since the start of June. I love it here already. It's crazy. They treat me like family.
Some of the conversations talks about fathers, relationships, business, money, parents, or lack of. We all have visions, and it's sometimes that's what we need. We need to be able to meet with other visionaries and be able to challenge ourselves, but at the same time also be able to really go, am I doing the right thing with what I'm doing with my business? Am I giving the most, in terms of like what I can offer as a man, and most importantly as a businessman, but even more importantly that as a black man in this country. If you want to share something personal, you can. And I mean, there was points where we got into conversations where it got deep, like real deep. Even my eyes started to sweat a little. I got a little sweat in my eye. Maybe that sweat trickled down a little bit, and we're allowing each other to be able to be ourselves. Everybody here has a different style, vibe, and nobody's coming in here going like, well, you got to be like this in order to be here. So
this is not some elitist club where you have to make $200,000 or beyond to even be associated here. We have a partnership with Close to Home, which is an initiative with the city, which is with young men who have been incarcerated and they're no longer going upstate, but they're in, within the 5 boroughs. So now we're doing workshops and presentations and really, providing the young men with the tools and the resources for when they do come back into society. This is our office, this is our club, this is our hub. We have conversations and seminars about Black wealth and on a mission to show society the power of Black men. Our reality is that we're strivers, we're working hard, we're grinding every single day to create a legacy for our children's 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 children.
You never know. So it's good, again, to, Gentleman's Factory is an environment where we share ideas, have conversations, and, so let's vibe out.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Daniel Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
From Bric in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is the very first episode of Glitter and Doom. Okay, the doom part of the show is the usual suspects. Racism, sexism, homophobia, systemic inequality, climate change, all the fun stuff. The glitter? Each week I'll be talking to artists or cultural creators who are fighting back through their work. And we'll be taking a few detours along the way. Who gets to say the N-word? That was one of the topics of conversation when I spoke recently with celebrated author Walter Mosley. The former political theory PhD candidate and computer programmer picked up a pen in the late 80s and has never put it down. Like, really, the only way to explain his prolific output is that he's never not writing. Mosley has produced nearly 50 works of fiction and 6 of nonfiction. Through his work, Mosley has written into existence the black male heroes he never saw or read growing up. The best of those is LA detective Easy Rollins, who was famously portrayed by Denzel Washington and his biceps in 1995's Devil in a Blue Dress. We spoke about representation, freedom of speech, and his cousin Alberta. Walter, thank you so much for joining us today. You have a new book out called The Elements of Fiction.
It's called Elements of Fiction.
Excuse me, Elements of Fiction.
Because if I say the elements, that means like it's everything. But Elements of Fiction means it's some elements.
Sure,
Yeah.
you are a voice of the generation.
Right. Yes.
It's your second book about the art and craft of writing. The first one was this year you write your novel.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it important to you to write about the act of writing?
Well, because the act of writing is kind of the most consistent part of my life. So it's something I think about a lot. And of course, because I'm a lot of times talking to audiences, some of whom are writers or wanted to be writers, they're always asking me, well, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I write a novel? And so I wrote, this year you write your novel, because I said, well, I don't have enough time to answer that question, but it's not that long an answer. So here's this little book, read it, and that's everything I have to say about, trying to write a novel.
But I'm sure that applies to many writers. Why do you feel like it's important that you actively help those people who are asking you for assistance?
There are many writers who do write about writing. When I look at what they've written, usually it's way too long, and it has too many comparisons to people like, Dostoevsky and Shakespeare and stuff like that, which, like, if I have to be Shakespeare in order to write a novel, then I'm never going to write a novel, right?
Mm-hmm. In the book, you are quite critical of the MFA creative writing system, and indeed for going to school to learn how to write. You write, universities don't make good writers, not any more than war, poverty, chemical imbalance, a good sense of humor, or a parent who loved it when you told stories.
My problem is the upper level schools, Columbia, NYU, UCLA, all these schools that charge all this money to people, and they're just making tons of money. They don't give the money to the professors who are writers. Also, they don't vet those writers to say, well, do you know how to teach? They don't do that either.
Right.
The students go deeply into debt. And so when they get out, they have to get a job teaching so they can pay back their debts. It's ridiculous. If to be in a workshop is fun. It's good. You might learn something. But to have to spend, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to get that, that's ridiculous.
It seems like part of the work with this pair of books is also trying to perhaps democratize the system of writing a novel, to say that you don't have to have graduated from an elite university. That if you have your story to tell, if you have a chemical imbalance or a good sense of humor, that you have every much as right to tell a story as somebody who graduated from one of these elite universities with an MFA. Is that accurate?
Well, that's true. I mean, there's more to it than that, though, because, like, for instance, before, 1940 or 50 or whatever, nobody ever studied writing in colleges. They just started writing, not Charles Dickens, not Mark Twain, not William Shakespeare, not, Zola. You just, you read and you write. And, like, that's kind of it. And you might be good at it, you might not be good at it. And, and that's, the thing. And, the university, like I said before, they concentrate on things like, well, it's what you wrote is pretty good, but it's not Gide. You know what I'm saying? Gide. Who's Gide? I mean, it's like, it's ridiculous. It's like, oh, well, what about T.S. Eliot? And I said, well, what about T.S. Eliot? I mean, so what? What about Etheridge Knight? He's every bit as good as T.S. Eliot. He learned how to write poetry in prison. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, if you haven't heard of Etheridge Knight, he was this amazingly talented poet who, as Walter mentioned, started writing while serving an 8-year prison sentence for robbery. He may not be a household name, but he was nominated for a Pulitzer for his second book of poems, Belly Song, in 1973. He didn't get it. Unrelated, all the Pulitzer Prizes for poetry in the 1970s were awarded to white people. Here's Knight reading an excerpt from his poem, The Violent Space, or When Your Sister Sleeps Around for Money. In this poem, he suggests that young men in prison are the only men who can relate to the fear that women have of being assaulted.
This is the test in preparation for the Etheridge Night poetry reading. March the 11th, Tuesday, Jefferson Hall.
Thinking that the only men who could probably relate to certain fears that women have were young men in prison. If the average man, if I'm walking down a dark alley and I got some money in my pocket, I have a fear. The fear is that somebody might knock me in the head and take my money. But the fear is not that I'm going to be sexually assaulted. And young men in prison are the only ones I think that could probably relate to the fear that a lot of women have. And she was telling me about all these fears and the violence there. Anyway, the violent space are when your sister sleeps around for money. Exchange in greed the ungraceful signs, thrust the thick notes between green apple breasts, then the shadow of the devil descends, the violent space cries and angel eyes, large and dark retreat in innocence and in ice. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. The violent space cries silently like you cried wide years ago in another space, speckled by the sun and the leaves of a green plum tree, and you were stung by a red wasp, and we flew home. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. Well, hell, little sis, wasps still sting. You are all of 17 and as alone now in your pain as you were with the sting on your brow. Well, shit, little sis, what should I do? Should I squat in the dust and make strange markings on the ground? Shall I chant a spell to drive the demon away? Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. In the beginning you were the Virgin Mary, and you are the Virgin Mary now. But somewhere between Nazareth and Bethlehem, you lost your name in the nameless void. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you moan. Oh, Mary, shake your butt to the violent juke, absorb the demon puke, and watch the white eyes pop. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. And what do? I boil my tears in a twisted spoon and dance like an angel on the point of a needle. I sit counting syllables like Midas gold. I am not bold. I cannot yet take hold of the demon and lift his weight from your black belly. So I grab the air and sing my song. But the air cannot stand my singing long.
You dedicate the book to John Singleton,
Yeah.
who you say is one of the most original and creative individuals I've ever known. And you worked with him on Snowfall.
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit about what it is about John and the way that he approached his work that you admired so much?
I don't know about approaching his work. That's an interesting, phrase with John. John was a genius in the two different ways that you can be a genius, right? These are my own definitions. Well, one is anyway. Like, one is a person who sees a world that nobody else sees. It's in front of us, but nobody else looks at it in a way that they can articulate it. So, John was in the hood of South Central LA. He saw it, he understood it, and he could make a story out of it. That's extraordinary. But also, he was a member of that group, and that's like the original term of genius. The original term of genius is you're a person who, if I talk to you, I will understand your culture, your milieu, your people, because you are so much a part of that, that everything you do and say explains who you are, where you come from, what your culture is. John was both of those things, and it was kind of wonderful. And working with him on, and also he was just great. He helped everybody, he did things for people. He was always there. He was born in the hood. He made movies about the hood. He lived in the hood, and his business office was in the hood. I mean, that's so unusual, and. And it's because that was the life he lived. That was what he knew. That was what was right in his life, more than, most filmmakers, black or otherwise.
So much of his work features black male heroes.
Uh-huh.
And you yourself are famous for writing about black male heroes. I'm curious, when you were growing up, were there black characters who you saw in fiction or in movies or on television who you looked up to?
No. No, as a rule, it didn't happen. And it's so interesting because, there's a whole kind of white world where, you have, the black sidekick, he's a shoe shine, a caddy, a pimp, a drug dealer, whatever, just kind of like somebody who's a very kind of really specific kind of identity, that helps the story along. Like, that's a problem.
And is that what motivated you to write the types of characters that you write? Did you set out to make the types of characters who you wanted to see?
No, I just start writing, and then I look back on my writing and I say, hey, I'm writing about black male heroes. That's interesting. It's cool, 'cause, why? And I asked myself, why are you doing that? So, well, my father was a hero. His friends were my heroes. The people, the black men in my neighborhood were heroes. And my intellectual growth wasn't that critique of being black. It was that celebration of being black.
Tell me a bit about your father. He served in World War II, is that right?
Yeah, he was in World War II. He was, I don't know how much he liked it. He said, it was the interesting thing. He'd say to me, Walter, remember, never volunteer. That was like the kind of stuff he'd say to me. But again, my father came from, he was born in Louisiana, but he was raised from the age of 9 in 5th Ward, Houston, Texas, which was very tough back then. And so but at some point or another, he ends up he has to go to the war. So it's like 43, I think, and he goes, to the war, and he goes with like 100 other people from that area, black people. Most of them came back. Some of them died. None of them got shot. Some of them were, got diseases. Some of them, things happened. But most of them, 93 of 100, came back. Most of the people he knew in 5th Ward, Houston, Texas, were dead. And so he realized, he said, I was safer in the biggest war in history than I would have been in my own bed in 5th Ward, Houston, Texas. And that's why he left Texas and came to Los Angeles. He said, it's better here. People don't die as often.
Easy Rollins, perhaps the character who you're most famous for, also served in World War II.
Yep.
Can you talk to me a little bit about this moment in Black American history where you have black servicemen who have served their country abroad, have fought in Europe, and are now coming back to the United States? I'm thinking of Isaac Woodard, for example, who was blinded moments after being discharged on his way back home because white Southerners didn't like the look of a black man in uniform who had competence, I suppose.
Racism exists in the United States, and one doesn't want to ignore that. And certainly there are moments in time where the life you had to live was so unbearable that you couldn't take it. I mean, you're talking about about Isaac. I'm thinking about Ray Charles, who he wanted to get on a bus that only white people get on, but he told the guy that he was in the war and he got blinded in the war, and so they let him on the bus. I mean, there's all kinds of different things, so you wouldn't want to take one experience and say, well, that defines it.
Of course.
My father understood racism in the South. He wasn't about to go up against it because there was no going up against it, in 1946. So instead, he came to Los Angeles and he lived there. And so if you came to L.A., you could have a job because they had so much work to do. They couldn't say, I'm not going to hire you because you're black. You could buy a house. You could buy a car. You could have kids. You could send the kids to college. When I was a kid, my father said to me, He said, Walter, if you want to do as well as the white man, you have to go to work a half an hour early, and you have to leave a half an hour later. And he said, if you want to do better than the white man, you got to come in an hour early, and you have to leave an hour later. And I said, but Dad, that's not fair. And he goes, that's right. And that was the end of our conversation.
Systemic racism is almost, I mean, it's a character in all of the novels. I'm not sure if you would describe it as a character, but it is palpable, and it is the backdrop against which so many elements of the plot unfold. I'll just read a couple different passages if you don't mind. I thought of all the black men and women I knew who woke up angry and went to bed in the same state of mind. Life was like a bruise for us. We examine every action for potential threats, insults, and cheats. And if you look hard enough, you will find what you're looking for. And then another passage, this is easy, encountering two white cops. They were both young and white and male and had been after me as long as all three of us had lived. Did you ever get any pushback from your editors about, could you be a little less heavy-handed about the police brutality, about the over-policing, about racially motivated violence? Or mainly have you worked with editors who allowed you to write whatever you wanted about this?
I don't care what editors say, but I just want to say, to begin with, I'm never heavy-handed talking about this stuff.
I agree that you're never heavy-handed, but you also never back down from portraying it. For example, in every book, multiple times there are encounters with white cops who are harassing Easy just for living, or a white person who wants to know what his business is, in an office building, for example. And I think that another author might say, well, I don't really need to paint that interaction. It's not important. It's not crucial to this character's world.
Right. Well, yeah, and you might, but whether or not it's crucial or not, if you have like a black character in the the 40s, 50s, 60s, pretty soon I'll be in the 70s, moving around and not being stopped, right? Then it becomes kind of like science fiction. Because black men, you're a black man, you're driving down the street. You're driving in a Cadillac, you got a white girl sitting next to you in the car, you get stopped on 47th Street, then you get stopped on 34th Street, and then you get stopped on 23rd Street, because the police will see you and say, oh, there's something wrong here.
Right. Right.
And so if I don't write that, then you don't understand what it's like for this guy to get from A to B. Like most people go to A to B, like if you have a white detective, Raymond Chandler, like A to B. But if it's a black guy, it's A to 8.2 to 8.6 to 8.9 to B.
Right.
And if I didn't write that, then I wouldn't be writing about the place I know. Understanding race and racism and systemic racism and sexism and, classism, all that stuff, it all kind of blends together. And so what you have to try to do in a book, the books like I'm writing, is to explain it in a way where you see it and where the character, as a hero, understands how to overcome it. Or even if he gets killed, he was doing the right thing while he was doing it.
You mentioned these different time periods. You started out in the 40s, in the late 40s. Why did you choose to set the Easy Rollins character and these mysteries in the past rather than in the present? And you've gone on to write other mysteries and other works of fiction that are set in present day.
Yeah.
But what was it that you wanted to explore about that time period?
Well, I think that the thing about literature, fiction, is that if you're not in the fiction, you're not in history. Because as much as people might argue, they don't read books about history. They're not interested in books about history. But if you read a book in which there's a black detective in South Central working for some white guy on the West Side to find a woman who everybody thinks is white, but really she's black,
Spoiler.
Yeah, well, for Devil in a Blue Dress, there shouldn't be a spoiler. But, I'm making the people who I grew up with, who are so important. I mean, people like Hollywood Boulevard, but Central Avenue was where jazz was. If I don't write about that, then those characters, those people I knew, are not going to be part of the culture.
So do you think that there's something like sneaky almost about what you're doing? Like that you are that you were enticing people to read something because it's entertaining, it's a mystery.
Mhm.
But actually what you want to expose them to is these characters who might otherwise be lost to history.
Well, I want to do both things.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
That's like calling Emile Zola sneaky because he writes, 116 novels about the history of France. He's not being sneaky. He's just writing novels about the history of France.
But maybe
you
you're coaxing people, not to take their medicine, but to show them something that otherwise they would be like, I'm not interested in that. But that they should know about, and that it's important.
Well, they should know about it, but also people should be writing about it, which, by the by, is not a case. I really, there are not a lot of people who write about black male heroes. They're just not.
Do you see your works of fiction as political? Do you see that as a political act?
Well, I think any good literature is political. Because human beings are political. So like if you write something that's not political, then it's kind of fantasy. And which is fine. If you want Lord of the Rings, you want to write that, that's great. I like that book.
But some people would also say that Lord of the Rings is political as well.
Right, but you can go way off into that, and like it's like you have to do a lot of interpretation. In most contemporary novels about life of people that we know who live in this world, there are politics involved. Like for instance, if you wrote about a woman in 1900 in Baltimore, and you did an ad that she couldn't own property, she couldn't control her children, and she couldn't vote. If you didn't say those things, then it's not real. It doesn't have gravity, and you need gravity.
I think that plenty of men would write that story and leave out those important details.
I don't know. I mean, if they do, they're wrong.
Well, just as you were saying that the way that black characters were portrayed,
Mhm.
are these sort of like stock characters who don't have any real history, who are just there to move the plot for a white character forward. Written by white people, they aren't talking about the background or the context against which those black characters need to be thought about.
No, I listen. It's very true. I'm hoping that there's some. You look at somebody like. That's so interesting. In his time, in their time, Nathaniel Hawthorne was the most important writer in America. All right. I think he's an awful writer, but he was the most popular writer in America and most important. And Melville was hardly anything, but Herman Melville was infinitely a better writer. If you got, Hawthorne is writing about, New England, which is the center of the slave trade at that time. There are no black people in the book, But Melville, you have like this multiracial, a whaling ship. Black people, people from the South Pacific, from Asia, a Native American. Everybody's out on that ship, and he talked about it in a way that you understood, the diversity of cultures coming together to create the new world. It's like some people do and some people don't.
Right.
I'll criticize Hawthorne because when I don't like his writing, but also I don't like what he's writing about. But Melville, I go, wow, man, he knew what he was doing. Same thing about Mark Twain. I mean, you have people who actually talk about the world we live in. And I think that any good fiction writer who's writing about people today needs to do that. When I started writing, there were very few black men who read fiction because black men thought that they weren't represented in fiction. So I mean, fun fiction. I'm not, you can read Richard Wright or whatever, but like a story, something happening. You went, I'm reading this adventure. It's really fun. But most black men didn't read it. They said, well, I'm going to read nonfiction, which is real, which is actually not true.
You actually had a publisher tell you that they didn't want to touch your book because white people don't read about black people, black people don't like black men, and black men don't read.
Black women don't like black men, and black men don't read. But black men slowly over a period of time started reading my books because they recognize the characters in the books, you know, and so that's kind of political in a way, but it's also saying no, come on, no, you guys can come to the party too. We're having a party and all these people are hanging out. So we're not gonna go. No, come on, man, we got some good liquor up in here, you know. You should come. You gotta have a good time. So really, yeah, got music, got dancing, you know, and but it has to be something that people recognize, right?
You are read widely by black men, but also by other people as well, obviously, including Bill Clinton, who famously said that you were one of his favorite authors. When you started writing, did you anticipate that the Bill Clintons of the world were going to be reading you, or did you have a specific audience in mind?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, my cousin Alberta, who died many, many years ago. I mean, if I were to tell somebody a story like this, I would be telling Alberta. So I imagine telling her the story and other people overhearing it.
Tell me about Alberta.
Well, she's my cousin. I loved her. She was wonderful. She used to take care of me when I was a little kid. She would babysit for me when my parents had to, you know, wanted to go out or something. And she was just, she loved me. She was great. We had a wonderful time together. You know, black woman. She lived in an apartment that, like, maybe from your chair to my couch, that was it. That was the size of it. But we had a great time together. And she was a really good person. You know, we watched movies together, you know, The Mummy. I so much remember watching The Mummy with her, Boris Karloff, you know.
Did she live to read your published work?
No, she didn't live that long. But you know.
What were you thinking about when you're like, I wish I could tell Alberta this story? What were the...
No, I didn't. It's not that I wished. I imagined telling Alberta the story because I thought she'd go. I said, well, you know, Easy was doing okay, but then he ran into Mouse. She said, oh, no, Mouse. You know, he shouldn't be messing around with him. I said, no, but, you know, they're friends, Alberta. They raised together. I know, but, you know, Mouse, he's just so rough. You know, that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah.
It's okay if I go out with him, but, you know, Easy should leave him alone.
We talked about losing John Singleton earlier this year. And, of course, we also lost Toni Morrison recently.
Yeah.
You were featured in the recent documentary that came out about her, Toni Morrison, The Pieces I Am. And you tell a story where I think it's a conversation that you overheard, where you heard somebody say, I love Toni Morrison because her novels transcend race.
Yes.
What do you think about that comment?
Well, I mean, that's not enough of the thing.
Right,
because
please, give the whole...
Because one person says, I love Toni Morrison because her novels transcend race, and the next person says, I love Toni Morrison because she's not afraid to be black.
Right.
You know, if you know the idea of transcending race, I mean, that's like saying Shakespeare wrote plays that were beyond race.
Right. Nobody ever says that.
No.
About Charles Dickens, right? Oh, he transcends race.
Right.
That's why he's in the canon.
Exactly. Toni told about stories that made everybody say, wow, we will transcend race by understanding this story. Not that the story transcends race for us reading it, you know. They're saying, wow. You know, and Toni's an amazing writer.
I want to switch gears a bit and talk about your recent op-ed in the New York Times called Why I Quit the Writer's Room. Will you tell me what happened?
I was in a writer's room, and...
Are we saying what the writer's room was?
Not.
Okay,
I'm not,
people
but,
can Google it.
Yeah. But I was in a writer's room, and, things were going okay. You know, I mean, there's always, conflict and is this right, that right? But, it was going all right. But then one day I get a call, like 3 weeks from HR, and they say, we hear that you use the N-word in the writer's room. And I said, well, I am the N-word in the writer's room. And they said, well, you can't use that word. I said, really? They said, yes, well, you could write it. If it's in a script, you can write that word. But you can't say that word. I said, I can't say nigger in a writer's room? If I'm just telling a story, am I calling somebody that? And they go, no. I said, oh, okay. And then I went home. I never came back. I just went home. And I was so mad, partly because of being a black man in America, not being able to use a word I've been oppressed by for 400 years. And the way I used it was about that oppression.
It was about a police officer.
Police officer, And then, but also, I was worried. I'm American, right? I don't have freedom of speech. And if I use freedom of speech, I don't have the right to pursue happiness, which means have a job, And the person who blamed me, who said I said it, they were right, I did. they wouldn't even tell me who it was. So it was kind of like McCarthy. It's like I'm on the blacklist. I'm an being subjected to this anti-American attitude. It was awful. So I wrote this op-ed piece, and it came out in the Times. And I was very happy about it. I was very happy to have that argument with people, black and white, about my right to use. And everybody's right to use whatever word they want. I mean, if a white person had told the same story, I would have to accept it. I might not like it. But, somebody said to me, oh, wait a second, you said something that made me feel uncomfortable. I'm like, okay. So you can't say that word to myself. No, wait. We all say things that make people. I got a president. And 90% of the stuff he says makes me feel uncomfortable. But,
I think uncomfortable would be downplaying the feeling that most of us feel.
But I'm not fine with it. I'm uncomfortable with it. But however, he has a right to say what he wants. I have a right to say what I want.
So if somebody in the writer's room, a white person, had used the N-word in your presence, what would you have done or said?
Well, I might have felt uncomfortable about it, but I certainly wouldn't call HR and say, we need to stop that person from talking like that, I mean, depending on how they were using language, if they were bullying somebody or harassing somebody or attacking, that's different.
You inadvertently or perhaps very advertently have stumbled into something of a culture war, right? Because you have many conservatives, many white conservatives, making the claim, well, why can't I say the N-word? I should be able to say the N-word whenever I want.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know. Like, you should be able to get your ass kicked whenever you want to. But like the thing is, there was a woman, a young black woman who was a writer in a writer's room, and she talked to her to the head writer, who was a white woman, and she said, so the black woman says, well, as a black woman, I believe, and the white woman stopped and said, no, as an African American woman. So the white woman is going to tell, because there are rules that these white people have created.
What do you do with your face when somebody says that to you, right? Like what
what you should be able to do, but what people are afraid to do is say, no, I am a black woman. Because just to say African American, what does that mean? Am I from Ethiopia? Am I from Kenya? Am I from Somalia? I mean, where the fuck am I from? You're going to say, the whole notion of African American doesn't even make sense. I mean, like a continent American person, And
also, if that's how you want to identify, fantastic. But if you choose to identify as black,
right,
and you say those words,
listen, you could say, listen, a lot of people fought really hard to be called Negro. And so they're older people now, but they like that word, And some people just say, people of color, which is like saying colored people, and that's okay too, whatever you want to say, So like I'm not trying to stop people from saying things. I'm not trying to stop people from being uncomfortable. I just understand I have freedom of speech and the right to pursue happiness.
Well,
I need both of those things.
This comes down to the idea that language is important. You talk about the progression from, that people fought to use the word Negro, that now we say, then it moved to African American, now we say black or people of color, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, language is important. When we moved away from calling grown black men boy, that was important, right? Mm-hmm. And at the same time, this freedom of speech, First Amendment right, is being held up often by the right to say, I get to say whatever I want at any point in time without consequence. And I'm curious about what
and those are questions, because I think that, because you see, my problem is with liberals who are saying to me, a black man in America, that I can't use a word. I understand, like people come up to me, and I have it in the article. I said, well, people have come up to me and said, we should have a movement to make the Confederate flag illegal. I'm like, no. People have rights to do, to say what they want, to do what they want, to have emblems. And also, I would rather see a Confederate flag on somebody's forehead. If it's in his head, it might as well be on his head too.
Sure.
It's okay.
Take that clam mask off.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take that a step further because,
okay.
For example, take the Charlottesville rally, right? You have all of these Nazis marching like idiots. If I'm trying to think about if I'm an employer and I see a video of somebody I employ, with a tiki torch yelling, "Jews will not replace us." I don't want him to work for me.
Yeah, but you know, and I'm. I mean, that's a tough thing because what if you're, you know, like what if you're like, you know, deeply homophobic, right? And you have like, you know, your employee, you know, out there, you know, saying, you know, gay rights and all kinds of other stuff. Do you have the right to fire that person? I would say immediately, no, you don't have a right. You don't.
Right.
You have no right.
Right.
You know, it's like you don't like it, okay.
But
I get it. You don't like it.
Right.
I don't like it. But this is like this person is exercising their rights, and what am I supposed to say? Like, because I know if I take away his rights or her rights, I'm going to end up taking away my own.
I do understand that, and I agree with you. I think personally,
you should be uncomfortable.
Right, but I also think, you know, I think that it is appalling that we do not have federal protections for gender identity and sexuality, that you can be fired for being gay in many states across the nation.
Yeah, and
that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. But I personally think
all.
that is because it should be included in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which says that you can't be fired based on your race, your nationality. To me, gender identity and sexuality is something that you are innately born with, whereas somebody expressing his jackass opinion that Jews will not replace us, he's not born with that. He's just being an idiot.
But listen, in order to express yourself, you can be stupid and express yourself. You can
all the time.
You can run up and down the street saying the world is flat. The world is flat. You know.
Right. And I want to be perfectly clear that I think that it was ridiculous that you got the call that you did, and I think that black people should be able to use the N-word, and I personally think that white people shouldn't. Look, they can use it, but please don't.
Well, and right, and somebody might say that to me. Says you can do that, Walter, but please don't. And I may or may not, you know, agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things that I want to worry about is like, even if let's say you have an opinion and you express that opinion and it's wrong, and then you and I get in a room together and we discuss it, it might get better. I'm not saying it will.
Sure.
But it might get better.
No, I believe in that.
And I'm much less worried about going to the. I'm going to fire you. This is the first thing. We're going to get rid of you. Like, you know, I mean, that's really because what it does is it demands silence. And the one thing that we can't ask of anybody is silence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't like what you say. I don't want to hear what you say. I might get up and walk out of the room when you say it, but I can't ask you to be silent. I can ask you not to do certain things.
Yeah, and it's not helpful to have people feel like they can't work through their complicated worldviews, right? Like, we do want to be able to help people reach a higher plane, if you will. But at the same time, the question of consequences, right? We're like, well, you can say whatever you want, but I also, you know, might kick your ass for it.
Well, then, yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, you know, or I might not like you, and in not liking you, that might limit whatever goals you have here.
Right.
You know, and if you accept that, okay, you know, that's fine. Because I don't want you to be my number two. Because you know, I don't like what you're saying. I'm gonna hire the person over here.
Right. And also, I think the stakes become even higher when you're talking about Hollywood, right? Because there are so few opportunities, or there are few opportunities, and the visibility is higher. I'm thinking of Roseanne, right, who got fired immediately after she made some comment about Valerie Jarrett being the love child of the Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes. And ABC was like, we're done. Yeah. We're done. She got dropped by her talent agency. Like, people saying, we don't want to stand behind that. That show should go to someone else. Or even more recently, have you been following this SNL debacle?
No.
Saturday Night Live just hired Shane Gillis, I think is his name. They just announced we have 3 new cast members. One is a gay Asian man, one is a white woman, and one is this white guy. And then it surfaced that he had done all of this incredibly racist comedy against Asians and Chinese people, where he's doing accents. I mean, just really terrible slurs. And people are like, why is he getting hired over everyone else who hasn't made public racist comments that they are standing by in the last year?
the fact that you and I are discussing this is why I wrote the op-ed piece and why I think it's important. When I talk to people and they say, I don't agree with you, I say, fine, that's fine. You don't agree with me because you could not agree with me, because that's what it is to be like in America. And we have to support being Americans. And listen, if you're a black person in America, we've been here as long as everybody except the Native Americans. We've been here forever, from the very beginning. There were colonists from Africa who came here and owned slaves, and so it goes all the way back. So we're part of the fiber of America, and we should be having these arguments. And people shouldn't be coming up to me and saying, "You said a word," not in anger, not in attack, not in harassment. You said a word, and because you said that word, I'm going to fire you. I would protect anybody's rights over that. I would, anybody. I don't care who it is. I said, they said it. I hate it that they said it. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to let you fire them over that. Because that's the way I protect myself, and it's also the way I protect what I believe in, And listen, I've had lots of disagreements with people over that, and I like that. I like it that we disagree, because we have to learn how to get along. I mean, that's really the truth is, in the end, we have to learn how to get along. And to have this buffer of, HR, which won't even tell me who I'm having trouble with, and they're too afraid to tell me, it's like, that's just going to make things worse. In a book that I've just finished writing, Easy Gets Stopped by a Cop, and they recognize Easy because he's been working with this guy who's in the police. So they recognize him, and they go, "Hey, you're that nigga, ain't you?" And then he goes through Easy's pockets, and it takes, and he says it takes about 20 minutes. And he said, if you added up all the 20 minutes of my life that I had to stop and talk to policemen, to soldiers, to people in gas stations, to bank tellers, he said, I could build you like a 12-year-old kid full of spite and hate.
And you see the evolution of that word throughout those novels.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Listen, I'm not sure how much things change. Well, I am sure how they change, but I don't think that they always change in a forward motion. I think it goes forward, it goes backwards, and what I think is how we learn how to deal with it and how we learn how to communicate with it. Humans aren't social beings; we're semi-social beings. Honeybees are social beings; they get along perfectly. One honeybee doesn't turn to the other one and say, "Hey, wait a second, I collected more pollen than that bitch." That doesn't happen. They said they go out, they get as much pollen as possible, they get back up in the hive, and they do their work. That's it. And you kind of have to love that. We are not like that. We're like struggling, we're fighting, and we have to struggle in order to learn. There's a dialectic to our experience of learning, and that's all I was saying in the essay. I said, I can say what I want. You can feel uncomfortable about it, but you can't take away my right to work because you're uncomfortable and your boss thinks he might get sued.
So you talked about how you feel like things move forward but also backwards, and it's a little bit of a herky-jerky motion. Do you feel like that arc is bending towards justice, and what would you say about the current moment that we're in?
Anytime up to about 15 years ago, if somebody said the economy was getting stronger, that meant that working men and women, the working class, most of America, would be doing better. In the last 10 or 15 years, the economy gets stronger, but working people are not getting better. Meaning to say, corporations are healthier, but the workers are more and more at risk. Mm-hmm. That's getting worse. Now, if you talk about people of different genders, ages, and races understanding each other more, I think that's probably true. Even though there's still a lot of conflict, I think it's probably true that people are getting along better for many reasons, a lot of which have to do with capitalism. But are we doing better? Hell no. You know, problem is that a white person, a black person, a brown person might not agree with each other on that. You know what I'm saying? You know, like a white person is having trouble because they can't retire, and they're blaming the brown person. The brown person is blaming the white person. The black person says, well, both of them are causing me trouble. Really, it's not the case. So that separation, that like kind of vestigial memory of racial difference, we're blaming each other maybe, when indeed it's the system itself that's like coming down hard on us.
Right. I mean, we have this moment of such tremendous inequality, as you mentioned, where the top 0.5% keep on getting richer and corporations are individuals. And yet you have working class white Americans who are not getting ahead because of this system, who are still voting perhaps against their own interests.
Well,
and some might say that it's motivated by racial animus, that
I don't think that.
You don't think so?
I don't think it's, well, because I think it's the same problem with black people, and Hispanic people, and Asian people. And so like, it's just that, but I mean, it's just this, if you ask, really honestly, you could just go down the street, what class are you? What class are you? Almost everybody's going to tell you that they're middle class.
Right.
And none of them are middle class. None of them are. But they all think they're middle class, and they actually vote for that, and they believe in that. It's crazy. I think there are a lot of white people who blame black people erroneously. I also think there's a lot of black people who blame white people erroneously. It's that because if I'm blaming you, if both of us are being oppressed from an outside system and I'm blaming you and you're blaming me, we're both wrong.
My only response to that is that, when white people say, I'm not getting ahead, my child's life isn't going to be better than mine like it was in previous generations. And it's because of black people. They're wrong.
They're wrong.
But when black people say that, it's because of white people, they're not entirely wrong.
No, but they're wrong enough that there's no way to get something back from them. The only way for us to make it work is for us to work together.
Right, systems rather than individuals.
Right, and listen, sexism inside of that is a big thing. Women make less than men for doing the same jobs.
Right.
I mean, that's true. That has to be fixed. But capitalism would fix it if they could make more money off it. Capitalism itself doesn't care. It doesn't care if you're a man or woman, black or white. It just doesn't care. What it cares about is profit, the most profit, from the least expenditure. That's what it wants. And if all of a sudden, it could get the most profit from black women working, that's what would happen. Because if it didn't, somebody else would do it. So the idea, because racism is, I will not hang out with that nigga. I don't care what, right? Capitalism said, well, where's the most profit? And all of capitalism is after it. So yes, there's racism. There's patriarchy. There's all this stuff. I'm not trying to deny that, but I think that the best way for us to deal with it is to say, oh no. Systemically, the economic system wants to destroy us. They wants to crush us down the least possible profit we can make. I mean, the reason they got rid of slavery, the reason the czars got rid of the serfs, the reason that America gave up on slavery is because there's more profit when the worker owns their own chains. I mean, that's just the way it is, and we see it right now. I mean, black people have known this for a long time. Now everybody's experiencing it, and that's how I look at it. I'm not denying that there's racism, there's sexism, there's ageism, all of that stuff, But I understand that in the last 15 years, the country is economically stronger, but the workers are economically weaker.
Right.
That's what we have to learn. We have to work together. I mean, people in America don't believe in unions anymore.
Right.
And there's a lot of corruptions in unions. I don't deny that. But capitalist corporations are absolutely corrupt when it comes to their workers.
And we're in a new era of union busting too. It feels like.
Yeah. Well, they listen. You get rid of the unions, then you don't have to pay for what you get.
Sure.
Yeah. So we need to work together. You know, I believe that, you know, but I don't think that me being silent is going to help us work together.
Walter Mosley, thank you so much for joining me today. It was a real pleasure.
It was lots of fun. I enjoyed it.
And the book, Elements of Fiction, out now wherever books are sold.
Yep.
Hey, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this interview, I'm here to let you know there's even more to this episode of Glitter and Doom in the podcast. If you'd like to listen, there's a link in the show description below, but you can also find Glitter and Doom where you normally get the other stuff you listen to.
Running away from my own tears, glory across my own ocean of fears. Down me, no. I have longed to swim across. Fury waves, how others set their sails, I am at a loss. Soaring above the highest cloud, fighting the wind to never be found. Down me, no. Cast away Sing it again. Peace, love, peace, love, and happiness. Peace, love, peace, love, and happiness. Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
What the Supreme Court did today was to eviscerate the authority of the EPA to protect our planet, to deal with the four-alarm fire that is affecting every single part of the world that we live in.
In another 6-3 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court sharply limited the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. It's a victory for big polluters, but a potential disaster for the planet. We'll speak to former EPA official Mustafa Ali as Ketanji Brown Jackson is sworn in as the Supreme Court's first black female justice. The Supreme Court also ruled President Biden can end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program. We'll go to San Antonio, where 53 people seeking refuge in the United States died earlier this week after being confined to a sweltering tractor trailer in Texas, the deadliest human trafficking tragedy in U.S. history.
Any death that has to do with migrants is preventable. And in this case, it is both the attacks from our governor in Texas and the complicity and enabling of the Biden administration.
Plus, we speak to the Dutch physician, Dr. Rebecca Gompertz, who's dedicated her life to helping expand access to abortion, from providing them on ships in international waters to sending abortion pills around the world. We'll look at the growing fight in the United States over medical abortion.
I think this is not the moment anymore to stay within the law. This is the moment to make sure that women have access to safe abortions, despite the law and despite the fact that because this is such an unjust law that is creating so much social inequality and that will affect really the most poor women in the country.
This is over 180 people are arrested in Washington, D.C., protesting the Supreme Court overturning Roe. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Supreme Court's voted to sharply limit the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. The court's 6-3 ruling in the case of West Virginia versus EPA is seen as a major victory for the fossil fuel industry and a result of a decades-long attempt to limit the regulation of corporations. Liberal Justice Elena Kagan slammed the decision, writing for the dissent, quote, "The court appoints itself instead of Congress or the expert agency, the decision-maker on climate policy. I cannot think of many things more frightening," unquote. Joining the majority opinion was Trump appointee Justice Amy Coney Barrett, whose father helped lead the American Petroleum Institute for 2 decades. We'll have more on the Supreme Court and the climate crisis after headlines. Environmental groups have filed a pair of lawsuits seeking to block the Biden administration from restarting lease sales for oil and gas wells on public lands. Together, the lawsuits seek to protect more than 140,000 acres in several western states. In April, President Biden called on the U.S. to expand fossil fuel drilling to offset a spike in fuel costs linked to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Public Citizen President Robert Weissman said in response, quote, "Selling off more public lands for drilling might help big oil, but it won't lower gas prices and it will worsen climate chaos." In Lisbon, Portugal, hundreds of protesters marched Thursday outside the UN Ocean Conference, demanding meaningful action to halt pollution, protect marine life, and slow the warming of the Earth's seas. The conference brought together some 7,000 scientists, activists, and heads of state. Greenpeace Oceans policy advisor Laura Meller spoke at a protest outside the talks.
While activists are trying to peacefully protest outside the conference venue, the real looters, the ocean destroyers, are out there depleting the oceans as we speak.
Back in the United States, the Supreme Court announced Thursday it will hear oral arguments this October in Moore v. Harper, a case involving gerrymandered congressional maps that were struck down by North Carolina's highest court. A Supreme Court ruling in favor of North Carolina Republicans could strip state courts of their power to strike down state laws while expanding the power of GOP-controlled state legislatures to control federal elections. The court agreed to hear Moore v. Harper one day after it ruled 6-3 to reinstate a Republican-drawn congressional map struck down by a lower court as a racially motivated violation of the Voting Rights Act. New York Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted in response, quote, "We are witnessing a judicial coup in process. If the president and Congress do not restrain the court now, the court is signaling they will come for the presidential election next," AOC said. The Supreme Court ruled 5-4 Thursday that the Biden administration may end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program, formerly known as the Migrant Protection Protocols, or MPP. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in the majority opinion a lower court had overreached when it found the policy should remain in place after President Biden ordered it rescinded last year. Since the program's implementation in 2019, some 70,000 asylum seekers were forced to wait in Mexico while their cases were resolved in U.S. courts. Thousands enrolled in MPP reported being kidnapped, raped, tortured, and facing homelessness while they waited in Mexico. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. In San Antonio, Texas, the alleged driver of the truck where dozens of asylum seekers died after they were trapped in scorching heat made his first appearance in court on Thursday. Homero Zamorano faces human smuggling charges resulting in the death of 53 people. 3 others have also been arrested in connection with the tragedy. Meanwhile, immigrant justice advocates in the Texas border city of El Paso held a vigil Thursday honoring the San Antonio victims and the thousands of other asylum seekers who've lost their lives trying to reach the United States for refuge.
Our only crime is to have needs. We don't come to steal or to commit crimes, but rather to work to help our families. Each one of these crossings does not represent just one person. There are families, children, and siblings behind all of this, behind each person who just died.
We'll have more on the deadliest human trafficking incident in U.S. history in San Antonio after headlines. French authorities have arrested at least 10 suspected smugglers in connection with the drownings of 27 asylum seekers near Calais, France, as they attempted to cross the English Channel. The tragedy happened last November. One of the victims was 7 years old. Back at the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson was sworn in Thursday as the 116th justice and the first black woman to hold the position in the court's 233-year history. At a noon ceremony, Chief Justice John Roberts administered Jackson a constitutional oath. She then took a judicial oath administered by retiring Justice Stephen Breyer, whom Jackson clerked for after she graduated from Harvard Law School in 1996. Outside the Supreme Court, police arrested more than 180 reproductive rights protesters Thursday as they peacefully blocked an intersection in a massive show of nonviolent civil disobedience. The protest took place just 6 days after the court's conservative majority voted 6-3 to strike down Roe v. Wade. Among those arrested was Reverend William Barber, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, Planned Parenthood CEO Alexis McGill Johnson, and Democratic U.S. Congressmember Judy Chu of California. Melanie DeRigo, a progressive Democrat running for Congress in Long Island, New York, said after her arrest, quote, "I was let go after a couple of hours, but for millions of people in states where abortion, a critical health procedure, is now criminalized, their arrests will be far longer and far more severe," she said. A court in Kentucky has temporarily blocked the state's so-called trigger law abortion ban from taking effect. Lawyers for Kentucky's only 2 abortion providers are reviewing Thursday's ruling to determine when the Louisville clinics can restart abortion care. In Florida, a judge also has temporarily blocked a state law banning abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lawmakers in Florida's Republican-led state legislature are reportedly planning to introduce even more restrictive anti-abortion bills in the coming weeks. On Thursday, President Biden called on Senate Democrats to agree to a carve-out filibuster exception in order to pass new reproductive rights legislation.
I believe we have to codify Roe v. Wade in the law, and the way to do that is to make sure the Congress votes to do that. And if the filibuster gets in the way, it's like voting rights. It should be, we provide an exception for this, require an exception to the filibuster for this action.
Biden was speaking from the NATO summit in Madrid. In response, the offices of Democratic Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona said they will not agree to a carve-out to the filibuster to codify abortion rights. Ukrainian officials say a Russian missile slammed into a high-rise apartment building in a recreational center in the Black Sea port city of Odessa overnight, killing at least 19 people and wounding dozens of others. In Russia, WNBA star Brittany Griner appeared today before a court outside Moscow, where she faces up to 10 years in prison. Brittany Griner was detained on February 17th after she was picked up at a Russian airport on allegations of carrying cannabis oil vape cartridges. Her supporters say Russia is using her as a political pawn. The New York Times reports the Kremlin appears interested in a possible prisoner exchange involving Griner and Victor Bout, an infamous arms trafficker known as the Merchant of Death, who was sentenced to 25 years in a U.S. prison in 2012 for conspiracy to commit terrorism. In Sudan, government forces shot and killed at least 8 people Thursday as huge crowds of protesters defied a communications blackout and took to the streets to demand the ouster of a military junta that seized power 8 months ago. And in Ecuador, indigenous leaders have reached a deal with the government ending nearly 3 weeks of massive protests due to rising food and fuel prices. The deal includes a decrease in fuel costs, sets limits on oil exploration on indigenous land, and prohibits mining on protected areas, national parks, and water sources. The government has been given 90 days to act. Indigenous leaders have vowed to push the government to fulfill all demands. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In another 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court has sharply limited the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. President Biden decried the ruling as a, quote, another devastating decision that aims to take our country backwards, unquote. The court's ruling in the case of West Virginia versus EPA is seen as a major victory for the fossil fuel industry and a result of a decades-long attempt to limit the regulation of corporations. In his majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts writes, capping carbon dioxide emissions at a level that will force a nationwide transition away from the use of coal to generate electricity may be a sensible solution to the crisis of the day. But it is not plausible that Congress gave EPA the authority to adopt on its own such a regulatory scheme, Roberts said. Liberal Justice Elena Kagan slammed the decision, writing in the dissent, whatever else this court may know about, it does not have a clue about how to address climate change. And let's say the obvious. The stakes here are high. Yet the court today prevents congressionally authorized agency action to curb power plants' carbon dioxide emissions. Justice Kagan went on to write, the court appoints itself instead of Congress or the expert agency, the decision-maker on climate policy. I cannot think of many things more frightening, Kagan wrote. On Capitol Hill, New York Congressmember Jamal Bowman warned the court's ruling will have deadly effects.
Cleaning up the grid is the only way to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from the power sector. So let's be very clear. This is yet another vicious power grab. And if we let them get away with it, people will die. Because of the reasoning used by the justices, this ruling could potentially undermine all kinds of regulations that are about saving lives and promoting well-being. We cannot, we must not, and we will not let this court stop us. The Biden administration must declare a climate emergency immediately and use every single power at its disposal.
That's Congressmember Jamal Bowman. We're joined now by Mustafa Ali. He is the former head of the Environmental Justice Program at the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Mustafa is the Executive Vice President of the National Wildlife Federation, also the CEO and founder of Revitalization Strategies. Mustafa, welcome back to Democracy Now! First, respond to the court's ruling.
You know, this radical court, the decision that they came down with is deeply disappointing. It is also destabilizing, and it is deadly. My grandmother says that when you know better, do better. The court knew better. It just decided not to do better. And because of that, they put people's lives in danger, and they have also put in place steps that will accelerate the climate crisis. We have to, continue to engage with frontline communities to make sure that they are going to have the resources they need to be able to navigate this decision as their lives have literally been put in the crosshairs.
Tell us what the original case, the West Virginia versus EPA, is. How did this all begin?
Well, it began because of the Clean Power Plan. And of course, we need to go back to the Clean Air Act and just share with everyone, that Congress stated at that time that the Environmental Protection Agency had a right and responsibility to make sure that they were addressing the air pollution and protecting public health and the environment. Fast forward to the Clean Power Plan, which was actually put in place to be able to minimize the impacts that were happening from carbon pollution, to put in place the rules that are necessary to make sure that we have a safety net across our country and to be able to lower the carbon emissions. So the case that they brought forward is a number of states who did not want EPA to be able to have the ability to do that. And as was stated earlier, was driven by the fossil fuel producing states, and those industries were the main drivers.
So the ruling comes at a time when climate scientists are urging rich nations to significantly cut down greenhouse gas emissions and divest from fossil fuels. Of course, this not only impacts the United States, this decision will reverberate around the world. Talk about how it will impact the U.S.'s plan to cut carbon emissions by, 50% by the end of the decade, something that President Biden referenced when he talked about this decision being devastating.
It makes it so much more difficult to be able to achieve the goals that the IPCC and the National Climate Assessment has shared with us. Domestically in our country, just to actually anchor folks in some facts, we've got between 200 and 300,000 people who die prematurely from air pollution. And a part of it also comes from coal-fired power plants. So we know that not only were we trying to make sure that we were lowering the emissions that are coming out of there, the carbon emissions, but you also have sulfuric dioxides, and you have nitrogen oxides and mercury and particulate matter. So when we know that we've also, those things exacerbate asthma. 24 million folks in our country, 7 million kids currently have asthma. So all this makes it more difficult both to deal with the initial impacts of our most vulnerable communities and also to lower the emissions that are warming up our planet and our oceans. On a global scale, it also puts us in a very precarious situation because folks look to us for guidance and leadership. We know that we have COP coming up at the end of this year. And once again, when we enter into and we begin to the development of these international treaties, folks are looking at our country to see that if we're living up to the words that we're sharing with the rest of the planet. So we have to begin to move forward in a much more serious way on climate action.
And of course, you're talking about the COP, the Conference of Parties, the UN Climate Summit that will be taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. I want to turn to Massachusetts Democratic Senator Ed Markey responding to the Supreme Court's ruling.
Became every polluter's ally. And by undermining the fundamental authority which the EPA has to regulate greenhouse gases, it has harmed every person in our country, but it has also undermined America's ability to be a leader internationally. We are going to have a difficulty in telling the rest of the world what to do when our own Supreme Court is tying the hands of the EPA behind its back. Okay, it is an absolute tragedy. The only answer, ultimately, is to repeal the filibuster, to expand the Supreme Court, to reclaim the two Supreme Court seats that were stolen by Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell between 2016 and 2020.
So that's Massachusetts Democratic Senator Ed Markey. Your response to what he says, and then specifically as you talk about asthma, you are the environmental justice head of it, the environmental justice program at the EPA, which goes to the issue of the disproportionately impacted communities of color in this country, but you look more globally at the world and who is most affected when the U.S. is historically the largest polluter in the world.
Well, Senator Markey was exactly right. Leadership matters. And we saw in the past administration that there was no leadership. In this administration, President Biden has put forth a number of different initiatives where he's trying to not only get his arms around the climate crisis, but also create opportunities for us to create new jobs and to make sure that we are strengthening communities. When we look in a global context on these sets of impacts that are happening, when we look at the wildfires and the hurricanes and the floods that are not only happening in our country and these extreme heat events, we understand that they disproportionately impact communities of color and lower wealth communities, both in our country and across the planet. We know that Black folks die at twice the rate when we're dealing with extreme heat. And we also know, because of the lack of investments for decades, that when we look at the floods that are happening, it is our most vulnerable communities who continue to get hit first and worst from the floods, from the hurricanes, and a number of other events that are tied to the climate crisis. So in this moment, we have the opportunity to not only show leadership, to make sure that $550 billion that the Senate has the opportunity to move forward on, that will help us to address the climate crisis, to rebuild communities, and to make sure that we are protecting the lives of everyone in our country. But there will also be ripple effects across the planet, because as we make advances in this country, others will be able to take advantage of those. We have a responsibility in this moment to not only to act, but to show real leadership and to show humanity in this moment.
So the question is how that happens now with the Supreme Court decision. Also, 14 states have sued the Biden administration to end a pause on new oil and gas leasing on federal lands. Can you put this in the context of the Supreme Court decision?
Well, you know, when the Supreme Court sent this decision down, you know, it has actually motivated those whom have not been supporters. And let's be very clear, the majority of the reason that folks are not being supportive in those states is because they're placing profit over people. So we have to raise our voices in this moment. We should be engaging with both our senators and our folks on the House side of the equation. We should be also engaging with folks in the State House to make sure that they know what our expectations are, that we want them to make sure that they are protecting our children and protecting our future and protecting our most vulnerable communities. And then we also have to make sure that folks are also dedicating the resources that other less developed countries will need to also be able to navigate this. All of this is literally at our fingertips. The resources exist, and the resources are there on Capitol Hill to be able to help the president and others to be able to move forward and to address these cases that are coming up through the various states.
We want to thank you for being with us, Mustafa Ali, former head of the Environmental Justice Program at the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Mustafa is the Executive Vice President of National Wildlife Federation and head of revitalization strategies. And just to be clear, environmental groups have filed a pair of lawsuits seeking to block the Biden administration from restarting lease sales for oil and gas wells on public lands. Coming up, the Supreme Court's ruled President Biden can end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program. We'll go to San Antonio, where 53 people seeking refuge died earlier this week in the deadliest human trafficking incident in U.S. history. Stay with us.
En mi barrio todos somos de colores, tenemos diferentes flows y sabores, somos Torre de Babel, mezcal, cacao, malta, paca, lo pesado. En mi barrio todos somos de colores, tenemos diferentes flows y sabores, somos Torre de Babel, mezcal, cacao, malta, paca, lo pesado. En mi barrio broken English les traemos, venimos de las islas, de los sures, sus extremos, hablamos con sabores, nos inventamos la receta de existencia, a burlar tanta carencia, racializados porque así lo dijo el juez, sistema pálido que te trata tal como te ves, pero no saben que de este lado, la lupita, amuleto de los santos, nos protegen de lo malo, aunque nos cuestionen lo humano, seguimos siendo quien produce, sin nosotros nada fluye, el mundo es de quien lo construye, de la historia no se huye.
Barrio y Diaspora by Mexican rap artist Autry Funk. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration on Thursday, saying the president has the power to end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program, formerly known as MPP, or Migrant Protection Protocols. The ruling was 5-4, with Chief Justice Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh joining the court's 3 liberal justices in the majority. In his majority opinion, Roberts wrote a lower court had overreached when it blocked Biden from rescinding the program last year. Since the policy's implementation in 2019, almost 70,000 asylum seekers were forced to wait in Mexico while their cases were resolved in U.S. courts, a process that could take months or years. Thousands enrolled in MPP reported being kidnapped, raped, tortured, or left without shelter while they waited in Mexico. The ruling comes just days after 53 people seeking refuge in the United States died after being confined in a sweltering tractor-trailer in San Antonio, Texas. 4 people have been arrested in connection with the tragedy, including the alleged driver of the truck. We go now to San Antonio, where we're joined by Claudia Munoz, co-executive director of Grassroots Leadership, an organization dedicated to ending mass incarceration, deportation, criminalization, and prison profiteering. She recently wrote an op-ed for Truth Out headlined, "U.S. Immigration Policy is to Blame for the Horrific Mass Death in San Antonio." Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you could start, Claudia, by talking about the Supreme Court decision, and then how it relates to the horror that has been exposed in San Antonio, where you are.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me today. I think in terms of the MPP decision, it's certainly a welcome decision for us. We know it's not done. It has to go back to the Fifth Circuit, the lower court that initially made the decision. And then we still have other programs such as Title 42 that have a similar impact on migration and people's lives, right? And I think for us, what we are seeing is that all of these policies, at the end of the day, force people into violent and deadly pathways of migration, because as long as we have these policies that are really based on control and exclusion, people will not go to the bridge knowing they will be turned away. And so with both, Title 42 still existing, it's great that MPP, seemingly will be done away with soon, but Title 42 was just funded for another 6 months by Congress.
And again, Title 42 is the Trump pandemic policy of just citing the pandemic as a reason to keep people out of the United States.
Yes, absolutely. And so, again, as long as these, exclusionary policies exist, people will find other ways to migrate that are much more violent and deadly, such as what happened in San Antonio on Monday.
I wanted to go to a clip of an LGBTQ+ asylum seeker from Honduras who is placed in the Remain in Mexico program. They were forced to wait in the border city of Matamoros for 2.5 years. This is what they said.
I slept by the river, under some tents. I saw how narcos or murderers, people of that sort, they were just called La Maña. They would go and find women to rape them, children. I saw people dying. When you don't pay a kidnapper, or you don't pay a so-called rent, what happens is they pour acid on you. So if I'm escaping from a country where I will be killed, and then they sent me to another country where I will also be killed for any reason, they are not helping us.
That's video from Families Belong Together, Gloria from Honduras, Claudia Munoz. Okay, so the court says you can end MPP, but how will the Biden administration do it?
Well, we're not sure. I think we're still waiting to see the exact way, right? We know that the decision has to go back to the lower court, and then another decision has to be made. And so I think, for us, seeing all of the deaths around us, we are asking that some bold action is taken so that we can prevent more deaths from happening, which I will say every single migration-related death is preventable by policy that actually focuses on welcome and care. And so we're hoping that whatever is decided by the administration is actually based on those values and not on exclusion and control.
So let's talk about how U.S. policy relates to the horror of human smuggling that we have seen unfold outside of San Antonio, with at this point 53 migrants dead in the back of a sweltering tractor-trailer truck. We believe at least 4 children and about 12 others are in hospital. The horror we've heard reports of, it's all just, sort of leaking out right now. That steak seasoning was put over the people to disguise the smell. I want to turn to Karen Caballero, the mother of 23-year-old Alejandro Andino and 18-year-old Fernando Redondo Caballero, 2 Honduran asylum seekers who were among the dead in the San Antonio tragedy.
If it was, as in other countries, where we could ask for a law or an organization to fight for the youth's future, is that possible? No, it isn't. We're not in a country that is open to these kinds of things. But if I had to demand something, please, Honduras government, fight for this country's youth.
Karen Caballero's daughter-in-law, Margie Tamara, was also among the victims. Talk about what you understand took place and how this relates to U.S. policy, Claudia.
So we know that this is not a tragedy that just happened. This was done to these human beings by really the borders and those in power who uphold them and fund them every single year. And so what we have seen is absolutely devastating. We know it's preventable. Again, we know that as long as people are being turned away from the bridge, they will find other paths. Particularly in Texas, migration has been extremely violent, has been made to be extremely violent by state policy and really by the complicity and enabling of the Biden administration in stopping all of these states that are taking immigration into their own hands, with the idea that deterrence-based policies will keep people away. We know that's not going to happen, particularly as conditions, as this mother is mentioning, global conditions are worsening for people. And so as long as we have all of these state, local, and federal policies in place, people will continue to die, which we call preventable deaths. This should not be happening. What's happening again in Texas and other places is absolutely devastating. And these people, all of them should be here. There are groups that are asking that visas for trafficking for victims of crime are provided to the families, to the survivors, and that protection from deportation and relief is provided to the families of those whose lives were taken as well.
Can you talk about the anti-immigrant Texas policies, such as Operation Lone Star, that are also contributing to asylum seekers dying? I mean, it's amazing. Operation Lone Star, the full militarization of the southern U.S. border. They were part of the group in Uvalde, right, who did not move in to save the 19 children, 4th graders and their 2 parents, even as they stood in the hallway. Yet Operation Lone Star, the militarization is massive there. Explain what it means for migrants.
Absolutely. So in March of last year, Governor Abbott and a group of 25 other governors around the country organized themselves what they called an effort to actually secure the southern border. And this operation, it's a $4 billion operation, which effectively deploys even more law enforcement and National Guard members, not just from Texas, but from other states as well. What they are using is that they are using an emergency order to create an enhanced trespassing charge. Up to date, they have charged over 3,000 people, and some of them have been in a state prison that was cleared out to detain these migrants for up to a year. It is, I mean, there's so many constitutional violations in terms of conditions, access to counsel, bail. I can even, begin to fully cover it, but happening is that the federal government has completely let Texas get away with this, which has emboldened.
Claudia, before we go, I want to quickly ask you about the efforts that are being made right now. Immigrant rights activists demanding to protect the survivors of this human smuggling tragedy from deportation. Do you know how they will be protected, if they will be granted, allowed to be in this country?
Yes. So what we know is that DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, took over the investigation, which of course, raises red flags for what will happen to the survivors and to the families of those whose lives were taken away. I know that groups like San Antonio Stands are asking both the federal government and local governments to certify U visas, trafficking visas, and also, promise and ensure that people are not deported who are both collaborating with the investigation, but also the families of those whose lives were taken away. And so all efforts are being made to protect those lives, as well as efforts to prevent this from happening ever again.
Claudia, I want to thank you for being with us, Co-Executive Director of Grassroots Leadership. We'll link to your piece in Truth Out, U.S. Immigration Policy is to Blame for the Horrific Mass Death in San Antonio. Coming up, we speak to a Dutch doctor who's been providing medication abortions around the world and increasingly right here in the United States. Back in 20 seconds. So We Won't Forget by Krungbin. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. Protests continuing around the country over the Supreme Court's overturning Roe. On Thursday, police arrested more than 180 protesters outside the Supreme Court as they peacefully blocked an intersection in a massive show of nonviolent civil disobedience. We end today's show looking at how demand for abortion pills is surging in the United States following the ruling. But access to medication abortion is coming under attack by anti-abortion politicians. Earlier this week, I spoke with Dr. Rebecca Gompertz, a Dutch doctor who for years has defied abortion bans and restrictions around the world, prescribing abortion pills from overseas through her Europe-based groups, Women on Web and Aid Access. She's also the founder of Women on Waves, which sets sail around the world to provide safe abortion services in international waters off the coasts of countries where abortion is illegal, and delivered abortion pills across borders using drones or robots. I asked Dr. Gompertz to explain what medication abortion is.
So a medication abortion is a treatment which uses two types of medicine. One is called mifepristone and the other is called misoprostol. That is basically inducing a miscarriage. The mifepristone is blocking the hormone that is necessary to keep the pregnancy intact. And then 24 hours later, this medicine doesn't have very much side effects. Nothing much happens. Women don't really notice. But 24 hours later, they get 4 of the other tablets of misoprostol, and this tablet is causing the contractions of the womb so that the pregnancy is being expelled. The process is very similar to a miscarriage. It's extremely safe. It's safer than many over-the-counter painkillers that are available over-the-counter, and for sure safer than Viagra.
And now if we can go back and you can talk about your response to the Supreme Court decision making, gutting Roe v. Wade after half a century.
So I already initiated Aid Access, which is an Austrian organization, in order to reply to the response of women in need in the United States. We found through Women on Web that there were already many women in the US that had real problems to access abortion services locally because the clinics charge they charge. And many people are living in poverty and they could not afford the fees that were asked by the clinics, but also to travel to large distances. We published a lot of research about this together with Abigail Aiken from Texas University. Actually, when we started, it was we did not really foresee that this would happen. But since the Supreme Court, the draft of the ruling leaked in May, we saw an incredible surge in requests from all over the United States. I now work with 9 U.S. providers that are providing prescriptions for the states where they are licensed. There's 19 states where they're working in, which is filled by a pharmacy from the United States, and I do the other states where I provide the prescription, and then the medicines are mailed from India. So we can serve, 8Access can serve all the states in the United States.
And how much do the drugs cost?
So there is a sliding scale. So for the services that I prescribe, we are asking around 95 euros, which is about $100. And the other providers, because the medicines are a bit more expensive in the United States, are asking $150. But women that cannot afford that amount, there's a sliding scale. So everybody will be helped.
So you have people like the South Dakota Governor Noem saying that she's going to try to stop these pills. Now, the Health and Human Services Secretary, Javier Becerra, and Merrick Garland have made the point, the Attorney General, that the FDA has approved these drugs. So how could your mailing of these pills be stopped, and telemedicine appointments overall?
So, I mean, I think it's impossible to stop it. What I think is happening now, what a lot of the states are doing, the Republican states or where abortion is being banned, that it's a bullying tactic to scare people off. The United States is also known for its judicial injustice, where many people, once you're being prosecuted or an attempt is being made, that it's really hard to fight back. So I think it will scare off many people, this kind of language. 8Access cannot be stopped. I'm not based in the United States, and I am practicing according to Austrian law and Austrian medical ethical guidelines and my own conscience. The other doctors that I work with, they are not working in South Dakota, so they wouldn't be, it doesn't affect them. I think what is the problem with these, with what is being stated, is that these regulations, they can be applied to people within the states where these bans are being imposed. But with the other Supreme Court decisions, which are actually also at some might even reduce the authority of some of the federal agents, we don't know where it's going to head.
It might surprise many in the United States to learn that already more than half the abortions in the United States are these medication abortions. Can you talk about side effects or what people should be concerned about?
Yes. So I think it's important to understand that this was also the consequence of COVID. With COVID, telemedicine has become mainstream medical care overall, not just abortion, but many of the medical services are delivered now by telemedicine. So the telemedical abortion services, which can only be done with abortion pills, it's extremely safe. It's the same as a miscarriage, and actually it's safer than a miscarriage because people can plan it. You can plan to be near a first aid center when a woman takes the pills. The side effects are bleeding and cramping, and sometimes women can have a little bit of nausea or diarrhea. The complications are extremely rare, but I will mention them. Sometimes the pills don't work. In 1% of the cases, they don't work. But then you can repeat the doses, and then you have another 99% chance that it will work. Sometimes the abortion is not complete, and that is what happens then is that women can experience too much bleeding. So one of the things that people can do in order to treat that or prevent it is take take an extra doses of misoprostol, which is the second drug, because the second drug is causing the contractions of the womb, which will then empty the womb, and so then the bleeding will stop as well. And the other complication is an infection, which is even more rare, and it only happens when there is already a pre-existing infection. So what we say is that there's a few symptoms that women have to watch out for, which is bleeding, which is more than filling up 2 maximum pads per hour for more than 2 hours, or it's like opening a tap, or when people have a fever for more than 24 degrees. And in that case, they would need to look for medical care in order to check whether they need any follow-up care or not. The pills are safe to use until 12 weeks of pregnancy. It's supported by the World Health Organization, home use till 12 weeks of pregnancy. However, research also shows that it's effective and safe to use after that time, up till 16, 17 weeks. So what is important is that if people want to use it, even later in pregnancy, that they are near a first aid facility, so that if there is a complication that they can be treated, because it's very similar to miscarriage. They don't have to say that they had an abortion. They can just say that they had a miscarriage, and there's no way that any doctor or other healthcare provider will find out that they used the medication. Of course, there is concerns that people might be put under pressure to confess that they did the abortion themselves and that they might be criminalized. And so sometimes the states are overstepping their boundaries. This happened in Texas when a woman was actually arrested after taking abortion drugs. But in the United States, women are not criminal when they induce their own abortions early in pregnancy. There is another organization called If, When, and How, who will support women with legal assistance if they would face any legal problems.
And your reaction to this news that Instagram and Facebook are removing posts offering abortion pills, Dr. Gompertz?
Well, we have been censored off and on by Facebook and Instagram and Google and many of the other for more than 10 years. So this is one of the main problems. So abortion pills is a solution for a large part of the people living in the United States. But the problem is they will need to have to find the services that can be provided to them. And there Google plays an important role, and the algorithms, they actually make it hard to find services like aid access or any other online services that are available on top of the censorship that's there. And this is really, unfortunately, and it's really difficult to fight it, because these companies, they're not transparent. Nobody knows where to complain when this is happening. And so there has to be a lot of public pressure put on them, I think, in the US, to make sure that instead of censoring it, they will promote these kind of posts. One of the problems is that there will also be people now that are going to take advantage. So there might be people that are saying that they're offering medication abortion, but they're not, and they're not providing it, and they're just collecting money. And that is why these bans are so harmful, because it's really making people vulnerable to abuse and misuse. And of course, it will really discriminate against women that are in the most vulnerable socioeconomic circumstances, that, for example, don't speak English very well, that are illiterate, that don't know how to navigate the internet or how to find reliable information. And what we also see happening now already is that the fear is tremendous. When we started Aid Access, we always asked women if they would be willing to speak with the press about their experience and why they were looking for online care. And there were many people that were willing to speak with the press, and now we see nobody wants to speak with press anymore because everybody is scared.
Dr. Rebecca Gompertz, what motivated you to found Women on Waves?
So I'm a medical doctor, and I've always been very invested in women's health. And at the time, I also sailed with Greenpeace, which is an environmental organization. And when I was on the ship, this is how the conversation led to abortion services being illegal in some of the countries that I was visiting with the abortion with Greenpeace. And so this is how the idea came about, and that was the start of my work. which is more than 20 years now.
What exactly this movement is? I mean, it started with a boat.
Yes, it started with a boat.
But talk about what you did.
Basically, the idea was that if you have a ship that is registered in the Netherlands, then it's Dutch law that applies on board a ship in international waters of countries where abortion is illegal. So what we did is we took the boat to countries like Ireland, Portugal, Morocco, Mexico, Guatemala, and some others, where we went into the harbor with the ship. We take women on board in the harbor. Then we sail outside territorial waters, which is 12 miles, so it's about one and a half hour sail. There they could receive the abortion pills, and then we sail back, and they have the miscarriage at home. And so this was a way to call attention to the inequalities that exist in between the different countries, but also the consequences of illegal abortion. And this is how Women on Wave started.
You have dealt with countries around the world where abortion is illegal. It's much rarer where abortion is legal, as it was in the United States, for there to be this kind of regression back to, in certain parts of the country, make abortion access illegal. Are you concerned about women, though at this point it's insisted that women themselves won't go to jail? As you pointed out, in Texas, there was an example of a woman who went to the hospital for a miscarriage, talking to the doctors, talking about maybe having taken this pill, and she was directly arrested in South Texas. This become increasingly common. And then if you could talk about, it's unusual that you as a doctor could give not medical advice, but advice to people in this country, what it means to make abortion accessible and legal once again in the United States.
So I want to add something to what is also something that is really concerning. What is happening when abortion is made illegal is that you also see that doctors are really reluctant to provide medical care to women that need it in pregnancy. For example, when they present with a miscarriage later in pregnancy, or with an ectopic pregnancy, because they are afraid that they will be charged under the abortion laws. So there's only a few countries where abortion has become more restrictive. One of them is Poland. And Poland, abortion was legal until 1993. When it became illegal, after that, what we saw is that the stigma and the fear was so big that you could hardly find any medical professions willing to speak in favor of legalizing again. And it's become worse after that. So to reverse this decision will take another generation of activists to work really hard. These Supreme Court judges are going to be there for 20, 30 years. So it will take another 20, 30 years before this might even be reversed again, this decision. The impact is immediate. The impact is immediate concerning the taboo, the shame, the fear, it's already visible that it immediately happened in the U.S., where all the clinics in the states that implemented the trigger laws, they shut down. And even if you look at the reaction of the government, everybody's talking about how to stay within the law. I think this is not the moment anymore to stay within the law. This is the moment to make sure that women have access to safe abortions, despite the law and despite the fact that because this is such an unjust law that is creating so much social inequality, and that will affect really the most poor women in the country.
And finally, this point that you raise about what actually happens now. In the end, it is not so much that women won't be able to get abortion, although in many cases, and particularly for poorer women, it's increasingly difficult to travel from one place to another. And it's not clear that if someone helps someone travel, even getting on a bus, the bus driver could be, quote, aiding and abetting. The law is completely vague right now. but that women will get abortions as they did before 1973 when Roe v. Wade legalized it around the country, but it will be unsafe. The United States in 2022 goes back to back alley abortions.
Well, I need to say, a medical abortion to do by yourself is not unsafe. Let me just say that straight. But I know, and that's also something that we know from the emails that we received with aid access, that people will try to do other things to end the pregnancy if they don't find help. So we have had emails from people that have, put things in their vagina and trying to put things in their wombs in order to induce the abortion, or started jumping off stairs, or started using all kinds of herbs. And that is unsafe, and nobody should do that, because that is really dangerous. So, but we also know that if people cannot find help readily or easy, then they will resort to this method. And the people that are still forced to continue their unwanted pregnancies and end in unwanted birth, the other reality is that the United States had extremely bad maternal health care. The maternal mortality is 1 in 5,000, which is 4 times as high as in Europe. And so we will also see women that are going to die while they are forced to carry their pregnancy to term because of the really bad maternity care that's being given.
So, Dr. Gompertz, can you talk about what your plans are for the future?
So there's different strategies that we have to follow. One is that women get access to abortion pills now, but you also have to look at the long-term strategy. And what we're developing now is we're working on making mifepristone, so the abortion pill, available as a once-a-week contraceptive and morning-after pill, so that you're blurring the line between anti-conception or contraception and what an abortion is. And this would be like really a method, a medicine that can be on demand, that women can use how they want on their own terms, either as a contraceptive or as a morning after pill. And why we think it's important is because this way you can make it available as a contraceptive, which will be much less regulated and possibly even over the counter in the future. And it's very important because it doesn't have the same side effects as the hormonal oral contraceptives that many women don't want to use anymore because of the side effects.
And why can you just use one of the 2 pills?
Because this one, the mifepristone, is working to postpone or to block ovulation, and it has an impact on the endometrium itself. So this pill alone, if you use it every week, but in a lower doses, which is 50 milligrams, then it prevents pregnancy from happening. It also prevents pregnancy from happening when it's used around sex, so as a morning after pill.
And why hasn't this been done before?
It's because it's not patented anymore, so the pharmaceutical companies are not interested in doing this research, and also because it has been registered as an abortion pill, so the pharmaceutical companies they are scared to invest in something that they think that might not be successful to register as a contraceptive. The medicine is also very effective against endometriosis and myoma, so it's a very potent, very important medicine for women's health. And so because the pharmaceutical companies are not interested, that's why we took it up, because it's like when we started telemedical abortion 20 years ago, when everybody said it won't succeed, it's not going to work. We really think this is going to be the future, to make this medicine available on all the different indications that exist.
The Dutch doctor Rebecca Gompertz, speaking to us from Amsterdam, founder of the groups Aid Access, Women on Waves, and Women on Web. That does it for our show. Tune into our July 4th special Monday for more on the overturning of Roe, and to hear James Earl Jones and Frederick Douglass read his speech, What to the Slave is Your Fourth.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And now it's just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then and bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up his third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that in hopes, like new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. I'll sit around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics. Or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves. Thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. That's why I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools in different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you've created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's almost a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow. or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. For life.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just, like, a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, a moment of like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I am asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know? All the things that bothered you so, they make me smile and go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. I've been inside me left to feel. Feel never wanted to show you. They won't haunt my dreams. The green twins different eyes. Thanks. In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, I was like 11th grade, I think. And I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive. And I mean, both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on. Because before that, I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible, and I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his Spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. That it's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. Like we just don't exist in Hogwarts.
There was that one Asian.
There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian girl. Shout out to the Asian girl. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working on like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you're a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar. Right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And you know, we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all. Because I don't, like I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a black person in America. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them. Right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who've had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Where are you taking us? Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means, the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Yeah, I know. Sad without her. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
Yeah, there wasn't really a plan. There was a flurry of text messages late last night. We didn't know if we should come in or not come in or whatever.
Yeah, some of us were like, let's not forget about the sexy bad bitch that was at the funeral yesterday saying that she's taking over the diner.
Mick, you know her? Yeah, Louisa. She went to college with Inga in the early 2000s, and I had a fling with her about 10 years ago. It was a summer fling.
She's a bad bitch. Is she taking interns? I want to be her intern. I want her to be my new mother.
I mean, Mick, what are we doing? Should we start dismantling the diner? I mean, I'm trying to go through her stuff, but is that woman gonna take over?
No.
Can't we rent it from her and just run it like the four of us?
Am I one of the four?
I will handle it. I'll sort it all out.
We haven't found anything helpful yet, but we did find Inga's memoirs.
Definitely a first draft, though. It's not good.
Scandal.
But I'll read it. The year was 1989, and I was making my way through the islands of Greece. When I say making my way, I mean I was sleeping my way through. Then she crosses this part out, but you know I'm gonna read it. I was sampling the grape leaves, the color cathode, this...
Yeah, nailed it.
Never mind.
Don't hurt yourself.
And lots and lots of pussy.
Pussy!
I've never heard her say the word pussy.
I would love to hear her say the word pussy right now.
Me too.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Hey, how's your cornea?
Still scratched.
How long does a cornea stay scratched?
Just scratch like that. We scratched for a long time.
Don't listen to them. I actually like this whole pirate look that you're doing. I feel like you could lean even more into it. Maybe just get like a little pipe, whatever you want to do, like a ruffled collar. Live your life.
Thank you. But it's not a look that I'm doing. I need it because my cornea is still scratched.
Okay.
Hey, last night was fun.
What? Why are you saying it like that?
Like what? What did you guys get into? I mean, I can't really see you two going at it.
Nope.
Nothing. Doesn't sound like nothing. Well, it was something. Mick took me for a ride on a motorbike.
A motorbike?
I want to go. So fun and so PG-13. I love it.
And very 1980.
It was.
It was like we were two hot Italian butchies out on the town. Anyway, what's a guy got to do to get a cup of coffee around here, huh?
Order it.
Like every other time. May I have a cup of coffee, pretty please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't order any food. Hook's been too sad to make anything that doesn't taste like tears.
So.
Okay, who's gonna take the lead on the financials?
I'm already taking the lead on Inga's memoirs. I cannot possibly handle anymore.
I can do it. I majored in mathematics at the community college.
Mathematics?
Yeah, that's the long version of the word math.
Oh my God, she's here.
Okay. Nobody panic. I have a plan.
What is it?
I'm gonna play it smooth. Hi, Louisa.
That wasn't smooth.
Hi, Rick.
I need to talk to you in private.
Better.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Yes, in this storage room.
The storage room's locked, remember?
Shit. Everybody out.
Out!
I'll freeze my balls off.
Going outside.
It's out there. I am too pretty to be cold.
Okay, everybody get in the kitchen.
I haven't seen the new location.
Well, this is it.
She certainly loved Kit.
What does that mean?
I mean, she loved stuff. She was a collector, a little bit of a hoarder.
Okay, what? You're calling her a hoarder? Yeah, she liked stuff. She liked nice stuff. She liked shitty stuff. She even collected packaging.
Yeah, that's the definition of a hoarder.
Yeah. All right, I guess you're right.
By the light of the moon, I tied her to the bedpost and then I dripped hot wax all the way down her leg. Okay, wow, I can't read any more of that. That shit is making me horny. Whew, damn.
Hi.
Hi.
It's kind of weird being here. You and me. Little familiar.
Yeah.
It was quite a summer.
Yeah, it was.
I can't believe it was a decade ago. How is that possible? How is she gone?
Yeah. Look, I feel like I was trying to start a fight just now. I'm sorry. I know you're hurting too. I mean, it's just that you've engaged a lawyer already.
I didn't have a choice. I don't live here. I needed help handling this place.
Okay. We're gonna talk business? Hold on.
You're actually the one who brought up the lawyer, but
I'm gonna get comfortable if we're gonna be talking business.
I think I gotta get.
It's a lot of buttons.
I can see that. Are you trying to seduce me or?
No.
Okay. Comfortable?
Yeah.
Great.
Are you?
What's going on?
Nick took her shirt off.
What?
Yeah, she's wearing a white tank top like she's Fredo from The Godfather.
Ooh, that sounds like a real power move. And she says she's never seen The Godfather.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sell the place or what? You have to tell me what you're gonna do with the place, honestly.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna sell the building.
What gives you the right?
I own it. Inga was renting it from me.
This place is important to an entire community.
I'm sure there are other lesbian hangouts.
Not really. I mean, there's a Chinese restaurant, but it's small. It's a to-go spot. You can meet a friend there if it's cold or something and get your food to go, or you can, you know, go there on a date and pick up some hot and sour soup to go, but there's no, you know, you can't really hang out. It's like, it's not
I get
eating,
that
it's
it's
a
to go.
Right.
What's happening?
Mick is talking a lot.
She seems nervous.
What's the bad bitch doing?
She looks
sexy, right?
She really does. You know, I've never been allowed in the kitchen before, and I just gotta say, I'm having a blast being back here with you guys.
This is my second home. No. You know what? It's my first home. That place where I pay rent, where I sleep, it's technically my apartment. That's my second home. I can't let go of this place. You know, my dad died. He kept these water bottles. You know, if the apocalypse hit, or if there's a blackout or something. And you know, I've held on to the bottles. You know, I'd shuttle them from place to place whenever I got an apartment. And recently, one of the bottles sprung a leak. It's a water bottle, and there's water everywhere. So now I'm down a bottle. I have 4 bottles. And, you know, things go away, and people die, and I'm not okay with that.
Can you smell that? What is it? Frankincense? No. Myrrh?
I'm getting burning flesh.
Lucille, that is a bit dramatic.
That's what it smells like.
Oh my God. Why don't you go and talk to the nuns?
Because I don't know what they're doing here. Come with me, come with me.
I'm not coming with you. I have to go and meet this immigrant. You go, you'll be fine. Go, you'll be fine. I'll meet you after. Go with God, my child.
Is this making any sense? Are you hearing me? I don't... Are you trying to seduce me?
No, I'm not.
Kind of looks like it. I don't mean to. Oh dear. What? Is there something I can do?
I'm having trouble breathing. I'm like sweating and I feel disgusting.
All right, I'm sorry.
Don't give me that look. I'm stressed.
I don't know what to
I can't keep this place.
I'm sorry.
I'm not here. I don't live here. And my best friend for the last 30 years is gone. And I'm a little stressed out because I need to close this chapter in my life. Just give me some space, okay?
You need to breathe.
Oh, fuck you. I hate it when people tell me I have to breathe. It's the worst thing you can tell someone who's having a panic attack, because clearly I can't breathe, and my breathing just becomes more shallow when you tell me to breathe. And it's like saying relax. I can't relax right now. I can't.
Don't breathe. Okay. Over here. You know what I like to do when I'm having a panic attack? I think about sex. Think about sex. No? Okay. How about this? You said please, so I'm gonna. Do you remember this?
Wait, there's been a strange turn.
Mika's dancing? Dancing?
Was that her plan?
What kind of dancing?
Like...
Oy vey. That's her interpretation of sexy dancing?
I know you like this. Still got that panic attack? What? You don't? It's gone? Bam!
Cocaine?
Baking soda.
What a crazy maniac she was.
She believed in its healing powers.
I know.
I'm still shorter than you.
We're doing this.
But it's still hot.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm really dizzy. You have to hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. You can do slow.
You're never gonna believe this. Now they're dancing together.
I gotta see this with my own one eye. Get it? Because I only have one good eye.
I feel like Inga would be happy if she saw this. Maybe. Or really angry.
Just laughing.
Well, this took a turn.
One could say this took a turn. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hello. Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Nora.
Hi, Jamal.
Hi. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I heard you were here. I just said I'd say hi and show some support or whatever.
Yeah.
I got snacks.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Like I should genuflect.
No, that's no one's here.
I was like, I bet they're feeding that poor man gruel.
Yeah. It's been mostly gruel and spinach. Oh, M&Ms.
I tend to eat treats when I'm stressed.
Mm-hmm.
You must be stressed.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
So enjoy the sugar. Truthfully, I eat treats even when I'm not stressed. I had half of those peanut M&Ms.
In the bag?
Yeah.
You've already had
missing.
some.
Some are missing, yeah.
Some are missing. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Must have been a long trip.
It was 15 minutes. Sorry.
That's cool.
But and it's just you and you have your little roommate.
Oh, he's very nice.
I heard he's a real mama's boy. So how long have you been here in the church?
17 weeks.
Wow. You sound so American.
Yeah. Well, I've been here since I was 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for 9 years now. Wow, I just realized that.
Wait, how old are you?
22.
I did not think you were that young.
Really?
Yeah.
This whole situation has aged me.
No, I didn't mean that you look wrecked or old or anything. You actually have beautiful skin. Jamal.
Thank you. Thanks.
Beautiful.
Thanks so much.
You're glowing.
Okay. Thanks.
And then what do you do all the time?
Well, I mean, it's actually quite active here in the church. I do yoga.
Do you?
A few times a week. I've learned to crochet. Yeah. Which is something I never thought I would do, but here we are.
Turning into a nun.
I am. I am now the sister from Syria, I think.
What's the most difficult thing that you didn't expect being in here?
Never leaving. It feels impossibly suffocating to be stuck inside.
Do you feel frightened? Do you feel scared? Maybe the ice will come in or something?
No. ICE, no. Because it's a sanctuary church, so I'm not afraid they'll come inside, but I cannot leave.
Right.
Because they could be outside. They aren't in plain sight. They haven't been yet, at least, but they could be out there, just out of view, waiting for me to come out, so.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But you obviously want to go outside.
Of course I do. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's, it feels almost like I can't breathe in here.
Okay.
You know, not fully. Like I can't ever take a full breath. I would like to breathe the air outside, even just for 5 minutes. It's something you take for granted when you're free. You know, you can just go down to the corner store and it's normal. No one's...
Excuse me. Oh, hi. My name's Lucille. I'm with the Brooklyn Seagull. I was hoping to interview you about being a sanctuary church for the paper, if that's okay.
Oh, that is so cool. She wants to do an interview with us for her school paper.
Oh, no, it's actually not a school paper. It's a paper. We write articles with clickbaity headlines, I guess, like find out why Hollywood won't work with The Rock, even though obviously Hollywood loves The Rock, so that's a bad example.
Who's The Rock?
Oh, he is an actor who used to be a wrestler, you know, like John Cena. No, Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know why I'm only thinking of actors who used to be wrestlers.
We love Andre the Giant.
Oh, who doesn't? Anybody want a peanut? That's very cute.
Yes, that is one of our favorite movies.
Amazing. So is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, sure.
I'll keep it very short. So you're a sanctuary church and you're currently housing an immigrant, Jamal Amari, and I'm wondering how that makes you feel. Are you feeling hopeless at the moment?
Oh, well, can I speak candidly?
Of course.
I mean, on the one hand, we are very happy to be of service, right? But the fact that someone, a human, is being forced to take sanctuary in our church, I mean, that's fucked up, right? And our country, it's separating families, treating them like animals, worse than animals, really. I mean, come on, that's fucked up. And the pain that's being caused because of it, it's gonna ripple out. It's gonna infect our entire society for generations to come. So yeah, it is easy to feel hopeless, but we keep the faith. Yeah? We believe in the ultimate kindness of humans. Yeah, that's what keeps us going. Hope in humanity.
Said it, sister.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, this is no longer a sexy memoir. It's just a food diary. No, we had lemons in Sicily. Okay. We had a lobster over the bay in Cape Cod. Big deal. Nobody cares. I had a fancy seltzer on Arthur Avenue. Now it's just a list. It's not even a diary.
Wait, what is this? What is this?
It's a contract between Louisa and Inga. And it says in the event of death, Louisa has to wait 180 days before she can sell the building.
180 days?
She can't sell it yet.
What's 180 days?
Well, there's 7 days in a week, about 28 to 31 days in a month. How many in a fortnight?
Well, it doesn't say anything about a fortnight, but this is great.
We have to tell Mick.
Oh my God, I did it.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Read this.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This buys us 180 days.
Yeah.
How long is that?
Nobody knows, but we'll figure it out.
All right!
Yeah.
Woo!
I know. Nora's calling me.
Congrats.
You want a medal? Well, what do I do? She never calls me.
You pick up the phone, you put it to your ear, and you say, Jack speaking.
Jack speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they'll love to help. I told you, they're really cool. Okay. All right, I'll get cracking. Well, folks, old Jackie's been called into the fray. Time to lace up my boots and get in the fight. Coach is putting me in. By the way, guys, I gotta tell you something about the eye patch. It's just a costume. It's part of my initiation for the secret society.
No kidding.
You had us fooled.
You mean you don't have a scratched cornea?
Thank God, right? Those are dangerous. All right, I gotta text the gang and tell them we're needed.
Oh, I totally forgot about this. Buys us some time. 180 days.
Yeah.
I gotta get my baton, too. Oh, I think I left it at home.
You gonna be okay? Holding on to the place?
I'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
So you'll tell your lawyer to hold off for 180 days. However long that is.
6 months.
Oh. Smart girl. I gotta go tell them.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When Just dream. Just dream.
From Bric in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom. If you're joining us for the first time, the Doom part of the show is the usual suspects: racism, sexism, homophobia, systemic inequality, climate change, all the fun stuff. The Glitter? Each week I'll be talking to artists or cultural creators who are fighting back through their work, and we'll be taking a few detours along the way. Late last year, you couldn't turn on the news without hearing about the caravan, the name the media used to describe the roughly 4,000 men, women, and children moving in groups big and small from Central America across Mexico to the U.S. border. Caravan. While a traditional reading of the word might evoke caftaned merchants traveling together on camelback through hostile deserts, a more contemporary usage brings to mind a joyous carnival or a lovable but unwashed group of friends heading to the Glastonbury Festival. In either case, the word describes a mass, a collective noun, a hashtag squad. Calling these roughly 4,000 people simply the caravan made it harder for us to view them as individual humans with individual human reasons for undertaking a dangerous journey. Which is why the film Midnight Traveler is so urgent. It follows a family of refugees, not from Central America, but from Afghanistan, as they make the harrowing trek to the EU, seeking asylum. What sets this documentary apart is that the director of the film is also its protagonist. It personalizes the issue of migration in a way that is all too unusual today. We, of course, wanted to have the director of the film, Hassan Fazeli, on the show, but unfortunately, he is not free to travel to the United States. But we were pleased to welcome two members of the film's creative team, Emily Madavian and Sue Kim. Well, I wanted to thank you guys for joining me today. Emily Madavian, Sue Kim, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So you have a film called Midnight Traveler that is out in theaters now. You were both producers on it, and Emily, you also wrote and edited it. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit broad strokes about the film.
So the film is about an Afghan family, Hassan Fazeli, who's a filmmaker, his wife Fatima, who's also a filmmaker, and their two daughters. And they find themselves in the position of having to travel the migrant smuggling route to Europe when the Taliban puts a price on his head.
So the film opens with a family in Tajikistan. Why do they find themselves there?
So Hassan, like I said, was a filmmaker. His wife was an actress on Afghan television. And they're living a really sort of middle-class, normal life in Kabul. And he was hired on a project where he made a documentary that profiled Taliban fighters who laid down arms. And it aired on Afghan national television. And after it aired, the Taliban assassinated the main subject of the film. And he was just extremely fortunate through a friend that he heard that he was also next on that hit list.
Why do they flee to Tajikistan, and what do they do once they're there?
Well, Tajikistan is a Persian-speaking country, so for a Dari-speaking Afghan, it's a common language, and it's a safe country relatively. Afghanistan is landlocked, so you have limited options, and from where they lived, and given the connections that they had, that was the best place to get to quickly and to get a visa to enter quickly.
Sue, I want to ask you, how did you become involved in this project?
I saw the material, and what really drew me to it was the fact that it was from this perspective of the people who are actually going through the journey. Most of these kind of images are from outsiders, and while still valid, but they're from a very journalistic point of view, or from people who are not going through the experience. So this sort of being so personal was deeply affecting. You could really relate to the family and what they're going through and their little girls, and you wonder yourself, what would I do if I was in this situation and this really horrible thing happened to me? And it's a great way to open up a dialogue about this issue of migration.
You do feel a real intimacy with the family because it's shot first person and because you are in small enclosed spaces with them so often. It is entirely unlike any other film that I've seen that has a more journalistic or third person lens on it. The film is shot on cell phone. Tell me a little bit about that process. What was he using? And why did Hassan decide that he wanted to do this while his family was fleeing?
Well, so it was shot on 3 cell phones because he and his wife and his older daughter were all filming. So it's actually multi-perspectival. It's the whole family filming together and filming each other. And the cell phones were really just a necessity of the situation that they were in. There wasn't, any way that they could have done it with professional cameras. And the reason for doing it was really because that's who they were. They're filmmakers. They wanted to document what was happening to them, in their life, and they felt that this was something meaningful that they could do to transform their own situation when nothing else in their life was under their control.
Was there an end goal in mind? Were they thinking, at the end, we're going to have a feature film that we're going to submit to Sundance? Or was it just more, we're going to document this as we go along for posterity?
Initially, it was really just about documenting it for whatever it would turn out to be. And when I talked to them about it, we knew that we were maybe trying to make something. Would it be a short film? Would it be a sort of episodic piece? We didn't know how large the story would turn out to be. But it became clear relatively quickly that it was, large enough to sustain a feature film.
And so at what point did you come into the mix, and how did you connect with the filmmakers?
So I wrote my dissertation on Tajikistan and filmmaking during and after the Tajik Civil War, and I had made a film in Tajikistan, so I connected with them through that community, and I came on board from the beginning.
And do you speak Dari?
Yeah. As I'm a Persian speaker, so we did all that work in Persian.
And so you met them when they were in Tajikistan applying for asylum to other countries. They were rejected. Do we know why?
Yeah, mostly. I mean, it's a complicated system where a refugee and an asylum seeker are not the same thing. A migrant is a third category. And it's possible to kind of fall between the cracks of those systems, basically. Tajikistan is a country that had passed a bunch of anti-refugee laws that limited the ability of international organizations or other countries to provide support or aid to people from within Tajikistan. So basically, it was just a really unfortunate circumstance that caught up a lot of people who were seeking some kind of asylum or refugee support from inside the country.
So even if you had a valid claim like the Fazalis did, if you were applying from within Tajikistan, because of bureaucracy, your application was unlikely to be accepted?
It was, there was various extreme limitations that were placed on what kind of support you could receive. So they did have the identical case at the beginning of the film that they have at the end of the film. And you see that from one physical location, that meant that they couldn't receive protection, and from another, they could, and the interim was this extremely traumatic journey.
So they were aware that if they wanted to increase their chances of being accepted as asylum seekers, that they would physically have to go to the EU.
Yeah.
Where do they go from Tajikistan?
Back to Afghanistan, then to Iran, and then to Turkey. From Turkey to Bulgaria, from Bulgaria to Serbia, Serbia to Hungary, and currently they're in Germany.
And this is over the course of how many years?
Basically 2 years from when they left Tajikistan to Germany.
I mean, the part that is really shocking as a viewer is that you see the passage of time through the girls, particularly Zara, the younger, who starts out basically as a baby and by the end is like, 4 or 5? It's just a real physical manifestation of how long their journey takes and how much waiting there is involved too. The longest chunk is when they're in a refugee camp in Serbia.
Yes.
Is that right? What are they waiting for?
So in Serbia, they were waiting for their names to come up on a list that would allow them to go to Hungary and put in an application to the Hungarian government. And there's a lot of people on that list. and some of the people end up leaving the list and trying smuggling routes through other countries. But the legal route is to wait for your name to come up. And in that case, it was 14 months.
And why was Hungary the end goal in that case?
Well, Hungary is the edge of the Schengen zone of the EU. So in Serbia, they're not inside the EU, and in Hungary, they are.
Mm-hmm. So you knew of Hassan's idea about making a film from this voyage before he set off.
Mm-hmm.
How did you guys work together? How did you stay in touch while he was sleeping in the forests of Turkey trying to cross the border? And how did he get footage to you?
Mobile phones are remarkable. They have reception all over, so we were in touch through the mobile phones. The footage, I just arranged people to meet them and copy the footage off of their media cards onto hard drives and mail the hard drives to me so that I could keep the footage safe while they were traveling.
It's so confounding to me that you're able to move the information, the actual footage, the cuts back and forth so freely that you were able to have people meet him in countries and bring the footage or upload the footage. And meanwhile, you're watching this incredibly arduous physical journey that people are making and these borders that are not porous. Knowing the process behind that is actually, it's just in such stark contrast, I think, to the film that you see.
Right. That the footage is able to go places that they're not. Right.
Right. Right. Yeah. Sue, how did you have a sense of how you would know when you were done? I mean, this took 3 years, right, from the beginning of the story. And it ends, we should say, with their asylum claim being accepted. But were there points along the way where you're like, this could go on forever, we should just end the story now?
There was some degree of urgency in getting the story completed and having the film released as soon as possible. And when the funding was in, that was possible. So we had there was a lot of time in Serbia. And so I think that kind of we were getting to a place where, well, we'll see where we are at the end of the editing process. And I guess it takes you don't know what's going to happen, but towards the end of our edit, they were in Hungary.
When we saw that footage, it was like, this is Europe, this is the ending of the film. It felt like a very clear stopping place. Because, of course, the refugee story or the asylum seeker story or the migrant story goes on for years. You could, if you wanted to follow something to its conclusion, you could still be filming this story.
Sure.
Because these are stories that have long, long end lives.
The film premiered at Sundance. Was the family able to come to the premiere?
No, they were not able to come to the premiere. At that time, they still don't have passports, so travel is difficult. And I think, with the pending, case, with an open case, it's really difficult to travel.
With the fact that Hassan and his family can't travel, weren't able to be at Sundance, how do you guys think about being the spokespeople for this film? Do you feel certain responsibilities knowing that you have to speak for him in many cases?
Well, that's awkward, I think, because part of what the film is trying to do is allow the family to speak for themselves. So part of what we have to do is try to let the film do its own work and then frame what the film does for people or answer their questions about how it was done. And but we don't want to be speaking for the families, so it's a little bit strange because it puts us in a position that is exactly what the film itself is trying to avoid doing.
What do you hope that American audiences take away from watching this film? It must have been surreal. I mean, right, this premiered when the caravan was happening. We have a parallel situation here in the U.S. What do you hope that Americans are thinking about when they watch Midnight Traveler?
Well, I think Sue and I, we feel like there's this very heightened rhetoric, and like Sue said, so much of what we get is from either a journalistic lens or from this very polarized, lens of either very pro or very anti refugees and immigrants. And we're hoping that the film is a film that kind of creates a space to set that aside and be with this family over this long journey and really feel firsthand for yourself what this is like and be able to ask yourself what you would do in this circumstance. And then maybe afterwards, there's a conversation that you can have with your family or within your community about these wider issues that the film is framed within, but that for that 87 minutes, you're with this one family on their journey.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's the goal, is that the film can really open up a way to talk about these issues. And one of the, I think, things is that in America, it's not taking place in America. So it gives it sort of this like way of someone being outside it to look at it.
I'm curious about if it has changed the way you think about borders at all, working on this film.
I think it's a yes and no question. It's really, I don't think you can just like flat out and say like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna like move to New York City. I'm from wherever you may be from. I think there needs to be some way of regulating something, but I do think that what the real issue is that I think there's no protection for people who are in these very difficult situations, and that's really the issue.
Yeah, I mean, in their case, what we see is, I think a lot of the conversation is around should there be borders or should there not be borders. And when I'm talking about like creating space for another conversation, it's in part to get around that, because here you have a family that gets a visa to legally go to Tajikistan and then does everything they can, puts in 50 applications to all these different places with a totally valid asylum claim saying, please someone help us, and finds themselves forced onto a migrant route. Forced to put their kids through this terrible trauma, in the hands of smugglers who are pretty unscrupulous, and some pretty terrible things happen to them. I think we see how broken that bureaucratic system is and how much trauma the system itself is inflicting on people who were trying to use the system in a legal way. So aside from borders or not borders, I mean, we see that at some kind of human level, the system is just really damaging the people that are trying to access basic safety.
You see the family in some of these incredibly vulnerable positions, and I'm thinking of the scene where a smuggler comes and says that unless they give him more money, he's going to kidnap their daughters. Or even when they reach, relative safety in Bulgaria, and there are nationalist gangs and they are subjected to violence, and one of the girls almost gets hit. Those moments are contrasted with clips that feel like home videos. How did you, as an editor, how did you strike that balance between those moments of levity and actually needing to show the actual seriousness on the ground?
Well, that was really about looking at what the footage was and trying to work with what the footage was, and recognizing that what the family was documenting was a harrowing journey, but it was also their story, and part of their story was that their kids were growing up, and they are people who have a sense of humor, and they are people who wanted to still have joy in their lives. And so it wouldn't have been true to their story to create a film about people who were just constant victims for 3 years. It was much more true to who they were and to what the story was, to include this lightness and to show that they were doing everything they could to maintain a sense of agency, to maintain a sense of humanity and normalcy in the midst of that awful system that they were caught in.
What was really beautiful was to see these two little girls growing up, in this like very terrible situation. And I think Nagis is a very special young lady, and I just loved the way she played. And one of the times when we're first introduced to her, she's in Turkey and the water is coming up, and she says the water is angry. And she's just so delighted by the fact that this water is like hitting her feet. And I feel like in an essence, like this is what this film is about, is like seeing that and like seeing, how she's growing up.
It's such a beautiful scene and so poignant too, because if you took that scene out of context, that would just be another home video, somebody's post on Instagram, an 8-year-old child visiting the sea for the first time, perhaps. But viewed within the context of the rest of the film, it's so heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about the sound design and the score of the film.
It was a challenging thing to do because cell phone sound sounds like cell phone sound, and it's really hard to work with. And so that's where like the music, the composition came in really to kind of heighten that sense of like place and also of experience. And our composer Gretchen Jude she was very deliberate and very, she had a method for sort of the sound dealing with the music. And you had said that she had listened to all the cars that they were in, and she pulled chords from that, and that is like the basis of our score. Yeah. And that
pulled chords from
the cars,
the sounds of the cars, or music that's on in the cars.
No, the sound.
Engine, she pitched the engines of each of the cars that they rode in, and she used those pitches to build a chord that's at the basis of the film score.
Emily, do you have a favorite scene?
My favorite scene is when Fatima and Hassan have an on-camera fight, because it's a wonderful moment where it begins as a normal marital fight, and it seems like it's really just about appropriate behavior towards other women versus jealousy. Those are, kind of their two positions. And then it evolves into a conversation about the role of the artist in documenting life, and what are the boundaries of art and what are the boundaries of life. And it's a moment where his wife seems to see before he does some of the ethical challenges that are laying ahead in the road. And I also happen to know that's her favorite scene in the film. That's what she's told me.
I love that scene too, because he compliments a woman's appearance, a young woman's appearance. Mm-hmm. And in my head, when I was watching that, I was like, he shouldn't say that. Mm-hmm. And then his wife goes, you shouldn't say that.
Exactly.
That's a theme that emerges very strongly throughout the film, is sort of this line between artist, observer, and active participant, father, filmmaker. Right. Talk to me a little bit about that conflict that comes up for Hassan.
That's a common problem in journalism. It's a common problem in autobiographical filmmaking. But for him, at the beginning, film was this great opportunity to document what was going on. It was almost this, he had, I think, almost a utopian relationship to film. And his wife was much more pragmatic, much more focused on making sure that film didn't get in the way of taking care of their family and their safety. And it took him a little longer to have that crisis hit. And when it does hit, it hits him really hard.
Well, Sue, Emily, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for tuning in. This was only the second episode of Glitter and Doom. So if you liked what you heard, it would really help us if you would subscribe, if you would like the show wherever you get your podcasts, if you would tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your mom, tell your enemy's mom, whatever. We appreciate it all. Thanks so much.
She dresses in her sea blues and chain smokes. When it's late, she throw on a more dark hue. It started in gold. With her smile, she'll frustrate your precepts. She is a fighter. These days she smokes even with the fever. She don't mind the fire. And she don't carry her weight no more. Does anyone have a lighter? Yes, yes. majestic little baby. I'm doubting it all. Wouldn't change to save even my old lady, though she is on fire. I shield my eyes from all of her illness. She's not in full form, no. But at night she dresses in her finest. She needs fashion dire, dire. Oh, 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 oh,
मिट जाए हम बोलो सुबह शाम Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram. That's how it goes. My first memory of hearing Bollywood music was a movie called Grandmother Always Knows Best, which is a Telugu movie that I have not been able to find. And there's a flying car in it, and there's this song about the supercar that I remember. It's like supercar, supercar, supercar. So that was the first Bollywood movie I remember. My dad is Indian, which is how I was first exposed to Bollywood and to Indian music. I asked him what some of his favorite Bollywood songs were, and he pointed me more towards the 60s, 70s, Asha Bhosle and Lata Mangeshkar, and that's the stuff that I find that I actually gravitate towards more. I definitely have a preference for the older Bollywood movies and songs. I went to India with my dad when I was 19, and I hadn't seen my grandfather since I was a small kid, and he gave me a sitar because he wanted me to learn about Indian classical music in addition to Western classical music. So I studied sitar for about 8 years. I started looking for ways to incorporate both of them into what I was doing. I performed with Philip Glass at Carnegie Hall. I did Einstein on the Beach there. I toured with the Worcester Group doing a Baroque opera on and off for a few years. I've done the last 2 Anthony Braxton operas. So I fell into opera, but I still was interested in the Bollywood connection. So this is sort of bringing them all together.
I probably first came into contact with anything Bollywood just simply by hearing something on the radio, and I'm pretty sure it was Asha Bhosle. And I haven't really seen that many of the movies, to be honest. You know, I've seen clips of Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, which is that one. That's the movie that's about American hippies coming into India in 1968, 69 after George Harrison's sitar playing and Ravi Shankar coming to the U.S. So they were just looking for pot, essentially.
I didn't really sing any Bollywood songs until Bombay Ricky because I didn't study classical Indian singing. I studied sitar, which is very, very different. I went to Jeff and we had all of these other interests in common, including Bollywood, and I thought, okay, well, maybe we should do a Bollywood song. So I made an arrangement of Dam Maro Dam, which is the famous Asha Bhosle song from the R.D. Burman film Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Dam Maro Dam, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Duniya ne humko kiya kya, duniya se humne liya kya, hum sab ki parwah kare kya.
I love the traditional songwriting in Bollywood films. I think they're just absolutely astounding in terms of form, in terms of just instrumentation and orchestration. And some of the movies are pretty good too.
Essentially, we make film music for films that don't exist. And sometimes that's vague and sometimes that isn't. Kamala has a piece, Bombay 5-0, which she imagined as a film that doesn't exist that stars Amitabh Bachchan, and it is kind of like a cops 5-0 kind of movie.
From the beginning, we knew that we wanted to write our own songs, even though the original idea was this cover project. The inspiration of Bollywood is that R.D. Burman, for example, is trying to modernize the way that Bollywood sounded by borrowing from Latin jazz. So he puts a lot of Latin rhythm into his music. We were looking to do something similar, which was to sort of take this music that had been created as a response to Western culture, but then what would it look like if people who were raised in Western culture made music that was inspired by that music? So it becomes a sort of a multi-layered thing.
I have a piece called Pondicherry Surf Goddess. Which I'm not even sure that can even exist in real life, somebody surfing off the shore of Pondicherry who's a goddess, so what could she be wearing, Is that even allowed over there? Well, an imaginary movie is endlessly editable. So yeah, if you need to change direction, no problem. It's not going to cost you any more money, or, people are not going to get mad at you, It's a good way to start a piece of music, actually.
Bombay Ricky is really centered around this idea of the globalism of the 60s and 70s.
Bollywood was early world music.
Bombay Ricky is a band that I think one of the things that we're after is playing music that is very full of life. And I think that's pretty important today, for sure. Today meaning these days,
Midget Squadron Yacht Club, it's wonderful. We're all equal partners in the place.
The name of it is Midget Squadron because most of the boats that were here were little small boats. Across the street, they were always a wealthier type club. These were working people that were here, and they only had their little boats. So they put a name on it, Midget Squadron, and it stuck. It started because of the small boats, and we grew, and that's what we got today.
I would say we're in the Canarsie Riviera. For me, this is as good as it gets.
I was born here, yeah. Canarsie was open fields. As a kid, it was a beautiful place.
I was here when the neighborhood was a wilderness. The original builder who built the neighborhood up was spot building. You know, we were like Huckleberry Finn. I was always on and in the water.
The fields became houses, and the population grew. It's an interracial neighborhood. You've got everything here. I've been a member here for 40 years. The club is in existence for approximately 110 years. It's a great club because we allow everybody. There's no point where you can't come into this club. There's no restrictions. Not only that do we have boating members, we have what's called social members. In other words, if you don't have a boat, you can still belong to this club.
We come barbecue, we have access to the place 24/7. And anytime you want to have a party, we have the catering hall. We do a lot of fishing, a lot of partying, a lot of barbecuing. It's all good.
It's different than a marina. Here you can socialize. You got your boat out there, you got all the members, you got your friends. You're allowed to bring your friends as guests to the club and enjoy the place.
We don't have to go anywhere. We have everything here. The little kept secret in Brooklyn.
The favorite part about Midget Squadron is the camaraderie. You get to meet people, you make new friends.
Very nice people. It's more like family oriented. They want you to bring your family, not just you. Bring your family too.
There's 100 of us here. You get to know 100 people. It's like a family. You know, get some good ones, you get some bad ones. Good brothers, bad brothers. But in all, it's 100%. It's good.
It's a lot of people in one place. Of course, there's differences of opinions. At the end of the day, I consider everybody, even if I argue with them, I consider them my family.
It's more family oriented. It's mostly on integrity and honesty. And everybody has to help each other. You take an oath to help your boatmate.
Any organization has to have good leadership, and they got to get along with all the members. You know, there's characters in any organization. The membership has the opportunity to elect a new Commodore.
I'm the current Commodore of the club, and to draw a parallel for anybody who doesn't understand, it's like being the president of the corporation.
It's a hard job. You're dealing with a lot of personalities, and you do a lot of work.
This is a democracy. Actually, the forefathers who wrote our Constitution, we have a Constitution to the club. The forefathers who wrote this Constitution were, in my opinion, very sharp. And when I read it for the first time, I had a similar feeling as when I first read the Constitution of the United States. It was well thought out, well planned, and it made common sense from different directions at the same time. It's fun when it's good, and it's horrible when it's not. No one person can do anything. It takes a team. Anything that happens here happens because there's a team of people doing it.
I love it here. Best place in the world.
It's an oasis in Brooklyn. You know, you come through the gates, you're on vacation. It's an instant vacation.
Beautiful. Boats going back and forth, membership, talking to each other. It's a paradise.
It's beautiful. I don't want to go home. And call me, I want to stay here all day.
I'm here all the time. It's just nice.
We're a great mosaic of people at their best when they're having leisure time.
Once you open that gate and you come through the gate, it's a different world. It's beautiful.
I've been here for 40 years, and I hope I can stay here a little longer.
When I was a child, ladies and gentlemen, I was a dreamer. I read comic books, and I was the hero of the comic book. I saw movies, and I was the hero in the movie. So every dream that I ever dreamed has come true 100 times. I learned very early in life that Without a song, the day would never end. Without a song, a man ain't got a friend. Without a song, the road would never bend. Without a song. So I'll keep singing the song.
Come at a good time. Am I ready to sing? You get me in the mood for talking.
You want to sing or talk?
I was born in Brooklyn. I spent my entire life here in Brooklyn, and I can tell you now I will die in Brooklyn. My name is Steve Campanella, and I own this house. It's called Steve's Playland in the heart of Bensonhurst. People come by all the time. It brings back memories for them. If they have little kids, they like the kids to look at the statues. Everybody seems to be pleased with it. I've had no bad reviews as far as I'm concerned. Originally, I didn't set out to do this. This is something that happened. It just blossomed. I started getting into these statues of Hollywood personalities. I started with one, and I put it outside, and then I decided I need another. And then once I got that one, I decided I need another one. Altogether, if you go throughout the house, up and down, there's 32 statues in this house, all of which I grew up with as a kid.
We got Betty Boop over here, Marilyn Monroe with her dress going up. We have Elvis, of course. You gotta have Elvis. And my few pets that I have here, in case I have intruders. And of course, Humphrey Bogart, James Dean, the guy who works at the local gas station. His name is Hans.
Why Hans?
Well, he just looks like a German guy, doesn't he? Look at him. Look at the guy.
Looks angry.
Yeah, exactly.
In 1978, I bought my first Corvette, and before you knew it, I got a second Corvette because my first Corvette was in the shop being worked on, and then eventually that one went into the shop, and then I started collecting 50s and 60s cars. So altogether, I had about 12 cars at one point in time. It was insanity. I would have a garage in Sunset Park. I would have a garage in Sheepshead Bay. I would have a garage in Bay Ridge. It's ridiculous to keep paying that amount of money. So I started looking for a place to keep all my stuff in one spot.
Here's some of the toys that are in the garage. This is a Prowler. That's a pink 59 Caddy. But I forget it's there sometimes. He scares me sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm actually like terrified of spiders.
That was good. That was worth the whole thing today, as far as I'm concerned. If you look behind you, to your left, to your right, whether you go up or whether you go down, it doesn't matter. There's stuff all over the place. You behaving yourself over here? Huh? You awake? Clear the area. Clear the area. Stop. Be good. Oh. How about cats? Are you afraid of cats? I used to set this thing outside, and as people go by, I would talk to them. Look at his lips. His lips move. Where you going, fella? Yeah, it's me. It's me. Talk to me. Where you going? Hey, little girl, come on over and talk to me a little bit. Used to have a ball with this thing.
How does your wife feel about all the artifacts and things you have in your house?
Well, I had to hide all these sharp instruments in the house so she couldn't grab them and slit my throat in the middle of the night. How's that for an answer?
I can't stand him. Come on, say goodbye to me.
Oh, goodbye, honey. You have a lovely time, you and all your
And he will
girlfriends.
not, see, look at this. Even when we are dancing, he'll turn around and be sitting, and I'll be dancing around him, you know.
Come sit here.
You should be very happy that I have allowed you to have this house with all these freaking statues.
Yes, I understand. You're the queen.
And I have to leave because my girlfriend is there and I'm going to a brunch. Have a good time, guys. Make us look good. Love you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Phil.
Thank you.
Eva, if you need me, holler. Eva, did you hear me? If you need me, holler.
I'll holler and you will come.
And I'll be there. My wife. I try to keep her out as much as I can, but she insists on coming in every once in a while. Most of the time, I'll sit down, I'll do something, I'll put on my music, whatever mood I happen to be in, and I'll just stay in here and chill out for a little while. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. These are some of my uniforms. Utility uniform, dress uniform, and winter uniform. I managed to hold on to them all these years.
And why do you think it's important to collect these things, or why do you like it so much?
I'm not saying it's important. It's just something that I enjoy. I grew up during the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and I have fond memories. I can walk into my garage now, go back in time, and look at one particular thing, and that one item will immediately bring up memories in my mind as to where I was and what was I doing. I try to be as social with total strangers who come to the house. They look in the garage, they see their past the same as I did. Young kids today who come in, they'll ask me questions like, what was that? Why did you collect that? What do you do with that? What is that thing? I've never seen anything like that before. It brings me closer to some of the people that come by here and look at the house and look at the garage. And it makes me feel good in a way.
Good morning. Yeah, I was hoping not to have to call you guys, but I have a street event here today. I got no parking signs from Detective Roman. Put them all up and down the block, and you see all these cars are still here.
You spoke to Roman?
Yeah, he's the one who gave me the no parking sign.
This is not enforceable.
They're not going to enforce it.
They're not going to, or they can't?
They don't want to. It's sci-fi, DC Comics. With sci-fi goes Ninja Turtles, Transformers, Star Wars, and Star Trek. Anything with those.
That's a lot, all first?
Yeah, that's the first hour. 3 to 4, you do the DC Comics, so that's Batman and Wonder Woman.
Crayons?
There's crayons. I do have crayons.
Who is Wonder Woman? What is that, Marvel or DC?
That's DC.
And Batman is?
DC.
What about the Justice League?
Oh, Justice League, that's DC too. I'm the only one of us three that's getting in costume. This is the stuff for the mask making. We need the volunteers to get here. The tables ain't gonna get here. The tables that are going in the street, they're not gonna get here till 11:30. You here to volunteer? You're not averse to wearing costumes, right?
Hopefully our generator will show up and we can get the popcorn machine ready and the lemonade making, and as more volunteers come in, we'll be able to assign them to certain duties.
Thanks. Yeah, you're here to volunteer? Yeah, you guys, yeah, let's work a little faster. Let's get all of those put up on this garden. Right now, you guys can share that tape. Excuse me, are you here to volunteer? What's your name? Raymond? All right. Would you be averse to being in costume?
Wonder Woman or Catwoman, go.
All right, here to volunteer.
Where you put the bouncy castle?
The cars, exactly. We're way over budget by now. You don't have no problem getting in costume, right?
Costume?
We're gonna set these tables up. It's gonna be funny. In front of all of these cars on this side of the street. Now they stuck in here with us.
I want to at least have the popcorn machine up by 1 o'clock.
Say that again?
I want to have the popcorn machine up and running by 1 o'clock to get warm.
Oh, this is actually bad. We have to actually unhook this. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, great. Oh, now cars want to move. Let him maneuver. Let him figure it out. All right, 12:19. Great.
Strong outside everything. It's not that mighty, so I'm thinking maybe just plug up the popcorn machine, get it warm, make it some popcorn, unplug it.
We're gonna use these to hold doing the tent.
Who's doing face painting?
Hey, would you like to do face painting? You don't need to know anything. They got stencils. Just going to do capes at the superhero table first, lightsabers at the sci-fi.
Cut the popcorn. It's not popping, and it's just taking too long, so the decision has to be made. Should we cut the bouncy house for a little bit? until, like, for a couple minutes and get the popcorn going.
Give it a shot.
5 more minutes, bang it out hard, and then we're gonna have to pull it to start the bouncy house. We'll push hard for the lemonade or iced tea sales.
Turn around, fool. Are you gonna put the helmet on already?
I beat it with an afro.
Oh, no, bro.
I gotta get in the costume. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna announce you. Who's here to see Deadpool? Everybody, right? So the bouncy house is open. Go ahead and take part in that. We got popcorn for sale over here. Look, I brought some losers with me. These are from Star Trek. These are Spock. That's a stormtrooper. Wait, you didn't come to see me? You came to see those losers? Oh my God. Do you have batteries over here? Sorry. You came to see me! Go! Yeah, use the force! Use the force! Optimus Prime won! Yeah! What a bunch of losers!
Oh, that's cool.
We have a problem.
Oh, we really can't get this mask on him?
Nah, bro, the afro is too big.
You really have to be the Flash?
Yes, it's meant to be. You see the shoes?
Yeah, hair's not making it meant to be, bro.
Okay. Okay, let's get your cape on.
In a few minutes, I'm gonna bring out some more new losers, including Batman. Oh, the bouncy house will be back.
I see Tinkerbell.
That's right. We have 2 Batmans. Where's your mask?
I don't know where it is.
All right, bro, take the costume off. Yeah, take pictures.
You got 2 Batmans? I don't know what's the difference. Let's take a picture with these superheroes, Marvel characters, DC characters.
I'll get one of them lightsabers.
You just have to go and line up, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The Joker is right there.
You got that one on.
All right, we good?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, Mario.
No problem.
Yeah, there you go.
I need adults who want to win baseball tickets to line up right here. I need the playground clear. Just yeah. First person to get to this stupid looking duck wins. On your mark. Hold on. Time out. Bro. Back up, please. Thank you. I don't want them getting hurt. Go! This guy won! All right, that really looks, all right.
One hop this time. 1. Right foot, 2 stumps. 1. Left foot, 2 stumps. 1. Slide to the left. Hey.
Hey, do your dance. Hey, go crazy. Hey, get free. Hey, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh man, the cleanup is gonna be great.
You say you got it, spinning around here. How ironic, don't you know you bring the nighttime and I bring the day. This is the way that we see ya. Truth brings you power, then it's ours. Think about it, don't you know that there's no you without me, without you, without me. Come on, you can't be my mood. I'm the sun and the light and the way to. There's no you if I stop coming around, so you can be my mood. You can't be my mood. I'm the sun and the light and the way to. There's no you if I stop coming around, so you can be my mood. Phase into my life, it's a cycle we've been waiting for, and now it's our time.
What drives me today, I think it has something to do with my habit now. I'm thinking about new things, about what I read and what's going on in society, because that has been really important in my whole life. It's how society had treated me, how it had treated people, and always thinking how we can make that thing better. How can I put it into my work? My name is Frederick Rodriguez. I became a full-time artist in 1970. I came here for political reasons, in pursuit of freedom, because it was very dangerous at the time that I left. The military, the police, the army, everybody go out shooting us. Eventually, they told my mother, you gotta get out of the country because you're gonna get killed. I wanted to integrate into the society here. I wanted to learn from it. I want to be part of it. I moved to Greenwich Village. I was in the West Village of McDougall Street in the early 60s and mid-60s. And it was great because I met a lot of artists. I met poets. I met musicians. I started going to FIT, studied textile design and painting at the same time. I also took painting classes at the new school. It helped me in many ways because I was really affected emotionally being here by myself with no relatives. My mother passed away 9 months after I arrived here. I started doing geometric art, and to do geometric art you need to be really thoughtful and sober. It was a big jump because I never saw art, abstract art in the Dominican Republic. There were no museums there when I came here. I think part of being free to me was not working for somebody, not having people to tell you what to do. So that also played a part in my becoming a full-time artist. I like to bring something into the work that has a symbolic meaning that people can easily understand. It has not to be described with words. You can see it right there. The root is the yuca, which was a staple of the Taino Indians at the time that the Spanish came to the island. And they used to make this cassave out of it. It's a kind of bread. And they have some kind of religious approach. They only needed to have something for the soul, but they also, the food was important, and they really cared for it. The bigger painting that is called Cimarrón Pintor, which is like a self-portrait, because I consider myself a cimarrón, a runaway slave, pursuing freedom. I'm always pursuing freedom. I use a leg as a symbol in which they chop the toes of the runaway slave to prevent them from running. The first slaves that came to the continent came to the Hispaniola Island where I was born. And this one has a vinyl cross and surrounded by brown sugar, which in Dominican we call azúcar prieta, meaning black. And when they couldn't find enough gold in the island, they started bringing the slaves to work in the sugar industry. So there is all this connection in history. Today, I started actually working with gold paint as a color. With time, I started using it as a symbol. The more money you have, the more power you have to do what you want, the way you want it. And most people are not really that good, that honest. People are underpaid. Education is so expensive. And that's a way of curtailing you freedom. If you cannot do what you want because the limitations that society put on you, and they do that by law, which is crazy. The main thing is freedom, for people can be what they want to be.
It's very satisfying living a life that adheres ethically as much as possible to the beliefs I have about equality. And so that's really what keeps me in the studio all the time. I'm Ken Seth Armstead, and I've been making art in New York City since 1990. I have been interested in being an artist since I can earliest remember. All I ever wanted to do was draw. Now the tools that I use to draw with are steel or tar or large planks of wood, but in essence, I'm still drawing about things that either excite me or things that bother me. All of the work comes from this obsession with writing history. Some of the pieces are sad and tragic, and then some of them are beautiful and uplifting. It's a real privilege to be an artist and to be able to explore whatever it is that your view of the world could be. The work I have at Bric is a work which is masterwork, Slaves of New York, 1776, and it looks at the number of slaves, 20,000 in the colony of New York at the time of the American Revolution. And so I make a physical representation of that, an emotional representation of that, and there's one duck feather for each slave in the colony of New York. That 1 in 10 persons in New York was a slave in 1776, and literally nobody considers New York a slave state, seemed to me to be really strange. When I found that fact out when I was reading, and I said to myself, well, that's not that many slaves. And then the next thought I had was like, are you crazy? That's 20,000 people, and I couldn't get my head around it. And I thought to myself, well, 1 slave is a lot of slavery, and it made me so mad that I ever had that thought. That's where that piece got born. I was like, slaves in New York, 1776. And that's definitely a masterwork piece because, you know, it isn't the slaves that made themselves slaves. People always ask me about the feathers. Why feathers? Obviously there's like birds of a feather flock together, bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, all these things like a feather in the cap that talk about value or hope or groups of people. And then I heard this one phrase, it's Emily Dickinson, which is that hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tunes without knowing the words and never stops at all. And when I made the piece for Bric, I really just didn't know why I picked feathers to stand in for people. And I had to look backwards to sort of think about why I had done that, why that seemed natural, uncomfortable, but also very useful and emotional, because it has to be emotional, it has to be something you respond to. But I hadn't made a statement myself as an artist emotionally, like how I felt. Masterwork, Slaves of New York, 1776, allowed a dialogue about the legacy of slavery in New York, but also about the legacy of the hypocrisy of our idea that New York is somehow, you know, this bastion of liberal intellectualism. If I've done it correctly, the lives and the labor of 20,000 sentient people in 1776 who were dehumanized are made clear to you. Many things in American history are things that we forget so that things can be smoothed over so people can get along. In order to make a better society, we have to have more empathy, and we have to be able to believe that there are more and more people who are human like us. It's impossible to have a society without prejudice, but it is possible to have a society that deals with the fact that we have difference. And I think that if we look at the history and we accept it, then it's possible to say that America is still a really great place, but that this really great place has work to do.
If you know your value, no matter where you're from, no matter seemingly if it's the poorest in the world, the richest in the world, it doesn't matter. You can achieve what you set your mind to. And that's how you create success, always. You're listening to music and you're really enjoying it, you love it, and at the same time, you're aware that like this is made from a community, this is made from people who care and love for each other, and that right there is like magical. Brooklyn is like now my new home, and it's like such a super cool city. All kinds of cultures and music, and it's like a really good vibe. And it feels inspirational. Like it just, every time I came here, I made a new song. It was crazy. My name is Michael Brunn. I'm a producer, a DJ, an artist. I was born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. My dad's Haitian, my mom is Guyanese. So grew up in Haiti until I was 15. I wanted to be a pediatrician specifically, and I was going to school for that. I had a full scholarship in college, so it was like, I was very serious about school. And along that path somewhere, music came in. My dad had his band Scandale, which was a really influential band for compa in Haiti, and we had a studio in the house. So I think that being there, and then also my mom was, she did piano, so music was a really huge part of our life. Eventually I found out about DJing, which is a really easy at that point to just like get software online and be able to like do your own production. I would start putting it online, put it on SoundCloud, which is like the first way I shared my music. It was that moment where I was like, there's 25,000 people that have heard this. Like, that's a big thing. Like, I never imagined that many people could interact with something that I created. Even though I was in Haiti, when I discovered electronic music, there was a whole community online, and even other Haitians at the time that were really into it. It's a whole thing of combining basically all the resources around you to make songs. It feels raw. Almost all these tracks recorded a lot of stuff on my phone because we didn't have a studio, or we were like on the move, or whatever the case was. So that was so much fun to get to work with very minimal gear and to just like create from the environment. I feel like this is what I've been working towards for like 5-6 years since I started, was to get to the point where like, instead of just making music that's really good, I want to make music that's also unique and music that like, will have a stamp and that people will remember.
Good. We're prepped. The stage feels good.
Bio means a few things in Creole, and it means to like give everything, give your all, give basically everything you've got, you give. Bio kind of exemplified where I wanted to go with my music, which was combining everything I learned with electronic music, everything that I was learning as I was making songs, like really rooted in Haitian culture, rooted in Yara, rooted in Racine, even compa a little bit, and like that was like a fusion that I felt like hadn't really been done before. But then to combine it with hip hop, to combine it with jazz, to combine it with rock, flip the script on what people would expect of music coming from Haiti that was international but also very local at the same time. I think there is one thing that Haiti has an abundance of, like, and always has, and that's art. Like, I played at Coachella, I played at Ultra Music Festival, I've done huge shows, I played around the world. So I'd done that as electronic music. I had never like put Haitian sounds into the music I was making. Kind of deliberately, because I felt like Haitian culture and Haitian music, because it's such a rich, beautiful sound, and it's not something that you can just like tack on. I didn't want to do it cheaply. I didn't want to do it like as a gimmick. I really wanted to get it right. So I waited. I had been carrying this Haitian flag with me everywhere, just as a reminder of like how far I'd been. So it'd been with me like maybe 200 gigs. I took this photo in Times Square, and this Haitian woman walked by and she saw me and she's like, "Oh, it's not avec that." And I looked at her and I said, "I send you." And then she stopped, meaning like I don't look Haitian, like why am I holding a Haitian flag? And she couldn't believe it. On a deeper level, I think it kind of brought up the question of identity, that for me, Haiti was a source of strength. All the music right now, like that I'm trying to make, is just like, it doesn't need to say that. It just needs to feel like it. The act of creation is such a huge part of Haitian culture. Haiti is my country. Haiti is beautiful. Haiti is definitely rich.
Got places to go. So take my hand, take me dancing. I wanna go up all the nights I can. Go easy on my love. Go easy on my love. Can't breathe and I'm tired. Can't breathe and I'm tired. Go easy on my love. Go easy, go easy on.
When I started working with the chairs, that's a symbol from the longest time as a symbol of domesticity or home. The moment that people had a chair and a table, that means that they settled somewhere. It's basically my instrument to tell a story. My name is Elena Garcia, and I am a multidisciplinary artist. I was born in the Dominican Republic, and I live in New York. I come from a family of artists and writers. I realized that I was actually a little bit different just because everything in my house was this. This was like the normal. There is always some kind of literature that I have to almost have to be able to then make the visuals. But then the paintings and the drawings are like this, it was actually so busy. After, most likely, they're going to become very clean and an installation. The show that I am right now is actually a very good example about Haiti, Dominican Republic. It's a subject that has been with us most of our life. I was trying to concentrate and focus in the good that have nothing to do with what government says or the other, because at the end, they are not the people. We have been doing that for 500 years. I wanted to treat them, and the reason that I did the exhibition, I wanted to do a tree, because a tree is like a sign of strength. It goes against gravity, gives life, maintains life. And I wanted to be Espanol at the tree, and then the branches will be Haiti and Dominican Republic. We always rise to new heights. We always survive for the things that have happened. We have defeated the French. We have defeated the Spaniards. We have defeated so many things that at this point is like, come on. Let's actually count our achievements instead of actually focusing our differences. To the Caribbean, you will actually be walking around and see those chairs everywhere. In the last maybe 10 years, they disappeared completely. And you don't realize that they disappear until you start looking for them, and then realize that it's cheaper to have the plastic ones made in China because they don't get dirty. If they get wet, nothing happens. You can stack them together. Everybody gave me all these functional reasons. And that's when I realized we have a bigger problem right now than, the plastic and the environment, because it's like you stop making these chairs that are actually a tradition. You are losing history then. You are completely losing something, and people are not noticing. So I finally, after years, found someone, and he was so surprised when I asked him, "Can you please make me this chair?" And he was like, "Why?" I'm like, because number one, I need to make an installation. I love them, and I really need someone to make it. And he said, "I haven't made a chair in years." And I was like, "Well, I need 40. When you have a shed and you know the wood, you know exactly from which part of the island it comes from, because it has different trees. So you can actually almost map where things are made just because of the materials. The reason that we always talk about history is because you really have to document things, and you have to be very careful with the legacy of things that are really important. I mean, it's not like a shed is important, but the tradition of making, the tradition of the materials, that's important. And in fact, it is part of our DNA to do that.
Traditionally, there's rhythm that we're taught, that are played. If there's a wedding, you play this. If there's a funeral, you play this. If there's a marriage, or if there's the full moon. So for starters, you learn the traditional rhythms. You learn, okay, one, there's 3 sounds, so you got bass, tone, slap. From that, then you start learning rhythms within context of the bass, tone, slap. Once you become really aware of what these rhythms are, now you can then reverse them, or you can, embellish on these rhythms and make them your own. So that's what happens over time. I mean, the more and more I'm just, honing the craft and taking these rhythms that I learned from a young age, that I've, from studying and just from traveling, just from just hearing, and just making it my own. So these rhythms, yeah, maybe they do just pop up in my head. I mean, just walking down the street is a rhythm. You create that rhythm. So if I'm just in stride sometimes, I sing on top of that. And then I can take that, and then now when I sit down at my instrument, those same rhythms that I was kind of just going through just on a basic walking down the street, it becomes now something melodic.
I am Rasan Elijah Talu Green. I'm an artist / drummer from Brooklyn, New York.
The instrument itself is a spiritual instrument as well. So a lot of times these rhythms you're connecting with is on a spiritual side, is beyond the physical. So what you're getting, you're seeing, okay, oh, he's hitting this and he's playing all this fast stuff. But spiritually, it's beyond that. I'm dealing with this, or this spirit, depending on the dance that we're doing, or rhythm that's being played, you're invoking certain spirits, and that's what comes through you or me per se, and that's what's going on when I'm playing and when I'm really into that groove and in that zone. That's what's really going on, and so that's where those rhythms come from, and they're there. My father, back in the late 70s, he sought out to start his own community-based situation called the Crown Heights Youth Collective. And through that, it was just a bridge in the gap between, the West Indians, the Hasidic Jews, and just the overall community. I grew up in that scheme of things. Where it really became prominent is in '91, the Crown Heights crises, the riots between the blacks and the Jews. He was the guy, he brokered the deal between them and, kind of brought them together, trying to unify as a community, because the Crown Heights, granted it was split, they tried to split it up. But he sat there, he said, no, well, this is one community. So he started the whole, increase the peace. He started these peace games, just different things, just unifying the blacks and the whites and just making them a stronger community. And to this day, he's still recognized for those works that he's done. And, it's just about 40 years now.
Try it together.
One thing about us as a people, we have to be able to identify, create, and support the people who are coming our place. Pass that baton on to that next individual. And that's what these programs are all about, is baton passing. We're looking at this program now with the idea of Jesse Owens. When Jesse Owens came, in 1 day, 2 hours, he must have broke 4 world records. But one of the records he broke was that relay race, and that was the signal that we have to keep passing it on.
Right, left. 5, 6.
It's just important, and I mean, the more and more is just what you're leaving behind and how, you know, at the end of the day, what your legacy is. And the legacy is passing on information that, you know, is given to you. If you leave here today and everything that you know is just within you, then what's the point of it? And so that's why as much as I still love to teach, even if I have one student or if I have 100 students, I still love that because I think it's important just to know, like, you know, folks care, folks want to share, folks, there's things that folks want to give to you. And as long as you're receptive, you know, just able to just move on like that. The director of the Arts and Ed program from Creative Outlet just randomly sends me an email. This email was the casting call for this new workshop fair. Description read, you know, just looking for a male musician, athletic, maybe that can, you know, dance, move a little bit. And that was kind of, oh, let me go in here and let me try this out. Never auditioned in my life. I didn't have a professional headshot. I didn't have a resume drafted up. It was just, I knew what I can do. Everything I've done prior to this moment was just, oh, people call me, oh, they want to use me for this, they want to use me for that. So I showed up that morning to the casting call, just my drum and me. This was the workshop phase. So the show wasn't what it was or what it is today in that moment, but just in those workshop phase, so they worked through it. Bill T. Jones, the choreographer director, so he's like, okay, we're gonna bring you in. We're not sure how we're gonna use you, but we know we want you and we're gonna utilize you to the best of our abilities. My preparation for Fairlight is very intense in the sense of, I mean, you can't just do the show. Yeah, the show is, you know, you exert energy, but you have to get into that show. You have to be able to do the show. Because 2.5 hours is a long time and it's pushing, it's a concert almost. It's not, like, the show wasn't made for musical theater. Like, it wasn't your average Broadway show, no. We was kind of like set a precedent doing that show. It came to a point where you do the show so much it becomes, you know, it's second nature. It becomes like the back of your hand. When my mom was pregnant with me, about 7 months pregnant, her and my father took a trip over to West Africa. One of the elders in the village told my mom if she tapped a 6/8 rhythm, which is a you tap that 6/8 rhythm on the unborn womb, your child will come out something music related, something musically inclined. And she just tried it, not thinking of anything beyond it. And before I could even walk, probably about 9 months, I got my first djembe. It's a little baby djembe, and I used to, you know, I would play it with it in my playpen. I couldn't even stand up, but that was, you know, something that I just kind of got into it from birth. I would just always be tapping. You know, I grew into it. That's kind of been how I grew up, and just it's taken me, and, you know, just more and more. You never forget where you come from, and a lot of times, like, I traveled a lot. I've traveled places, and I've been able to share, and it's like, without knowing my home base and knowing where I've come from, those other opportunities probably would have never come.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
You try?
Yeah, you have that?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just carrying that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
Why you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah. Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. Yeah, hold on a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going pro for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep flow with my checks on new-ish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me.
Peaches, where you going? Where you going? Open the door. Listen, Peaches don't play that. Get out. I told you to go. You ain't bringing nothing to the table. Girl, why are you doing it to me? You don't love me? You ain't got no sense. Get out.
Does it feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. I mean, they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it? No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks and mobile apps and sneaker blogs, etc., etc., etc. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You know, until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
Where you going?
I'm about to go by a Darren spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up a cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you start spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
If again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you'd talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass pro-kids.
What are pro-kids?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, Ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency? Huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
I'll play nice, all
Oh, the store is really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we open it next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Who you, Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh! My bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You don't just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now.
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Bout to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for off-white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. Down the 5s were my favorites.
The 5s are cool, but the 3s are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like it. Makes me feel like somebody.
You know, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community.
Yeah.
Ain't you D's little brother? I knew you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him.
Hey,
take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
Yes.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man? I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I was...
You got jokes, son. You got jokes.
I play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. What? Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zoe me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Ray, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my P.O. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. My brother's keeper, right? I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, babe?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We about to come up.
Kix, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios me ayúdeme, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Vulnerable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rep that type of shit, that's like legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats that I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath, so fluent in a birth the game. I just stepped into it. Ain't no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension, you didn't make sense. Knew it, my floor at last. For sure outlast. My opponent with words that blast.
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new Buscemi's. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At 1.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm headed into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Fine then. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the cruise walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fine display. Happiness to step away, even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time.
Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post.
Yeah, and?
I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's so nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason? We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hands up! For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano Bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fucklust. The other, they're a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fucklust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You're renting a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un.
This place is bugging me out. I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want?
Let me get 2 dimes and a 20.
So, 2 20s?
Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumbwaiter, the camera that didn't work, the bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
It's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on.
What a fucking asshole that lady was. Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's got to bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it.
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, we had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking it. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's gotta be. Yeah. I bought a jar for my weed in '93 and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
It was called mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little preserved Brooklyn cause, shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quart of water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we gotta get you up on New York food, Henry, okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, Zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What do you do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you wanna go do this at my house? I don't wanna do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Yo. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed?
Dance Day. Dance Day.
Ah, this fucking place.
Ah, this fucking place.
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agree to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Kiwanis?
I prefer to remember it how it was.
A place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out.
You're damn fucking right.
Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party.
A party?
Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise.
For what?
DJ Chick Norris is playing.
Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him.
He can come.
How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones.
No dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it.
Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig, to make him from where we're from.
Would you live a little?
I'm living.
It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife.
Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place.
Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man.
She doesn't stand a chance.
I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school.
Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing?
Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots. Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it?
I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives I'll potentially steal. We got the best bait of all.
No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
How you doing? You look amazing.
stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirt. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks. He gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun. Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
Our friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging him out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here. And your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
You get a couple beers? Two blue?
So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
Dainty hands with a strong grip. You think I'm gonna put a baby in her? I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah. Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah. I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh! You can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
I'm a stranger. It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take this, I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner, so you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months, and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother, or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, you know, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
Nah, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. You know, I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can like go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girl's friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girl's friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop. Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I could prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right?
here I come with my dick. And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, the male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a sports sack, the same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college, weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive, when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you can tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom. But who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege.
You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Craigie has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them. She won't let me do it.
She's 100% right.
Why you always gotta get her back? You're supposed to be my pal, my confidant, my golden girl.
Look, a Sophia Petrillo like myself does not make decisions based on loyalty alone. She trusts her gut.
Yeah, and I trust mine. And it's gotten really big lately, so, it must know something. So that's it. I'm cutting the cord, no more cable.
You can't cut cords. What did your therapist say? Look, TV raised you, man. Video music box, Yo MTV raps, cartoons. You gonna turn your back on your parents?
Brooklyn raised me.
Come on, you're an inside kid. You were plopped on a couch eating Twinkies. You wasn't out here on these streets.
Besides, the only reason I have a TV is because I thought I'd see you on it someday. So I might as well just throw it away.
I can't believe Henry graduated pre-K already. And it feels like just yesterday you were freaking out about getting Devin pregnant and having to commit your life to a soul-sucking job.
I wish it was free K. I mean, it's more like college tuition. This kid's getting a Norwegian level education at Martin Shkreli prices.
I thought you was rich.
He's rich. My wife's rich. I'm still heavily invested in the get-rich-quick schemes and the pipe dreams. Well, forget about it, though, because the people, they're lovely. The education is great. The one thing that chaps my ass is that Henry is the only true Brooklynite. I mean, he was born here. I was born here. My father was born here. His father was born here.
I get it. So he should get a bigger diploma, you're saying?
Yeah, he should. I went to City College. His grandmother went to City College. His great-grandmothers both had to drop out of public school to get jobs. Lineage counts.
How long does it take to become a real New Yorker? I always heard 10 years.
Fuck that. We were beat in, they bought in. It ain't the same.
So what you're saying is you're worried your son is becoming a yuppie puppy?
Kinda.
It's all right. Let's fix it.
First lesson today at lunch. Real New Yorkers know how to get over. We know how to get the big slice, the big scoop. We know how to talk to the people.
Yeah, me, Henry, I talk to everybody. I talk to the mailmen, the old ladies, the store owners.
The homeless.
Well, that's not fair.
Really? Because I remember you having such a connection with a homeless man who begged on your dorm room corner that you actually let
a man into my home.
I'm not celebrating you.
Henry, I gave a man a roof over his head. I'm a saint.
Saint Craigie.
Just because you let Charlie Noodles bathe in your dorm room and dry his dirty socks does not mean that you get the big scoop in your burrito. One does not do this casually. There are many technical details involved.
Enlighten us.
There are 3 steps to getting the big scoop. First, you can't build a building without a proper foundation.
Pork?
And you can't pour a foundation without happy labor. Not in my town. So you need to have the smile and the eyes locked ready.
How you doing, my brother? Let me get some pork, please.
Second, you gotta know your order. No mealy-mouthed, what's on the menu? You gotta speak with conviction.
Nice. Rice, back beans, and black beans.
Third, no jumping the gun. You don't want to start with a miscommunication. You gotta be in charge.
Pico guac no sauce. What'd you say? Pico guac no sauce.
Why don't you just ask for a bigger scoop?
Yeah.
Ask for a bigger scoop. They look into your soul, and they put that on the plate.
We want the big scoop.
Sure, for you. Hey, why not?
The big scoop we want.
How's that? Henry, stop wasting Craigie's food.
No, it's all right. I couldn't finish this thing if I wanted to. And all these free chips? You don't want anything, right? You good with that taco? I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but that's a pretty small taco.
It's a burrito.
Let's go to the Brooklyn Museum after this. They're doing the Basquiat puppet show.
It's 90 degrees out, Pino. We're going to the park. Besides, Henry has a play date with his friend Wynomi.
Not this again.
Look, you're gonna meet her mother. You wanna be a filmmaker? You wanna be an actor? She's your path. And therefore, she's my path.
I don't want to meet anybody. I just want to go to the Basquiat show.
I can't do anything. I work 60 hours a week and I got 2 kids. You gotta do this for both of us, and you cannot be in control of our future any longer. I've been waiting years for you to become famous. I could have done this myself, but I need you. I could have been a reality star, a talk show host, a comedian, a celebrity.
And you need me.
I'm stuck in middle management. You're my golden ticket.
Look, it's obviously not beneath me to use Henry for personal gain, but let me just meet her when I meet her.
No. This woman casts the most interesting films and television in New York, and her daughter loves Henry. I love Henry. She loves her daughter. Henry loves you. Therefore, she will love you.
Look, I love you, man, but I can't get my career mixed up in another one of your schemes.
You will meet her. You will seduce her. You will charm her. You will win her over. You will make us famous.
How?
There are 3 steps to being famous. It's just like getting the big scoop.
Look at Henry. Look at him. There you go.
Dude, you got your headshot? I'll sneak it into her bag.
What? Who the hell carries headshots, man? What the hell you think this is, 1987? It's all digital. Look, you just play with the kids and let me do my thing.
Digital, huh?
Selfie time!
You want to try?
Ready?
Cheese.
Hey, you know Craig's an actor, right? Handsome guy.
Me too, I'm an actor.
Yeah, they're both handsome.
Hey, let's get one more with Barbara's camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Okay, make this one count.
Oh, okay, that's enough. I think the kids want to play now.
Oh, okay. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't I take you guys to the big slide, and then you guys can talk. Yeah? Henry, what did I teach you about today?
The big show.
Okay. See that family having a pizza party?
Yeah.
She's so human.
I loved working with her. She's just like a gem.
Yeah, I love her, but I don't know about that film.
It's so self-indulgent.
It's meaningless and dark, and of course critics love it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, another neurotic, antisocial male filmmaker that they can see themselves in, who's basically misogynistic and derivative in every sense of the word. But hey, let's bankroll his next 6 films, even if they never make a single dollar. Sorry.
Damn! Tell me how you really feel.
That was really unprofessional.
That's right. I started it, right?
Yeah, it is your fault.
Just go ahead, it's easy. I'm watching you,
So, what are you working on now?
Oh, well, you know, we're not really supposed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Of course. I was just making conversation.
You know, I am working on another pilot with Scorsese.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, he is the greatest.
Damn. I would give anything to read for stuff like that.
Actually, if there would be a role you'd be really great for, I'd love to bring you in. Oh my God! Shh.
Hey, Z, you okay? I know me. You okay? You okay?
Are you okay? Hi, sweetie. Oh, my baby. Oh, my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this how you pay attention to your kid?
It's just a little boo-boo. She's okay.
Where the hell is your kid?
Look, Dad, I got the biggest slush that I had.
Are you teaching your son how to lie and scheme to get you free pizza?
But it was the biggest one.
What is wrong with you people?
All right, Barbara. Talk next week. I can come in any day for a reading. It's just not Mondays or Tuesdays. Wednesday afternoon.
Thanks. Yummy.
Oh my, this is moving quickly. And now, once again, my shirt is off in a stranger's apartment. And now my pants. And now my underwear.
Do we need bread? I was in the middle of making my fucking grocery list, and I get thrown down on the bed. I should get to keep my iPhone. Where is my iPhone?
Did he just whiff at it? He literally just whiffed at my vagina like he's judging wine. I believe this pussy is from the Jersey region, Camden. This is still a young pussy, a little matured, but bold in body, floral.
Well, this isn't the worst. At least he's not trying to.
Get away from my asshole. I just took a shit.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
No. And he's already at my asshole. He should put this on his Tinder profile. Willie your ass within the first 3 minutes of hooking up. I'm sure he could get a small but dedicated army of followers. Wow, he is committed to this. Oh, this isn't a warm-up. This is his finale.
Come hither. Come hither. Keep calling me.
Yogurt! Fuck!
Surprisingly, it came
Fuck!
from the
We need
American Heart
yogurt.
Association.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Time for some reciprocation.
Wait, why is he turning around? OMFG, I have to eat his asshole? When did this become a thing? Am I supposed to reciprocate? This is outside the social contract. He is so hairy. He's like a less sexy Teen Wolf. Oh, fuck it. When in Rome.
Ah, finally some
While
reciprocation.
New York City boasts one of the most easily recognizable accents in the country, some linguists are saying that those who speak in the classic New York tongue are part of a vanishing breed. With the economic and cultural shift of wealthier people inhabiting Manhattan, and now Brooklyn, the working class accents, so familiar to a generation past, are all but extinct. Accents so beloved, like Rosie Perez, Mel Brooks, and Andrew Dice Clay, will soon be nothing but a memory.
Never!
Whoa! What are you doing, man?
I will not allow my son to be part of a vanishing breed.
It's too late, man.
Never. Look, I told you, I'm gonna raise the last born and bred New York kid with an authentic accent.
All right. But can't you do that after this play date?
This is crucial.
Where are we going, Daddy?
To the motherland, Henry.
Come on, man. You promised we could hang out with my new lady friend today.
Look, I promise next week on Dad Day, we can have a play date with your new nanny friend.
Dude, what are you doing, man? Are you taking us to the Staten Island Mall?
I know you resent your former home for fucking you up and destroying your dreams and your self-confidence. But this is it, man. Staten Island remains the last bastion of pure working-class New York culture. I mean, it's like a preservation with only a 30-minute ferry ride or a $16 bridge on or off. It's like you're stuck in a space-time continuum.
You know, you talk about Staten Island like it's Jurassic Park.
Are we going to see dinosaurs?
No, Henry, we're going to see real New Yorkers who speak real New York speech.
Look, if Staten Island is so fantastic, why don't you move there?
Fuck that. I'm not gonna live in Staten Island.
You're the worst kind of yuppie, you know that?
Hi, Papi. Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. What can I get you, sweetheart?
Go ahead, Henry. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Oh, he sounds like he's from Manhattan.
Hey, come on, try it again. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Boom! Up high.
Here you go, Papi, all right? 2 coffees, right?
I'll take the coffee.
Anyways, Craig, what's up with you? What are you doing?
I've just been really busy, projects and stuff.
Please, my ass, all right? Please, since when did you have a real job?
I always work. I work harder than any of my friends.
Your friends? Your friends are at the door.
Okay, come on then. Like, look there. Nobody's at the door, see?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Linda, you freaking...
All right, look, is Tony in the back? I wanted him to show Henry how he makes the bagels.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you go check?
Tony, do you remember my friend James from college?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
I was wondering maybe this is his son Henry. I told him you'd show him how you make bagels out here.
This is where we roll out all the bagels. For a batch I get over there, I get about 120 bagels. 120 bagels. You ever eat 120 bagels? Nah. The next part, Henry, is the most important part.
Ooh, we gotta watch this.
Look over here. Come here. You see what this is?
Yes.
It's a big vat, because these are boiled bagels, right? They're barreled bagels, barreled in New York City tap water.
Yeah. Tastes like home.
The best bagels in Staten Island. You hungry, kid?
Yes.
I'm gonna make you kids a sandwich.
Sandwich.
You know what we're gonna put on it? A little gabagool,
Gabiga.
a little mozzarella,
Mozzarella.
a little prosciutto.
Bajut.
And we're gonna top the whole thing with vinegar and ale.
Yeah.
You know what else for you? We'll maybe even put a little mustard.
You're a mustard face.
That's right, I am. Let's go make you a sandwich.
I thought you was on a diet.
It's my cheat day.
What does that mean?
1 day a week I can have whatever I want.
I need to get one of those with my relationships.
What are you doing? Why are you eating like that?
My new diet. I'm going paleo.
You even know what that means?
Caveman diet.
Oh, shit.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. How did he even get here?
Oh, look at these fucking mooks. What are you guys doing here?
What's up, man?
What did I was seeing you 2 yuppies out here? They let you over the bridge?
I'm from here.
You grew up in Staten Island? Glad I bumped into you guys. I got something. I got sticks.
We don't take pills.
I ain't talking about drugs, bro. Talk about sticks for the TV, the internet, the movies. I figured out how to jailbreak.
Cool. How is it?
It's great. I get everything. You know, I gotta take it with it a little bit more, but I can only commandeer the TV for so long as my wife gets mad.
Commandeer? Commandeer?
Yeah, commandeer. Like I was saying, I can only take it upstairs for so long. It's my wife, she flips out if I'm not watching her fucking shows with her. So I need more time. But I almost got it. I just need more time. I gotta wait till she's dead.
How's the quality?
Quality's pretty good. I mean, you know, baseball's a little blurry, but you can see everything. It just stops sometimes. I'm still tinkering with it, though. I wasn't gonna do it because I already got in trouble with the torrents and shit. But everybody's jailbreaking these fucking things, man. I saw a Chinaman in Costco, and I went up to him and was talking to him about this. Because, you know, the motherfuckers know how to crack these things. They're wizards with this shit. And he said everybody's doing it, so now I'm doing it. So, you come to my house, I'll show you how to do it, then we could do this together.
I don't even have one.
All right, so buy one. You like movies? You don't like movies? You don't like movies?
Yeah, of course I like movies. Everyone likes movies.
All right. I get all the movies.
Cool.
So what do you think?
About what?
About buying my stick. Bro, I'm trying to hook you up here, man. This is big. This is bigger than the fucking cable hot boxes. Bigger than the fucking fake Louis Vuitton shit. This is huge, bro. I'm trying to get you in on the ground floor because you say you're from Staten Island.
It sounds like the future. I love it.
The fucking man's pretty smart. You should listen to him.
I'm good.
You're good? You think you're good?
I don't even have a TV.
What kind of fucking yuppie doesn't have a TV? Bro, put it in your iPad for all I care.
How much?
200, the local rate for you, since you say you're from here.
I don't have $200. Look, I swear. Look, I barely have $90.
$90? I'll take it. Deal. Good doing business with you. Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming to my spot and wasting all my fucking time the other day. I appreciate that.
Have a good time on the island, guys.
Can we just go back to Brooklyn now? James, remind me again why we had to meet in Park Slope?
Just chill, man. Henry had to reschedule his guitar lesson.
That's right. I forgot you're raising such an artist.
Look, he's almost 5, and I've already failed him enough. He's not bilingual, bisexual, or biracial. I figured, you know, least I can do is teach him an instrument.
I get it. You know what you need to do?
What?
Leave your wife.
What? She holds the whole thing together.
No, not for you, moron. For Henry. And you love that boy. You want him to be an artist. You want him to be successful, right?
Of course.
How many artists you know had a happy childhood, right? Leave your family. Ruin their lives. He'll be miserable now, and he'll thank you later.
You had a miserable childhood. You have no love in your life, and you're not a successful artist.
True. Between the strollers and the dogs, you need an HOV lane on this sidewalk.
So I thought it was on with this one. What happened?
Nothing. She was perfect. We were great.
Yeah, you said she had an OCD compulsion to clean your apartment every time you weren't looking, and you just happened to have an OCD tick not to clean. You were faded.
I know. Best sex of my life, too.
So what'd you do?
Nothing. She was a public defender.
You realize those are the good guys, right?
Oh, out of the way, guy. Welcome to New York.
Welcome to New York.
No, the sex was too good. We'd be up all night, all morning. She'd be late to court. People started going to jail. I'm a humanitarian. Yo, Hen, let's go for this.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Where's your dad? Oh, James, come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, he's stuck there.
He's stuck there.
What's the rush? What are we racing for?
We're not racing. We're walking like New Yorkers.
We should be driving like real New Yorkers.
Dude, taking the train is part of the adventure.
Coney Island's coming next.
We ain't sitting there. We ain't sitting there. There's nobody sitting there for a reason. Okay? Henry, in New York, when something seems too good to be true, that means that it is. There's nobody sitting in that seat for a reason. They don't want to tell us. They want to seem like it's all fine and dandy, but I know. I'm not some web designer from Ohio. I'm from New York.
Yo, Henry, you're gonna love Coney Island, man. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to take me.
Your dad never took you to Coney.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he'd lock us in the car, grab Nathan's, and then drive us to Nellie Bly to go on the rides, but...
Exactly. My parents used to take us to Nellie Bly, and then they'd tell us it was Coney. It took me till I was 15 to figure it out.
Seriously, though, you're gonna love it there, man. It's amazing. After I graduated college, I used to work there.
You're talking to a real-life Coney. This is why you're going to college.
Have a great time here at the Coney Island Sideshow.
We're at Coney Island. Boom, boom, boom. Ma, ma, ma. Ma, 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 ma.
Look, Henry, that ain't a game. It's a toy store, just like Toys R Us. Except, that ain't the $40 Elmo you want. It's his Korean cousin made for 30 cents. What does the sign say, $2 to play? More like $2 to win a 30-cent toy that you're gonna throw out later. All right? No way. You see that water gun game down there? $2 to play, 12 guns, that's $24. $24 for a dollar toy? Flea-ridden stuffed animal that your mother's gonna throw out tonight when you pass out from eating too much cotton candy? No way. Not us. We're from here. We ain't marks. We ain't falling for any of that, okay? No games for us.
Can we just go to the boardwalk?
What did I do?
You wanted to come here.
I'm having fun. Yeah, this place was real when I used to work here, man. We had Shoot the Freak, midgets eating fire. There were tattooed girls with blue hair selling ice cream on the boardwalk. Shit was raw. Now it's like Disneyland for the projects.
You're just being nostalgic. When you worked here, all you did was complain.
I always complain. That's how I show appreciation.
Yeah, but you can stop ruining things for my son. You're the one who wanted to come here.
Look, I just wanted him to appreciate it for everything it was. You know what I mean? Everything I love and hate about New York rolled into one overpriced, oversweetened, guaranteed to get you sick after a ride on the Cyclone funnel cake.
You know, you get lost in your own metaphors.
I do.
Shit. Henry. You got your cell?
Yeah.
All right, let's split up. You couldn't have got far. Henry!
As soon as you get to Earth, deliver any information found in the spacecraft to the commander's office.
Henry!
Woody, have you seen this kid, man?
That's gonna make it pop. He gets the prize today. Who's gonna take it away? I'm looking for another winner, guys.
you have a shot of Jameson? How much is that?
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
There's going to be a health crisis and there's going to be a food crisis. Who's going to fix it? You look to your left, you look to your right. That came down to us.
All right. These are my good people. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Before the COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 1 million New Yorkers went without food. From March to May, That number more than doubled. Some estimate that 40% more New York City residents will face food insecurity this year as a direct result of the economic fallout.
So, Chef, what happens on the corner of Belmont and Watkins on Thursdays?
We prepare 2,000 cooked meals Monday through Thursdays, but on Thursdays we have our fresh produce boxes where we distribute to the community.
Come on, you gotta get another wheel, girl. Yeah, we're gonna fix that for you.
Chef Rodney and his business partner Latoya Metters are co-founders of Collective Fare, a culinary training and catering business. When COVID-19 hit New York, they knew they needed to transform.
We are located in Brownsville. It is an under-marginalized community. It's considered a food desert. When COVID struck, my partner, he said, what happens with a community that's in crisis is put into an additional crisis. So we acted immediately and we launched Meals for All BK on March 12th. We were able to scale from the 400 people we were feeding at that time to an additional 8, to an additional 1,000.
We got potatoes, corn, carrots, peppers, sometimes onions to it. I said, no, these are also cooked meals that we offer through Collective Fare. These are ready-to-eat meals. They could heat them up when they get home. People always hear the negativity about Brownsville as far as the high murder rates, the drug activity, but there's still a good amount of people in Brownsville that's committed to make their community better.
Even when we started in 2016, we thought the issues were telling people how to eat healthy, teaching them how to cook healthy, and finding them jobs. And we thought that would solve a problem. We have since changed. We realized that we need to be that access point. Without people like us on the ground fighting for food justice, things are not going to change in these communities. In Brownsville, you don't get to choose. You only get what is handed to you. And these are the things we need to start to fix.
Getting to choose has always been a key element of increasing food security in Brownsville, where even pre-pandemic, some experts describe the neighborhood as a food swamp, an area with limited access to healthy food and an overabundance of unhealthy options like fast food chains. Systemic inequalities like disproportionately high rates of unemployment, families below the poverty line, and extreme housing burden also make obtaining whatever fresh food is available even more difficult. Local growing is one way to turn short-term aid into long-term food security. And in Brownsville, I met a woman who's been doing the work long before COVID.
I'm Brenda Thompson Duchesne. We're at Green Valley Garden, 93 New Lots Avenue in Brownsville, Brooklyn. We have 5 community gardens, 4 in Brownsville, 1 in East New York. We started in 2000 to grow for the community, 100% nutrient value, fresh and locally grown. Dirt under my nails is my tranquility. Gardening is so peaceful, it has a serenity.
Ms. Brenda founded Isabalia Ladies of Elegance Foundation 2 decades ago as part of her mission to increase access to healthy food in Brownsville.
I want your family to taste the difference between the supermarket and what is really fresh. People are like, that grow in Brooklyn, in Brownsville? Are you crazy? We have a high rate of childhood diabetes, obesity, hypertension, cholesterol, because we're not eating properly. If we don't eat healthy, we will not be able to deal with whatever come our way. COVID come, and look how much of us have passed because our immune system was weak.
Diabetes, hypertension, and obesity have all been shown to increase the risk of COVID-19. Ms. Brenda wants her neighbors to know they have other options.
The nearest farmers market was in East New York. A lot of people could not have traveled to East New York Farm, so they settled for the supermarket. Once we started doing this, it was more convenient because it's in your backyard.
It just looks like pale raspberry.
Why do we have to wait till it's gentrified in order to get the best? Yes, we need housing, but just as much as they're taking the land to do housing, you need to do locally grown. We got another year or so of COVID. COVID ain't going nowhere. If you look at the food lines, it's people will have never thought they'll have to come in line. So if we can't get the food to import it, how are we going to survive? Why are we not encouraging and teaching our community? Come to the garden, get a plot, grow your own. We need to start to be our own food czars and our own food advocates in our communities. The only other way that's going to keep me out of business is by learning how to create healthy access to foods within our communities. Then someone like me won't be doing anything really special because everyone will be eating healthy. What the Lord placed on my heart is to help the community. I can't help everybody, but as much people as I can help, as long as He leave me here and have me here on the earth, then I have accomplished my goal.
This is a community, first and foremost. They survived and they're resilient because these things have happened before. May not have been a pandemic, but they've experienced things before that kind of made them ready and prepared for this.
America has suffered upwards of 220,000 deaths due to COVID-19. More than 23,000 of them in New York City. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, more than 2,200 cases have been reported, and many of those people have sought treatment at Brookdale University Hospital and Medical Center. Brookdale, like the neighborhood around it, has been fighting the pandemic on two fronts: the disease itself and the emotional and psychological damage from the loss of loved ones, the loss of work and wages, and the loss of freedom to just live life normally. But a lot of this stress goes way back.
Intergenerational trauma, where the parents had trauma themselves, the grandparents had trauma, and we're really in the first generation where people are getting a reasonable amount of mental health supports.
Dr. Camille Archer, a child and adolescent psychologist at Brookdale, says a lot of people may not realize that during the height of the pandemic, many of her young patients were waiting at home, uneasy.
This community, I think, has a high percentage of essential workers. And one of the things that I saw a lot with the children here is that they would worry that their parents have to go out to work. And that caused a lot of anxiety and, their fear that their parents are going to get it, that their parents are going to get sick and bring it home to them.
Other reactions to the pandemic varied, depending on how old her patients were.
A lot of conflicts with adolescents and their parents were about, they want to hang out with their friends, they're leaving the house, they can't stay here, this is horrible. But then there's a real subset of children who are anxious, who are being teased or bullied in school, and those kids are so happy they don't have to go to school.
In the spring, Dr. Archer was treating most of her patients remotely. At the same time, Brookdale's emergency room was under intense pressure, according to its chair of emergency medicine, Dr. Sandra Scott.
No one really expected what we experienced. So once it became evident that COVID-19 was on its way to New York City and on its way to America, we started to prepare in the best way that we knew how. So we started to think about surge space. We started to think about what additional equipment we would need. So for example, the oxygen demand went up considerably. So we went from an emergency department that maybe had an exchange of 10 oxygen tanks per day to an emergency department that needed 250 oxygen tanks per day.
But it was far more than a question of beds and equipment. Dr. Scott agrees with people who say this was akin to going to war.
So I feel like my employees were soldiers in a war against this pandemic, and they showed up. They showed up, and they supported each other, and that's what kept people coming to work every day. That's what kept me coming to work every day. Even though we saw unbelievable, unimaginable tragedy on a daily basis, the drive to provide care and to help and to try and save as many lives as possible is what got people up in the morning and helped them to perform the selfless act of taking care of others.
I'm wondering how many of those folks were presenting with pre-existing conditions that sort of exacerbated the condition that they were in with relation to COVID, and how that may have made things more difficult for a place that serves a community like Brownsville.
I think what this pandemic has done is it's a big, gigantic spotlight. So for some of us, we already knew intimately what we were dealing with, and we weren't terribly surprised that the pandemic had a much more negative impact on this population. I think the culmination of the Black Lives Matter movement and the pandemic highlights how the outcomes that we see are really outcomes of racism and slavery.
There's a direct line from centuries of barriers for Black and brown people to the deep healthcare discrepancies Dr. Scott sees in Brownsville today, the neighborhood with the lowest life expectancy in all of New York City. But she also sees some specific, affordable solutions that should be nurtured.
We learned that telehealth was super, super effective. And, we have the technology to provide telehealth to all kinds of communities, right? You don't need to be in a wealthy community to see your doctor on your smartphone. We should have been doing that a while ago, right? We should have had that access to telehealth for all communities should have been readily available, and it should be readily available today, because that's a very effective, reasonable, relatively low tech in this day and time way to bring healthcare into the household of people who are not able to get out of their household easily to access healthcare.
And even if you can get to the ER, no one wants to sit around with a deadly virus in the air.
We opened a new process in our emergency department so that patients can actually call ahead and speak to a nurse, and the nurse can give them guidance about checking into their visit from home, so that they really are, having their weight at home. But let's say that you weren't able to get your diabetes medicine refilled, you can't get in touch with your doctor, you have one more day of medication left, you're feeling reasonably well. That's a situation where you can say, hey, I feel like I need to come in. And we can say, all right, come in, we're ready for you at 10 o'clock. And you leave your home, you come in, and we see you right away and we get you right out.
Meanwhile, Dr. Archer says the healthcare system hasn't done enough to treat the psychological impact of COVID.
No, I'm not satisfied at all. I don't think there is much mention of mental health in terms of this pandemic. And there are a lot of mental health issues that have been exacerbated or unroofed because of the pandemic. For example, there are a lot of people who have become more isolated, and now it's gotten worse because they're so isolated, because they're not around their family, they're not around a lot of people.
Dwight is an outpatient at Brookdale, diagnosed with schizophrenia. He lives with his father and doesn't work outside the home. For him, the pandemic has meant long stretches of cabin fever.
The cabin fever in my house is more walking around the house trying to find things to do. And when everything is done, as you see, to the refrigerator, on the couch, to the refrigerator, on the couch, and then you might lie down and take a little sleep or something like that. Then you wake up and you say to yourself, I can't live like that.
Dwight started hearing voices at around 20 and says he and his father used to be at war. But since he's had consistent treatment, things are much easier between them.
You and your dad worked it out now. You guys got to a good place, the war is over. But if you had to describe what schizophrenia is to someone who has no idea, what would you tell them?
Schizophrenia is a an illness where you hear voices and voices telling you to do things. Your feelings does be up and down most of the time. You have sad days and you have happy days, you know. But most of the time you're sad because I thought that I was dealing with something mystical and some mystical being or something did something to me, and now I'm walking around with a bag of noise in my head and people talking to me.
Do you think it's harder for someone who might have schizophrenia or another mental health issue to deal with this pandemic and what's happening now?
Yeah, with mental illness, it could be harder on them because, as I say, they blame themselves for everything. If the corona don't have nothing to deal with them, it's just a disease which they find in China, and they seem to get a crazy mind off it, you know, and it's hard on them, you know what I mean?
We have to acknowledge that another wave of something is coming. So I think that's the first thing, is to be realistic and to say, listen, we have a problem. So it needs to be you and me and others, not necessarily black and brown people having this conversation, not necessarily women having these conversations, right? It needs to be multi-generational, multidisciplinary, multicultural, multi-ethnicity, having the conversation and then collectively creating the solutions.
We understand that everyone's having difficulties. Our goal, even pre-pandemic, was never to evict someone. We're always willing to work things out because life happens.
A month before COVID-19 put New York City on pause, a study from the Institute for Children, Poverty, and Homelessness identified Brownsville as the fourth most severely rent-burdened neighborhood in New York City. It means close to 2 in 5 households spends 50% or more of their income on rent. Brownsville's rental vacancy rate is 4%. And pre-pandemic, 8.5 in every 1,000 of the neighborhood's households entered the shelter system. That's more than twice as high as the averages across Brooklyn and New York City, with evictions reported as the primary reason for entering shelter. As of October 1st, the state's eviction moratorium is over, meaning the clock is unstopped for all pre-pandemic eviction proceedings.
We have a tenant pre-pandemic that hasn't paid me since February of 2019. And I recently saw her in a newly acquired luxury vehicle. I can't kick her out. I would like to, because she's occupying a home that someone who appreciates it more can be living in. Even with the worst tenant, when you get to that point where you're at their door, your heart always sinks because you know you're affecting someone's life. It's their home, but I'm also running a business, and I'm responsible to the other residents in the building. So a lot of times it's not, and it's usually not just because they're not paying rent. There's usually behavioral problems with the tenants and or their children. They're making living in the building difficult for the others. So it's my responsibility to keep the building as safe as I can for everyone else. But it's never a good feeling to put someone out of their home. But you know, it's part of the job.
Part of the job Sharon Redhead has done for 20 years, managing the 19-unit apartment building her parents bought in 1987. And her young sister Kim has been sharing the day-to-day responsibilities for the past decade. It's a family business in every sense.
My memories have always been going with my parents to the building to do the maintenance. You know, Dad used to take me around and we would be in the basement. He would be gathering his tools because he had to do something, and I was always the one carrying, can I carry the hammer? Those are my memories. So those are the things that I remember as a child coming up and handling some of the paperwork. I used to have to draw the lines for Daddy's little balance book. Those are the things I remember, you know, and that's my memory. So when I get, or I read in the paper, or I see the approach of the ugly landlord, you know, that's not my family. It's a family business, and that's how we treat it.
My name is Alban Redhead. My wife and I purchased this building in 1987. It was closed up for a long period. I was told about 14 years. There were no tenants in the building, and most of the area was in a very desolate situation, but we decided to take the chance.
By most measures, it was a good gamble. But after more than 30 years in the property management game, he can't help but feel a little nostalgic.
My tenants and I were like neighbors, brothers and sisters, but since the politician got involved, everything split. The tenants were never hostile to the landlord before, never, until the politicians got involved.
In June 2019, the New York State Legislature approved the most stringent rent laws in the country on behalf of New York City's 5.4 million renters. From killing the dreaded broker's fee to making unlawful evictions a misdemeanor. And in June of this year, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents on New York City's rent-regulated apartments because of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good news for some, but not nearly enough for others. The call to #CancelRent has been ringing out from the streets of our city all the way to the halls of power.
I think the cancel rent movement has played an important role in getting people to understand the gravity of the crisis, the breadth of this crisis. Passed the strongest tenant protection legislation in America last year for millions of tenants throughout the state. But we still have a lot of work to do. And the issue now is to ensure that we prevent anyone from losing their home in the short term by making sure people are not evicted, and then figure out how to cover the cost of the rent.
Brian Kavanaugh is the chair of the New York State Senate's Housing, Construction, and Community Development Committee.
And it's critical that we make sure that this crisis does not become an eviction crisis. No landlord has a right now to push anybody out of their homes. We know that tenants, when they get eviction notices, they're legitimately concerned. We have legislation that would prevent not only evictions from happening, but the cases from proceeding, even cases from beginning and notices of eviction being filed on people. Right now, the courts are processing these things in a limited way, but we are committed, many of us are committed to making sure that nobody loses their home because of COVID-19 or because of the economic shutdowns, which were necessary, but were ordered by the government in many cases. So, this is not a problem that low-income New Yorkers created. It's not a problem that landlords created either. It's a problem that we all have accepted as our means of dealing with the public health crisis.
Small landlords are facing the economic and public health crisis head-on, while simultaneously fighting a public relations battle.
I hear the politicians shout some of this rhetoric. I think it's irresponsible because you don't ask any other service provider to do that. You're not telling the supermarket units, provide free food. You're not telling the utilities, stop collecting your monthly bill. So why would you take this kind of initiative with this particular service provider? It's a service we're providing because not only are we providing a home, but we're providing heat, we're providing hot water, we're providing electricity. All of those mediums come through us. So I think it's highly irresponsible and for people to expect that you can get all those services for free.
I wish those politicians who are supporting that idea would agree to forego their salary to help those tenants pay rent and buy food. Put your money where your mouth is.
So when you hear cancel rent, what's the first thing you think of?
It's like a gut punch. Because, as I said before,
It's not realistic.
It's not realistic,
Not
and
practical.
we're all in this together. And this economy is cyclical. You take one spoke out of the wheel, and it no
That's
longer
it.
works.
That's it.
So when we collect rent, it doesn't go in my pocket. I have to pay the super, I have to pay the plumber, the electrician, I pay the water bill, the gas bill, the light bill. Heating season is a couple days away.
Yes.
And then big hunk goes to the city for taxes. And so if they don't pay me, all those people
don't get paid.
And those are also families. The plumber has a family, the electrician has a family, the super has his family to take care of.
Would you consider yourself a business owner or an essential worker?
Both. We are both business owners, and people don't like to discuss that when it comes to housing, but it is. For us, it is a business. But we're also essential workers because
we're providing homes for
people.
Several families.
For many families.
Right.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that those homes are well maintained and it's a safe environment. So even when our tenants stayed home, I had to leave my home to make sure that, things were okay in the building and was being kept clean.
And they do it while collecting an average rent of about $900 a month in an area where an affordable housing lottery for a one-bedroom apartment for an individual making 50% of the area median income of $33,000 a year rents for $862 a month and draws thousands of applicants.
How many millions of renters in New York? They're not all in a building owned by these conglomerates. On this block alone, there are multi-family houses that, are same situation as us. First generation, second, sometimes third generation, and they're renters in them. So they have to value that because without us, these relationships are gone.
And affordable housing is gone.
And affordable housing is gone. Forget what the mayor says. Affordable housing comes from us.
Like you said, our rents are under 9.
Right. And
that is affordable
housing in this community and the new developments are double what our tenants are paying. So
double.
So affordable housing comes from small property owners all across the city.
The impulse to draw the line between landlords and tenants is understandable. But it's a truly interdependent relationship, one that calls for more than angry demands from either side, and deserves the respect of uncompromising action from government leaders before, during, and long after the pandemic.
It feels sometimes going to work, no matter how great the community is, it's the outside forces that can make the work that much more difficult.
Days before what was to be the first day of class for New York City's 1.1 million public school students, Dr. Arabelle Pembroke, principal of the Riverdale Avenue Middle School in Brownsville, shared her excitement and concerns about the upcoming school year in District 23. With her rookie season as principal under her belt, Dr. Pembroke was ready to slay another school year. Then came COVID.
On paper, my day ends at 4 o'clock. It doesn't. I'm on 24/7, right? On paper, I've got a list of responsibilities. In reality, I'm everything. I'm HR. I'm a social worker. I'm an instructional expert. I'm a disciplinarian. I'm a liaison. I'm a facilitator. I'm a trainer. And it's a lot of demands on one person.
And on top of that, you add a pandemic.
Yeah. Where now I had to become a doctor. Right? And a press conference like liaison, communicate information to staff that I just got 5 minutes ago that I'm trying to process or unpack myself.
Are you ready? Like, do you feel like it's safe to
No.
be back?
No, I don't have a nurse. I don't have a nurse. And it's my understanding that the school hasn't had a dedicated, permanently assigned nurse for a few years now, and I've only been here a year.
Being under-resourced with overwhelming demands, Dr. Pembroke is choosing to accentuate the positive, focusing on the new instructional opportunities remote learning presents.
It's forcing principals to just be innovative, right? Teachers too. My teachers, my Riverdale Avenue Middle School teachers, flourished with their approaches to engaging students online during live instruction, with their approaches to really tailoring an activity or a lesson or an assessment to really get to the root of or to the point of the standard that they're trying to measure the student's progress.
Screen
right?
to screen.
Screen to screen.
But the idea of reimagining the school day presents its own set of challenges in Brownsville.
Yes, outside learning makes sense, but not every school can. I would love to have outdoor classes here with my students. I don't know how realistic that is given the neighborhood that the school is in. And, some of the real challenges that are happening here. I would not
Name
take
those
that
challenges.
risk. Gun violence, gang activity. I wouldn't take that risk with my students. Absolutely not. I wonder if there was any thought to how complex the problem is, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all answer or solution. It just can't. COVID highlighted some of the disparities that folks knew for a long time. What people love to say and what looks good on paper is a strong leader will turn a school around. There's truth in that. I could turn a school around if I've got strong community partnerships. Strong community partnerships look like community leaders that are in alignment with what my vision is for my school and in alignment with what their vision is for their community. What that should look like is job opportunities, continuing out adult education programs that are local, financial literacy programs, things that when you have too much of a deficit in, now start to climb up the priority ladder and take away from the day-to-day business of a school. The Brownsville average for students that are in temporary housing, the ratio is 1 to 4. My school alone is 1 to 3.
Temporary housing.
Yeah, students that are either in shelters or displaced for whatever reason and then living with a family member.
91% of students in District 23 are considered economically disadvantaged. 29% have some form of disability. 15% are homeless.
So I've got students traveling from the Bronx to come to school every day. So when they show up to school at 9 o'clock or 9:10, you really think I'm gonna start really harassing them about why they haven't gotten here on time? It is still my job though as the leader to motivate my kids to come to school, right? To meet with my families that are in temporary housing, to get them to, make every effort to send their children to school. But if that family's priority for right now, for that day, is something else, and on their value judgment ladder, school is here and finding a job is here, I'm still gonna do my job.
Brownsville's unique challenges highlight the need for additional support in order to help families prioritize school in a post-COVID educational system. But through it all, Dr. Pembroke keeps families, students, and her own well-being at the center of the conversation.
What advice would you have for a parent of a kid who's in your school?
Health and safety trumps everything. If you're putting your child in, an environment, in a position that could potentially, be fatal, I think the answer is pretty clear. What's keeping me awake at night? What if I contract the virus, test positive, I go home, my 2-year-old now is sick. That's what keeps me up at night.
You're on the front lines, man.
Yeah. And that's the job. It's the job. Scary. But I'm taking every precaution. My team will. And I just stay prayed up.
I go where it's real problems at, where people are getting killed. I can get killed. I don't got a bulletproof vest. I don't carry a gun, but I still go in these places 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. You know why? Because the sick, the elderly, the kids, and everybody else need help.
It has been a violent weekend in New York City. More than a dozen people were shot. 8 shootings in 4 boroughs.
14 shootings just yesterday with 18 victims.
7 people were injured in 3 separate shootings, all within 4 minutes of one another.
The shooting broke out just before 1 a.m. at the corner of Livonia and Watkins in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
The shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
3 people have been shot in Brownsville, Brooklyn this morning.
Crime in New York City has been on the decline for decades. But in early summer, as the city cautiously emerged from months of COVID-19 lockdown, a surge in gun violence began. According to the NYPD, as of November, there have been 1,331 shootings in 2020. In 2019, that number was 685. The number of shooting victims has gone up as well. So far, there have been 1,635 victims of gun violence, as compared to 812 in 2019. In Brownsville, one of the neighborhoods hit hardest by the pandemic, murders and shootings are more than double of 2019. So what's going on in Brownsville? And is the situation as bad as they say it is? I asked entrepreneur, community board member, and Brownsville born and raised Anita Pierce.
When you read the newspapers, you would think that Brownsville is hot all the time in terms of violence. Okay, so let's be real, it does happen. It's not like we're sitting in the middle of a war zone, right? Where, we can't go outside, where we can't experience life. Those things do exist, but it's not every day. And it's frustrating to me, when people are constantly, making a statement to say, Brownsville is this. There are pockets of stuff, right? But I promise you it's not every day.
Brownsville's 73rd Precinct reported that violent shootings went up from 30 in 2019 to 85 as of November 2020. The number of shooting victims has gone up from 48 to 105. That's a 183% increase in shooting incidents and almost 119% increase in shooting victims.
Do you think that Brownsville actually does have a higher level of gun violence than other communities around Brooklyn?
The data says we do. We absolutely do. But we're the last to get the resources, right? So let's talk about it. When you're scrambling for resources, you will have more violence.
Brownsville native Kamara Jackson is the founder and CEO of Elite Learners, a youth empowerment and anti-violence community organization. She believes that the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 in a community that was already struggling could be a major cause of the rise in gun violence.
When the pandemic initially hit, violence numbers dropped because individuals were inside, right? We were quarantined. They weren't really out on the street. But as we started to open up, our violence numbers started to hit the highest that they've ever been. And that was just as a result of the temperament that people are on as a result of the pandemic. So we had people that could not get on unemployment, people that lost their jobs. We have individuals that were released from prison with no resources, right? So here we are, we're saying, okay, we're going to let you out because of a pandemic, but we're going to provide very little support for you to become successful. All that creates chaos. Chaos in families lead to chaos in communities. A hungry person can become a violent person.
Lost jobs, lack of resources, hunger. On top of these, criminologists also attribute the rise in shootings to pandemic-induced cabin fever and the advent of summer, traditionally high crime season. The New York Police Department, however, has blamed a recent bail reform law, which limits a judge's ability to keep people in jail pre-trial. They also connect the rise in gun violence to the emergency release of incarcerated people in order to curb the spread of coronavirus. The Black Lives Matter protest and calls to defund the police, they say, led to the disbanding of the NYPD's anti-crime plainclothes unit, which meant less policing and more shootings.
Rhetoric of defund the police, get rid of the police, abolish the police, that's got to end.
We need three things. I'm going to keep repeating it for people. We need support. We need laws that help the police instead of handcuff them. And then we need resources.
They've blamed the shutdown in the courts. They've blamed the bail law. They've blamed just the prosecutors. I mean, it's like, pick a reason and they've blamed it. But where they faltered is providing the evidence.
Anyone who's out there surmising what kind of impact the pandemic has had on violence is just doing no more than surmising. And if they're coming up with very firm conclusions that the pandemic means that there's more violence, means we should be giving more money to police, and it's especially that message is coming from the police, we should be really wary of any assumptions that are being drawn.
Scott Heckinger is a public defender and the former director of policy for Brooklyn Defender Services. Today, he's the founder and director of Zealous, a national advocacy group of public defenders working towards ending mass incarceration.
Police are the reason why there is more crime, so-called crime, in these neighborhoods, and more violence. Characteristics that drive violence: isolation, shame, economic deprivation, and violence itself are the primary consequences of over-policing in communities. It makes communities feel isolated, makes people feel ashamed. It takes away resources that otherwise would be spent on poverty alleviation, and being handcuffed, even if you ultimately don't get arrested, being stopped and frisked unconstitutionally, being shot by police is obviously a form of violence itself.
Police officers, there's very little engagement. There's a lot of patrolling, right? There's a lot of looking, and there's very little interaction. In our community, at the state that it's in now, we need engagement. We need interaction. We need people to know how we're feeling and how's our day going, and we need, to have support systems around. And that's what the Cure Violence organizations provide. It's a big support system for communities.
Cure Violence programs take a public health approach to reducing violence by training credible insiders to be what are known as violence interrupters, usually former gang members who draw from their own experiences. Their job is to engage with young people and then identify and mediate potential conflicts before they turn violent.
I want to show the black young male and also the black young lady what a black male can be, even when you go through all that. Despite me going through all that I've been through, prison, being shot, shooting people, being arrested for murders, being accused of murders, being in prison, going to war, being in solitary confinement, doing almost 35 years in prison, and all this, total, all this violence that I've been through. I'm showing them that despite I've been through that, I didn't break, that you can change. You can change your ways. You can change everything about you, despite what you go through. You don't have to give up.
Anthony Green is a violence interrupter who's prevented hundreds of shootings that could have led to people getting killed, injured, or ending up in prison.
Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to get some young guys jobs. Do you know how good I feel? Seriously, even my cousin's son, I got him a job. Do you know how good I feel just doing that, I got another young black man a job. That's action. Instead of worry about what his problem is, I went and solved the problem.
The community members are more likely to listen to someone that looks like them, comes from where they come from, and really walk the normal roads of life. And that looks 9 times better than having 40 police officers on one corner. You know, our young people are already naturally afraid, and they have a guard up when it comes to officers.
What is the relationship like being a violence interrupter versus working with the police?
I just want something clear. We don't work with the police at all. A violence interrupter is here for the people of the community, whatever community that you're in. I'm not getting involved with your police work, and I'm not here to assist you. My concern is my community, to keep them from hurting each other, killing each other, robbing each other, or whatever the case may be. Whatever y'all do, that's on them. I'm from this area, and this area has always been violent, unfortunately. You can say poverty, you can use the drugs, you can use all that. But let's not get it twisted. We can't bring guns and drugs here. However, if you don't have jobs and you don't have ways and means and resources to do things, what will you result in?
Our kids are hungry, they're starving, and they're starving for success. They want to make it out of Brownsville. They want to tell a different narrative. And that's what we're here to encourage them to do.
We are mothers, we're fathers, we're community members. We don't want violence. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want people to be shot.
So never ran, never will. Yeah, that still exists. However, you know, when you're thinking about you know, what you can't Google is the heart and soul of the community residents that live here and want to remain here. The new Brownsville is one where we are aiming to create an environment where everyone is like happy, whole. One where, you know, when I think about where we're sitting, that my daughter comes and plays and there isn't any issues or concern. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you can sit and be able to enjoy, you know, just actually sitting in a park and enjoying it.
We all have these skills and we're trying to understand, how do we build it out? Where do we start? Who do you speak to? Is there anywhere to go to get these resources? I need to figure this out because clearly not everybody's getting there that easy, and I love a challenge.
Before the pandemic hit, the median American household income was nearly $70,000. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, it was less than 33. The unemployment rate for the country and the rest of the city was around 5%. In Brownsville, it was 15. By the numbers, it was bad, and now it's worse. But even as joblessness grows, the community continues to have a certain spirit, a pride of place, an endurance.
When COVID hit, I already was about to sign a contract to continue on with the nonprofit. When they started letting me know that, you know, the budget was dropping and clearly I will have to be on my way in a few more days.
But instead of becoming a statistic, Kiana Hallams became an entrepreneur. She'd been taking a business class hoping to become a fashion designer when she landed on an idea for a new enterprise.
I thought to myself, like I said, what's the worst can happen? We're in COVID, I'm in my house. Fallback for people was unemployment. So I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, hey, if I don't beat this entrepreneurship, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment right away. The first week, I met someone in my class. That's how it took off.
But Brownsville isn't the easiest place to start a business. Kiana was only too familiar with what the neighborhood lacked.
I was a young girl. I didn't have no activities really for me to do to express myself the way I wanted to.
Tell me your first address that you remember.
725 Stanley Avenue. That's the address there. There was a one-bedroom, me, my mom, and my two sisters. It was a really eye-opener for me growing up in that neighborhood. I would never forget the day, you know, when police raided over here. I don't know at the time how it happened, but I do remember them taking my mom, put her in jail right here at the precinct, and they took me along with her. And I would never forget, you know, just watching my mom and her just pleading, just like, you know, she's pregnant. That's the main thing I noticed that we didn't have a lot of, just safety. When it doesn't say safety from each other, it's just in general from the world, because we're already characterized as these people. So people already walk past us thinking we're gonna be this type of person. And I want to change that narrative. Like, who wouldn't want to wake up and say, I own the company down the block, and your neighbor is your friend, and they own your next door business next to you. There's others doing it. Why not start here?
Kiana decided to turn from making fashion to making personal protective equipment, or PPE.
Things change when the world changed, and that's why I said I was actually just a fashion designer. I wasn't thinking about becoming a manufacturing enterprise. Everything changed, and that's what I thought. I want to save lives with these type of items that I'm making.
In her class, she met someone who knew someone at New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, which runs the 362 public housing developments throughout the city, the highest concentration being in Brownsville. They were looking for someone from the community to help make masks.
Really thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm really doing this. Like, and the next thing you know, someone else in my class reached out to me and was like, the commissioner was sending out a list of them asking for vendors to create PPE. And they was like, well, you're a designer. If you're gonna do face masks, you should think of other things. And I looked at this little list and I'm like, gowns? I could make shirts, I could make gowns. And I kid you not, and I tell people, I looked at the application and it legitimately said 10,000 gowns a week. I looked at it and I was like, who says I can't, you know?
She started filling orders and hiring staff, pulling in out-of-work folks she knew from the neighborhood.
So for Kiana, we're really excited. I mean, she is the epitome of what you want to see every other person in Brownsville do, right? Take their natural talent, develop a business, obtain a contract, and operate within their own community, and then hire people. And so for her, we're actually in the process of helping her locate a space where she can fully manufacture the PPE.
LaShawn Muhammad is the director of the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation.
What we're looking to do is not just bring in the next Target on Pickett Avenue. If you look at our business corridor on Pickett Avenue, there's only one business that's owned by a local resident. What does that tell you? We are not supposed to create a system where people have to be dependent upon them, right? Because poverty essentially is a business. Helping people become self-sufficient is where economic development plays a role and will address the issue of the trauma, right, of poverty, right, of having to depend on another thing, a person, for your very survival.
Just before COVID, Brownsville got some help in building these systems. It came in the form of a grant that brought together some of the neighborhood's leading community organizations.
So Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Youth Design Center, formerly known as Made in Brownsville, along with the Community Board 16, 4 institutions in Brownsville that is part of the Brownsville Mobility Labs initiative. And this is a national program sponsored by the Robin Hood Foundation that literally assists community to come up with their own economic mobility strategy for their community.
It's been a 9-month planning process with Jobs First NYC. Part of it is a new online portal launching this fall called Own Brownsville.
Own Brownsville essentially means, the acronym stands for ownership, wealth building, and networking, right? And so what this website does, though, it literally encapsulates all of the resources that currently exist in the community. This was created as a response to COVID-19.
One hope is that these partnerships and internet resources will help spur job growth, but also give guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs, something Kiana lacked when she was first starting out.
I tell people I wish I had a mentor, I wish I had that, and being that I didn't, I would love to become one. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not even doing this for me, to be honest, because I'm still thinking about the little Kiana, because I didn't really have that little Kiana fun. And just thinking about it now, it's like, share it while you can. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional. Why? Oh my gosh, I am.
Kiana has applied to the Department of Education to offer a class on entrepreneurship, and she's giving a pitch to schools throughout the city.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiana Hollums, and I am the CEO and founder of Attire LLC, and I'm here to obtain an invitation into your schools.
With the pitch over and Kiana getting inquiries, she's now out looking for a space to grow her PPE operation. She's committed to staying in Brownsville and giving back to the community.
There's not even a bar restaurant. Like, I have to travel legitimately to Williamsburg just to sit at a bar. How we don't have a bar in this neighborhood? Like, we don't even have a restaurant where we could sit down and eat and dine with each other. There's not even a diner. Like, there's no place for us to be civilized people that we could feel in this community. So that's why I'm like, who tells us that we have to leave here for this to be built for it to be comfortable for someone else? No, let's build it and comfortable and stay here, okay? And I think that's what it needs to be changed in Brownsville, and I think that's my way of seeing Brownsville, is that type of change.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
What the Supreme Court did today was to eviscerate the authority of the EPA to protect our planet, to deal with the four-alarm fire that is affecting every single part of the world that we live in.
In another 6-3 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court sharply limited the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. It's a victory for big polluters, but a potential disaster for the planet. We'll speak to former EPA official Mustafa Ali as Ketanji Brown Jackson is sworn in as the Supreme Court's first black female justice. The Supreme Court also ruled President Biden can end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program. We'll go to San Antonio, where 53 people seeking refuge in the United States died earlier this week after being confined to a sweltering tractor trailer in Texas, the deadliest human trafficking tragedy in U.S. history.
Any death that has to do with migrants is preventable. And in this case, it is both the attacks from our governor in Texas and the complicity and enabling of the Biden administration.
Plus, we speak to the Dutch physician, Dr. Rebecca Gompertz, who's dedicated her life to helping expand access to abortion, from providing them on ships in international waters to sending abortion pills around the world. We'll look at the growing fight in the United States over medical abortion.
I think this is not the moment anymore to stay within the law. This is the moment to make sure that women have access to safe abortions, despite the law and despite the fact that because this is such an unjust law that is creating so much social inequality and that will affect really the most poor women in the country.
This is over 180 people are arrested in Washington, D.C., protesting the Supreme Court overturning Roe. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Supreme Court's voted to sharply limit the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. The court's 6-3 ruling in the case of West Virginia versus EPA is seen as a major victory for the fossil fuel industry and a result of a decades-long attempt to limit the regulation of corporations. Liberal Justice Elena Kagan slammed the decision, writing for the dissent, quote, "The court appoints itself instead of Congress or the expert agency, the decision-maker on climate policy. I cannot think of many things more frightening," unquote. Joining the majority opinion was Trump appointee Justice Amy Coney Barrett, whose father helped lead the American Petroleum Institute for 2 decades. We'll have more on the Supreme Court and the climate crisis after headlines. Environmental groups have filed a pair of lawsuits seeking to block the Biden administration from restarting lease sales for oil and gas wells on public lands. Together, the lawsuits seek to protect more than 140,000 acres in several western states. In April, President Biden called on the U.S. to expand fossil fuel drilling to offset a spike in fuel costs linked to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Public citizen President Robert Weissman said in response, quote, "Selling off more public lands for drilling might help big oil, but it won't lower gas prices and it will worsen climate chaos." In Lisbon, Portugal, hundreds of protesters marched Thursday outside the UN Ocean Conference demanding meaningful action to halt pollution, protect marine life, and slow the warming of the Earth's seas. The conference brought together some 7,000 scientists, activists, and heads of state. Greenpeace Oceans policy advisor Laura Meller spoke at a protest outside the talks.
While activists are trying to peacefully protest outside the conference venue, the real looters, the ocean destroyers, are out there depleting the oceans as we speak.
Back in the United States, the Supreme Court announced Thursday it will hear oral arguments this October in Moore v. Harper, a case involving gerrymandered congressional maps that were struck down by North Carolina's highest court. A Supreme Court ruling in favor of North Carolina Republicans could strip state courts of their power to strike down state laws while expanding the power of GOP-controlled state legislatures to control federal elections. The court agreed to hear Moore v. Harper one day after it ruled 6-3 to reinstate a Republican-drawn congressional map struck down by a lower court as a racially motivated violation of the Voting Rights Act. New York Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted in response, quote, "We are witnessing a judicial coup in process. If the president and Congress do not restrain the court now, the court is signaling they will come for the presidential election next," AOC said. The Supreme Court ruled 5-4 Thursday that the Biden administration may end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program, formerly known as the Migrant Protection Protocols, or MPP. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in the majority opinion a lower court had overreached when it found the policy should remain in place after President Biden ordered it rescinded last year. Since the program's implementation in 2019, some 70,000 asylum seekers were forced to wait in Mexico while their cases were resolved in U.S. courts. Thousands enrolled in MPP reported being kidnapped, raped, tortured, and facing homelessness while they waited in Mexico. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. In San Antonio, Texas, the alleged driver of the truck where dozens of asylum seekers died after they were trapped in scorching heat made his first appearance in court on Thursday. Homero Zamorano faces human smuggling charges resulting in the death of 53 people. 3 others have also been arrested in connection with the tragedy. Meanwhile, immigrant justice advocates in the Texas border city of El Paso held a vigil Thursday honoring the San Antonio victims and the thousands of other asylum seekers who've lost their lives trying to reach the United States for refuge.
Our only crime is to have needs. We don't come to steal or to commit crimes, but rather to work to help our families. Each one of these crossings does not represent just one person. There are families, children, and siblings behind all of this, behind each person who just died.
We'll have more on the deadliest human trafficking incident in U.S. history in San Antonio after headlines. French authorities have arrested at least 10 suspected smugglers in connection with the drownings of 27 asylum seekers near Calais, France, as they attempted to cross the English Channel. The tragedy happened last November. One of the victims was 7 years old. Back at the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson was sworn in Thursday as the 116th justice and the first black woman to hold the position in the court's 233-year history. At a noon ceremony, Chief Justice John Roberts administered Jackson a constitutional oath. She then took a judicial oath administered by retiring Justice Stephen Breyer, whom Jackson clerked for after she graduated from Harvard Law School in 1996. Outside the Supreme Court, police arrested more than 180 reproductive rights protesters Thursday as they peacefully blocked an intersection in a massive show of nonviolent civil disobedience. The protest took place just 6 days after the court's conservative majority voted 6-3 to strike down Roe v. Wade. Among those arrested was Reverend William Barber, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, Planned Parenthood CEO Alexis McGill Johnson, and Democratic U.S. Congressmember Judy Chu of California. Melanie DeRigo, a progressive Democrat running for Congress in Long Island, New York, said after her arrest, quote, "I was let go after a couple of hours, but for millions of people in states where abortion, a critical health procedure, is now criminalized, their arrests will be far longer and far more severe," she said. A court in Kentucky has temporarily blocked the state's so-called trigger law abortion ban from taking effect. Lawyers for Kentucky's only 2 abortion providers are reviewing Thursday's ruling to determine when the Louisville clinics can restart abortion care. In Florida, a judge also has temporarily blocked a state law banning abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lawmakers in Florida's Republican-led state legislature are reportedly planning to introduce even more restrictive anti-abortion bills in the coming weeks. On Thursday, President Biden called on Senate Democrats to agree to a carve-out filibuster exception in order to pass new reproductive rights legislation.
I believe we have to codify Roe v. Wade in the law, and the way to do that is to make sure the Congress votes to do that. And if the filibuster gets in the way, it's like voting rights. It should be, we provide an exception for this, the require an exception to the filibuster for this action.
Biden was speaking from the NATO summit in Madrid. In response, the offices of Democratic Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona said they will not agree to a carve-out to the filibuster to codify abortion rights. Ukrainian officials say a Russian missile slammed into a high-rise apartment building and a recreational center in the Black Sea port city of Odessa overnight, killing at least 19 people and wounding dozens of others. In Russia, WNBA star Brittany Griner appeared today before a court outside Moscow, where she faces up to 10 years in prison. Brittany Griner was detained on February 17th after she was picked up at a Russian airport on allegations of carrying cannabis oil vape cartridges. Her supporters say Russia is using her as a political pawn. The New York Times reports the Kremlin appears interested in a possible prisoner exchange involving Griner and Victor Bout, an infamous arms trafficker known as the Merchant of Death, who was sentenced to 25 years in a U.S. prison in 2012 for conspiracy to commit terrorism. In Sudan, government forces shot and killed at least 8 people Thursday as huge crowds of protesters defied a communications blackout and took to the streets to demand the ouster of a military junta that seized power 8 months ago. And in Ecuador, indigenous leaders have reached a deal with the government ending nearly 3 weeks of massive protests due to rising food and fuel prices. The deal includes a decrease in fuel costs, sets limits on oil exploration on indigenous land, and prohibits mining on protected areas, national parks, and water sources. The government has been given 90 days to act. Indigenous leaders have vowed to push the government to fulfill all demands. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In another 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court has sharply limited the Environmental Protection Agency's power to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. President Biden decried the ruling as a, quote, another devastating decision that aims to take our country backwards, unquote. The court's ruling in the case of West Virginia versus EPA is seen as a major victory for the fossil fuel industry and a result of a decades-long attempt to limit the regulation of corporations. In his majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts writes, capping carbon dioxide emissions at a level that'll force a nationwide transition away from the use of coal to generate electricity may be a sensible solution to the crisis of the day, but it is not plausible that Congress gave EPA the authority to adopt on its own such a regulatory scheme, Roberts said. Liberal Justice Elena Kagan slammed the decision, writing in the dissent, whatever else this court may know about, it does not have a clue about how to address climate change. And let's say the obvious. The stakes here are high. Yet the court today prevents congressionally authorized agency action to curb power plants' carbon dioxide emissions. Justice Kagan went on to write, the court appoints itself instead of Congress or the expert agency, the decision-maker on climate policy. I cannot think of many things more frightening, Kagan wrote. On Capitol Hill, New York Congress member Jamal Bowman warned the court's